The Killing Hour by Lisa Gardner. Prologue. The man first started noticing it in 1998. Two girls went out to a bar, never came home again. Deanna Wilson and Marlene Mason were the first set. Roommates at Georgia State U, nice girls by all accounts, their disappearance didn't even make the front pages of the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. People disappear, especially in a big city. Then, of course, the police found Marlene Mason's body along Interstate 75. That got things going a bit. The fine folks of Atlanta didn't like one of their daughters being found sprawled along an interstate, especially a white girl from a good family. Things like that shouldn't happen around here. Besides, the Mason case was a head-scratcher. The girl was found fully clothed and with her purse intact. No sign of sexual assault. No sign of robbery. In fact, her corpse looked so damn peaceful, the passing motorist who found her thought she was sleeping. But Mason was DOA. Drug overdose ruled the ME, though Mason's parents vehemently denied their daughter would do such a thing. Now where was her roommate? That was an ugly week in Atlanta. Everyone looking for a missing college co-ed while the mercury climbed to nearly 100 degrees. Efforts started strong, then petered out. People got hot, got tired, got busy with other things. Besides, half the state figured Wilson had done it offed her roommate in some dispute, probably over a boy, and that was that. People watched Law and Order. They knew these things. A couple of hikers found Wilson's body in the fall. It was all the way up in the Tallulah Gorge, nearly 100 miles away. The body was still clad in Wilson's party clothes, right down to her 3-inch heels. Not so peaceful in death this time, however. For one thing, the scavengers had gotten to her first. For another, her skull was shattered into little bits. Probably from taking a header down one of the granite cliffs. Let's just say Mother Nature had no respect for Manolo Blahnik stilettos. Another head-scratcher. When had Wilson died? Where had she been between that time and first vanishing from a downtown Atlanta bar? And had she offed her roommate first? Wilson's purse was recovered from the gorge, no sign of any drugs. But strangely enough, neither was there any sign of her vehicle or her car keys. The Rabun County Sheriff's Office inherited that corpse, and the case once again faded from the news. The man clipped a few articles. He didn't really know why, he just did. In 1999, it happened again. Heat wave hit. Temperatures and tempers went soaring, and two young girls went out to a bar one night and never made it back. Casey Cooper and Josie Anders from Macon, Georgia. Maybe not such nice girls this time. Both were underage and never should have been drinking, except that Anders's boyfriend was a bouncer at the bar. He claimed they weren't hardly tipsy at all when he last saw them climbing into Cooper's white Honda Civic. Their distraught families claimed that both girls were track and field stars and wouldn't have gone anywhere without a fight. People got a little more nervous this time, wondered what was going on. 2 days later, they didn't have to wonder anymore. Josie Anders's body was found along US 441, 10 miles from the Tallulah Gorge. The Rabun County Sheriff's Office went into hyperdrive. Rescue teams were organized, search dogs hired, the National Guard called in. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution gave it front-page coverage. The strange double disappearance, so like the one the summer before, and exactly what happened when a person went missing in this kind of heat. The man noticed something he'd missed before. It was small, really a minor little note under letters to the editor. It read, "Clock ticking, planet dying, animals weeping, rivers screaming."
Can't you hear it?
Heat kills. Then the man knew why he'd started the scrapbook. They never did find Casey Cooper in the gorge. Her body didn't turn up until the November cotton harvest in Burke County. Then, 3 men operating a cotton picker got the surprise of their lives, a dead girl right smack in the middle of thousands of acres of cotton fields, still wearing a little black dress. No broken bones this time, no shattered limbs. The ME ruled that 19-year-old Casey Cooper had died from multiple organ failure, most likely brought on by severe heat stroke. In other words, when she'd been abandoned out in the middle of that field, she'd still been alive. An empty gallon jug of water was discovered 3 miles from her mummified corpse. Her purse was another 5 miles away. Interestingly enough, they never did find her vehicle or her car keys. People grew more nervous now. particularly when someone in the ME's office let it leak that Josie Anders also had died from a drug overdose, a fatal injection of the prescription drug Ativan. Seemed sinister somehow. Two sets of girls in two different years, each last seen in a bar. In both cases, the first girl was found dead along a major road, and in both cases, the second girl seemed to suffer a fate that was far, far worse, the Rabun County Sheriff's Office called in the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. The press got excited again, more banner headlines in the front pages of the Atlanta Journal-Constitution GBI seeks. Possible serial killer, rumors flew, articles multiplied, and the man clipped each one diligently. He had a cold feeling growing in his chest now, and he started to tremble each time the phone rang. The GBI, however, was not nearly so sensational about the case. Investigation ongoing, a spokesperson for the state police declared, and that's all the GBI would say. Until the summer of 2000 and the very first heat wave, it started in May. Two pretty young Augusta State University students headed to Savannah one weekend and never returned home. Last known sighting a bar, vehicle, MIA. This time the national media descended. Frightened voters hit the streets. The man pawed furiously through stacks of newspapers while the GBI issued meaningless statements such as, "We have no reason to suspect a connection at this time." The man knew better. People knew better. And so did the letters to the editor. He found it Tuesday, May 30, exact same words as before. Clock ticking, planet dying, animals weeping, rivers screaming. Can't you hear it? Heat kills. Celia Smithers's body was found along US 25 in Waynesboro, just 15 miles from the Cottonfield crime scene where Casey Cooper had been found 6 months before. Smithers was fully clothed and clutching her purse. No sign of trauma, no sign of sexual assault. Just one dark bruise on her left thigh, and a smaller red injection site on her upper left arm. Cause of death, an overdose of the prescription tranquilizer Ativan. The public went nuts. The police immediately went into high gear, still missing, Smithers's best friend, Tamara McDaniels. The police, however, didn't search the Burke County cotton fields. Instead, they sent volunteers straight to the muddy banks of the Savannah River. Finally, the man thought they were starting to understand the game. He should have picked up the phone then, dialed the hastily established hotline. He could have been an anonymous tipster, or maybe the crazy wacko that thinks he knows everything. He didn't, though. He just didn't know what to say. "We have reason to believe Ms. McDaniels is still alive," reported GBI's Special Agent Michael McCormack on the evening news. "We believe our suspect kidnaps the women in pairs, killing the first woman immediately but abandoning the second in a remote location. In this case, we have reason to believe he has selected a portion of the Savannah River. We are now assembling over 500 volunteers to search the river. It is our goal to bring Tamara home safe." Then, Special Agent McCormack made a startling revelation. He had also been reading the letters to the editor. He now made an appeal to speak to the author of the notes. The police were eager to listen. The police were eager to help. By the 11 o'clock news, search and rescue teams had descended upon the Savannah River, and the suspect finally had a name. The eco-killer, Fox News dubbed him. A crazed lunatic who no doubt thought that killing women really would save the planet, Jack the Ripper, he ain't. The man wanted to yell at them. He wanted to scream that they knew nothing. But of course, what could he say? He watched the news. He obsessively clipped articles. He attended a candlelight vigil organized by the frantic parents of poor Tamara McDaniels, last seen in a tight black skirt and platform heels. No body this time. The Savannah River rarely gives up what she has taken. But 2000 hadn't ended yet. July, temperatures soared above 100 degrees in the shade, and two sisters, Mary Lynn and Nora Ray Watts, met up with friends at TGI. Fridays for late-night Sundays to beat the heat. The two girls disappeared somewhere along the dark, winding road leading home. Mary Lynn was found 2 days later alongside US 301 near the Savannah River. The temperature that day was 103 degrees. Heat index was 118. Her body contained a faintly striped brown shell crammed down her throat. Bits of grass and mud were streaked across her legs. The police tried to bury these details as they'd buried so many others. Once again, an ME's office insider ratted them out. For the first time, the public learned what the police had known what the man had suspected for the past 12 months, why the first girl was always left, easy to discover, next to a major road, why her death came so quickly, why the man needed 2 girls at all, because the first girl was merely a prop, a disposable tool necessary for the game. She was the map. Interpret the clues correctly, and maybe you could find the second girl still alive if you moved quickly enough. If you beat the heat, the task force descended, the press corps descended, and Special Agent McCormack went on the news to announce that given the presence of sea salt, cordgrass, and the marsh periwinkle snail found on Mary Lynn's body, he was authorizing an all-out search of Georgia's 378,000 acres of salt marshes. But which part, you idiots? The man scribbled in his scrapbook. You should know him better than that by now. Clock is ticking. We have reason to believe that Nora Ray is still alive, Special Agent McCormack announced, as he had announced once before, and we're going to bring her home to her family. Don't make promises you can't keep, the man wrote, but finally he was wrong. The last article in an overstuffed scrapbook, July 27, 2000, Nora Ray Watts is pulled half-naked from the sucking depths of a Georgia salt marsh. The eco-killer's 8th victim, she's survived 56 hours in 100-degree heat, burning sun, and parching salt by chewing cord grass and coating herself in protective mud. Now a newspaper photo shows her exuberantly, vibrantly, triumphantly alive as the Coast Guard chopper lifts her up into the blue, blue sky. The police have finally learned the game. They have finally won. Last page of the scrapbook now. No news articles, no photos, no evening news transcripts. In the last page of the scrapbook, the man wrote only 4 neatly printed words. What if I'm wrong? Then he underlined them. The year 2000 finally ended. Nora Ray Watts lived, and the eco-killer never struck again. Summers came, summers went. Heat waves rolled through Georgia and lambasted the good residents with spiking temperatures and prickling fear, and nothing happened. 3 years later, the Atlanta Journal-Constitution ran a retrospective. They interviewed Special Agent McCormack about the 7 unsolved homicides, the 3 summers of crippling fear. He simply said, "Our investigation is ongoing." The man didn't save that article. Instead, he crumpled it up and threw it into the trash. Then he drank long and heavily deep into the night. It's over, he thought. It's over, I'm safe, and it's as simple as that. But he already knew in his heart that he was wrong. For some things, it's never a matter of if, but only a matter of when. Chapter 1. Quantico, Virginia. 30:59 p.m. temperature, 95 degrees. God, it's hot. Cacti couldn't take this kind of heat. Desert rock couldn't take this kind of heat. I'm telling you, this is what happened right before dinosaurs disappeared from the earth. No response. You really think orange is my color? The driver tried again. Really is a strong word. Well, not everyone can make a statement in purple plaid. True. Man, oh man, is this heat killing me. The driver, new agent Alyssa Sampson, had had enough. She tugged futilely on her 1970s polyester suit, smacked the steering wheel with the palm of her hand, then blew out an exasperated breath. It was 95 outside, probably 110 inside the Bucar. Not great weather for polyester suits, for that matter. It didn't work wonders for bulletproof vests. Alyssa's suit bled bright orange stains under her arms. New agent Kimberly Quincy's own mothball-scented pink and purple plaid suit didn't look much better. Outside the car, the street was quiet. Nothing happening at billiards. Nothing happening at City Pawn. Nothing happening at the pastime bar. Delhi minute ticked into minute, seconds came and went. As slowly as the bead of sweat trickling down Kimberly's cheek above her head, still fastened to the roof, but ready to go at any minute, was her M16. Here's something they never tell you about the disco age, Alyssa muttered beside her. Polyester doesn't breathe, God? Is this thing going to happen? Or what? Alyssa was definitely nervous. A forensic accountant before joining the bureau, she was highly valued for her deep-seated love of all things spreadsheet. Give Alyssa a computer and she was in hog heaven. This, however, wasn't a backroom gig. This was front-line duty. In theory, at any time now, a black vehicle bearing a 210-pound heavily armed suspected arms dealer was going to appear. He might or might not be alone in the car. Kimberly, Alyssa, and 3 other agents had orders to halt the vehicle and arrest everyone in sight. Phil Lehane, a former New York cop, and the one with the most street experience, was leading the operation. Tom Squire and Peter Vince were in the first of the 2 backup vehicles. Alyssa and Kimberly were in the second backup. Kimberly and Tom, being above-average marksmen, had cover duty with the rifles. Alyssa and Peter were in charge of tactical driving, plus had handguns for cover. In consummate FBI style, they had not only planned and dressed for this arrest, but they had practiced it in advance during the initial run-through. However, Alyssa had tripped when getting out of the car and had landed on her face. Her upper lip was still swollen, and there were flecks of blood on the right-hand corner of her mouth. Her wounds were superficial. Her anxiety, however, now went bone-deep. "This is taking too long," she was muttering. "I thought he was supposed to appear at the bank at 4. It's 4:10. I don't think he's coming. People run late. They do this just to mess with our minds. Aren't you boiling?" Kimberly finally looked at her partner. When Alyssa was nervous, she babbled. When Kimberly was nervous, she grew clipped and curt. These days, she was clipped and curt most of the time. "The guy will show up when the guy shows up. Now, chill out." Alyssa thinned her lips. For a second, something flared in her bright blue eyes. Anger, hurt, embarrassment. It was hard to be sure. Kimberly was another woman in the male-run world of the Bureau, so criticism coming from her was akin to blasphemy. They were supposed to stick together. Girl power, the Yaya sisterhood, and all that crap. Kimberly went back to gazing at the street. Now she was angry, too. Damn. Double damn shit. The radio on the dash suddenly crackled to life. Alyssa swooped up the receiver without bothering to hide her relief. Phil Lehane's voice was hushed but steady. "This is Vehicle A Target now in sight, climbing into his vehicle. Ready, Vehicle B. Ready, Vehicle C." Alyssa clicked the receiver. "Ready, willing, and able. We go on 3. 1, 2, 3. The first siren exploded across the hot, sweltering street, and even though Kimberly had been expecting the noise, she still flinched in her seat. "Easy," Alyssa said dryly, then fired the Bucar to life. A blast of hot air promptly burst from the vents into their faces, but now both were too grim to notice. Kimberly reached for her rifle. Alyssa's foot hovered above the gas. The siren screamed closer. "Not yet! Not yet! FBI, stop your vehicle!" Lehane's voice blared over a bullhorn 2 blocks away as he drove the suspect closer to their side street. Their target had a penchant for armor-plated Mercedes and grenade launchers. In theory, they were going to arrest him while he was out running errands, hopefully catching him off guard and relatively unarmed. "In theory, stop your vehicle," Lehane commanded again. Apparently, however, the target didn't feel like playing nice today. Far from hearing the screech of brakes, Alyssa and Kimberly caught the sound of a gunning engine. Alyssa's foot lowered farther toward the gas. Passing the movie theater, new agent Lehane barked over the radio, "Suspect heading toward the pharmacy." "Ready! Go!" Alyssa slammed the gas, and their dark blue Bucar shot forward into the empty street. A sleek black blur appeared immediately to their left. Alyssa hit the brakes, swinging the back end of their car around until they were pointed down the street at a 45-degree angle. Simultaneously, another Bucar appeared on their right, blocking that lane. Kimberly now had a full view of a beautiful silver grille gunning down on them with a proud Mercedes logo. She popped open the passenger's door while simultaneously releasing her seatbelt, then hefted her rifle to her shoulder and aimed for the front tire. Her finger tightened on the trigger. The suspect finally hit his brakes. A short screech, the smell of burning rubber. Then the car stopped just 15 feet away. "FBI, hands on your head, hands on your head!" Lehane pulled in behind the Mercedes, shouting into the bullhorn with commanding fury. He kicked open his door, fit his handgun into the opening made between the window frame and the door, and drew a bead on the stopped car. No hands left for the bullhorn now. He let his voice do the work for him. "Driver, hands on your head. Driver, reach over with your left hand and lower your windows." The black sedan didn't move. No doors opening, no black-tinted windows rolling down, not a good sign. Kimberly adjusted her left hand on the stock of the rifle and shrugged off the rest of her seatbelt. She kept her feet in the car, as feet could become targets. She kept her head and shoulders inside the vehicle as well. On a good day, all you wanted the felon to see was the long black barrel of your gun. She didn't know if this was a good day yet. A fresh drop of sweat teared up on Kimberly's brow and made a slow, wet path down the plane of her cheek. "Driver, put your hands up," Lehane ordered again. "Driver, using your left hand, lower all 4 windows." The driver's side window finally glided down. From this angle, Kimberly could just make out the silhouette of the driver's head as fresh daylight surrounded him in a halo. It appeared that his hands were held in the air as ordered. She eased her grip slightly on her rifle. "Driver, using your left hand, remove the key from the ignition." Lehane was making the guy use his left hand simply to work the law of averages. Most people were right-handed, so they wanted to keep that arm in sight at all times. Next, the driver would be instructed to drop the car key out the open window, then open the car door, all with his left hand. Then he would be ordered to step slowly out of the car, keeping both hands up at all times. He would slowly pivot 360 degrees so they could visually inspect his form for weapons. If he was wearing a jacket, he would be asked to hold it open so they could see beneath his coat. Finally, he would be ordered to walk toward them with his hands on his head, turn, drop to his knees, cross his ankles, and sit back on his heels. At that time, they would finally move forward and take their suspect into custody. Unfortunately, the driver didn't seem to know the theories behind a proper felony vehicle stop. He still didn't lower his hands, but neither did he reach for the key in the ignition. "Quincy?" Lehane's voice crackled over the radio. "I can see the driver," Kimberly reported back, gazing through the rifle sight. "I can't make out the passenger side, however. Tinted windshields too dark. Squire?" Tom Squire had cover duty from Vehicle B, parked 20 feet to the right of Kimberly. I think there might be someone in the back again. Hard to tell with the windows. Driver, using your left hand, remove the key from the ignition." Lehane repeated his command, his voice louder now, but still controlled. The goal was to remain patient. Make the driver come to you. Do not relinquish control. Was it Kimberly's imagination, or was the vehicle now slowly rocking up and down? Someone was moving around. "Driver, this is the FBI. Remove the key from the ignition." "Shit, shit, shit," Alyssa murmured beside Kimberly. She was sweating hard, streams of moisture pouring down her face. Leaning half out of the car, she had her Glock .40 positioned in the crack between the roof of their vehicle and the open door. Her right arm was visibly shaking, however. For the first time, Kimberly noticed that Alyssa hadn't fully removed her seatbelt. Half of it was still tangled around her left arm. "Driver," the driver's left hand finally moved. Alyssa exhaled forcefully, and in the next instant, everything went to shit. Kimberly saw it first. "Gun! Backseat, driver's side, pop, pop, pop!" Red mushroomed across their front windshield. Kimberly ducked and dove out of the vehicle for the shelter of her car door. She came up fast and spread cover fire above the top of her window. "More pop, pop, pop! Reloading rifle," she yelled into the radio. Vince reloading handgun, taking heavy fire from the right back seat passenger window. "Alyssa," Kimberly called out. "Cover us!" Kimberly turned toward her partner, frantically cramming fresh rounds into the magazine, then realized for the first time that Alyssa was no longer to be seen. "Alyssa?" She stretched across the front seats. New agent Alyssa Sampson was now on the asphalt, a dark red stain spreading across her cheap orange suit. "Agent down? Agent down?" Kimberly cried. Another pop, and the asphalt exploded 2 inches from Alyssa's leg. "Damn," Alyssa moaned. "Oh, damn, that hurts." "Where are those rifles?" Lehane yelled. Kimberly shot back up, saw the doors of the Mercedes were now swung open for cover, and bright, vivid colors were literally exploding in all directions. Oh, things had gone definitely foobar now. "Rifles?" Lehane yelled again. Kimberly hastily scrambled back to her side and got her rifle between the crack of the car door. She was frantically trying to recall protocol. Apprehension was still the goal. But they were under heavy fire. Possible loss of agent life. Fuck it. She started firing at anything that moved near the Mercedes. Another pop. Her car door exploded purple, and she reflexively yelped and ducked. Another pop, and the pavement mushroomed yellow 1 inch from her exposed feet. Shit. Kimberly darted up, opened fire, then dropped back behind the door. "Quincy, rifle reloading," she yelled into the radio, her hands shaking so badly now with adrenaline that she fumbled the release and had to do it twice. "Come on, Kimberly! Breathe! They needed to regain control of the situation. She couldn't get the damn rounds into the magazine. Breathe, breathe, breathe! Hold it together!" A movement caught the corner of her eye. The car, the black sedan doors still open, was now rolling forward. She grabbed her radio, dropped it, grabbed it again, and yelled, "Get the wheels! Get the wheels!" Squire and Lehane either heard her or got it on their own, because the next round of gunfire splattered the pavement and the sedan came to an awkward halt just 1 foot from Kimberly's car. She looked up, caught the startled gaze of the man in the driver's seat. He bolted from the vehicle. She leapt out from behind her car door after him. And a moment later, pain, brilliant and hot pink, exploded across her lower spine. New agent Kimberly Quincy went down. She did not get up again. Well, that was an exercise in stupidity, FBI Supervisor Mark Watson exclaimed 15 minutes later. The vehicle stop drill was over. The 5 new agents had returned, paint-splattered, overheated, and technically half dead to the gathering site on Hogan's Alley. They now had the honor of being thoroughly dressed down in front of their 38 fellow classmates. First mistake, anyone? Alyssa didn't get her seatbelt off. Yeah, she unfastened the clasp, but didn't pull it back. Then when it came time for action, Alyssa hung her head. I got a little tangled, went to undo it, popped up and got shot in the shoulder. That's why we practice. Problem number 2. Kimberly didn't back up her partner. Watson's eyes lit up. A former Denver cop before joining the Bureau 10 years ago, this was one of his favorite topics. Yes, Kimberly and her partner. Let's discuss that, Kimberly. Why didn't you notice that Alyssa hadn't undone her seatbelt? I did, Kimberly protested. But then the car and the guns, it all happened so fast. Yes, it all happened so fast. Epitaph of the dead and untrained look. Being aware of the suspect is good. Being conscious of your role is good. But you also have to be aware of what's right beside you. Your partner overlooked something. That's her mistake, but you didn't catch it for her, and that was your mistake. Then she got hit. Now you're down a man, and that mistake is getting bigger all the time. Plus, what were you doing just leaving her there on the pavement? Lehane was yelling for rifle support. You left a fellow agent exposed. If she wasn't already dead, she certainly was after that. You couldn't drag her back into the car? Kimberly opened her mouth, shut her mouth, wished bitterly, selfishly, that Alyssa could have taken care of herself for a change, then gave up the argument once and for all. Third mistake, Watson demanded crisply. They never controlled the car, another classmate offered up. Exactly. You stopped the suspect's car, but never controlled it. His gaze went to Lehane. When things first went wrong, what should you have done? Lehane visibly squirmed. He fingered the collar of his brown leisure suit, cut 2 sizes too big, and now bearing hot pink and mustard yellow paint on the left shoulder. The paint guns used by the actors in the drills, aka the bad guys, stained everything in sight, hence their Salvation Army wardrobe. The exploding shells also hurt like the dickens, which was why Lehane was holding his left arm protectively against his ribs. For the record, the FBI Academy trainees weren't allowed paint guns but used their real weapons loaded with blanks. The official explanation was that their instructors wanted the trainees to get a feel for their firearms. Likewise, they all wore vests to get used to the weight of body armor. That all sounded well and good, but why not have the actors shoot blanks as well? The students had their theories. The brightly exploding paint shells made getting hit all the more embarrassing. And the pain wasn't something you forgot about any time soon. As Stephen, the class psychologist, dryly pointed out, the Hogan Alley live-action drills were basically classic shock therapy on a whole new scale. Shot out the tires, Lehane said. Now, yes, at least Kimberly eventually thought of that, which brings us to the deadly deed of the day. Watson's gaze swung to Kimberly. She met his look, knew what it meant, and stuck her chin up. She abandoned the cover of her vehicle. The first person said, put down her weapon, went after one suspect before she finished securing the scene, stopped providing cover fire, got killed, maybe she missed her partner. Laughter. Kimberly shot the commentator a thanks-for-nothing glare. Whistler, a big burly former Marine who sounded like he was whistling every time he breathed, smiled back. He'd won deadly deed of the day yesterday when, during a bank robbery of the Bank of Hogan, he went to shoot a robber and hit the teller instead. I got a little lost in the moment, Kimberly said curtly. You got killed, Watson corrected flatly, merely paralyzed. That earned her another droll look. Secure the vehicle first, control the situation, then give pursuit. He'd be gone. But you would have the car, which is evidence you'd have his cohorts to flip on him, and best of all, you'd still be alive. A bird in the hand, Kimberly. A bird in the hand. Watson gave her one last stern look, then opened up his lecture to the rest of the class. Remember, people, in the heat of the moment, you have to stay in control. That means falling back on your training and the endless drills we're making you do here. Hogan's Alley is about learning good judgment. Taking the high-risk shot in the middle of a bank holdup is not good judgment. Whistler got a look, and leaving the cover of your vehicle and your fellow agents to pursue one suspect on foot is not good judgment. A fresh glance at Kimberly, like she needed it. Remember your training, be smart, stay controlled. That will keep you alive. He glanced at his watch, then clapped his hands. All right, people, 5 o'clock. That's a wrap. For God's sake, go wash all that paint off. And remember, folks, as long as it remains this hot, drink plenty of water. Chapter 2. Quantico, Virginia, 5:22 p.m. Temperature 94 degrees, 20 minutes later. Kimberly stood blessedly alone in her small Washington Hall dorm room. Given this afternoon's debacle, she'd thought she'd have a good cry. She now discovered that as of week 9 of the Academy's 16-week program, she was officially too tired for tears. Instead, she stood naked in the middle of the tiny dorm room. She was staring at her reflection in a full-length mirror, not quite believing what she saw. The sound of running water came from her right. Her roommate Lucy, fresh off the PT course, was showering in the bathroom. They shared with 2 other classmates. Behind her came the sounds of gunfire and the occasional exploding artillery. The FBI Academy and National Academy classes were done for the day, but Quantico remained a busy place. The Marines conducted basic training just down the road. The DEA ran various exercises at any given time on the sprawling 385-acre grounds. Someone was probably shooting something. When Kimberly had first arrived here back in May, first stepped off the Daffray shuttle bus, she'd inhaled the scent of cordite mixed with fresh-cut lawn and thought she'd never smelled anything quite so nice. The academy seemed beautiful to her, and surprisingly inconspicuous. The sprawling collection of 13 oversized beige brick buildings looked like any kind of 1970s institution. A community college, maybe, or government offices. The buildings were ordinary. Inside wasn't much different. A serviceable blue-gray carpet ran as far as the eye could see. Walls were painted bone white. Furniture was sparse and functional, low-slung orange chairs, short, easily assembled oak tables and desks. The academy had officially opened its doors in 1972, and the joke was the decorating hadn't changed much since. The complex, however, was inviting. The Jefferson dormitory, where visitors checked in, boasted beautiful wood trim as well as a glass-enclosed atrium, perfect for indoor barbecues. Over a dozen long, smoked glass corridors connected each building and made it seem as if you were walking through the lush green grounds instead of remaining indoors. Courtyards popped up everywhere, complete with flowering trees, wrought iron benches, and flagstone patios. On sunny days, trainees could race woodchucks, rabbits, and squirrels to class as the animals bounded across the rolling lawns. At dusk, the glowing amber eyes of deer, foxes, and raccoons appeared in the fringes of the forest, peering at the buildings with the same intensity the students used to stare back. One day, around week 3, as Kimberly was strolling down a glass-enclosed corridor, she turned her head to admire a white flowering dogwood, and a thick black snake suddenly appeared among the branches and dropped to the patio below. In the good news department, she hadn't screamed. One of her classmates, a former Navy man, however, had just startled, he told them all sheepishly. Honestly, just startled, of course. They had all screamed a time or two since. The instructors would have been disappointed otherwise. Kimberly returned her attention to the full-length mirror and the mess that was her body now reflected there. Her right shoulder was dark purple, her left thigh yellow and green. Her rib cage was bruised, both her shins were black and blue, and the right side of her face from yesterday's shotgun training looked like someone had gone after her with a meat mallet. She turned around and gazed at the fresh bruise already forming on her lower back. It would go nicely with the giant red matte burn running up the back of her right thigh. 9 weeks ago, her 5'6" frame had been 115 pounds of muscle and sinew as a lifelong workout junkie. She'd been fit, trim, and ready to breeze through physical training. Armed with a master's degree in criminology, shooting since she was 12 and hanging out with FBI agents, basically her father, all of her life, she'd strode through the academy's broad glass doors like she owned the joint. Kimberly Quincy has arrived, and she's still pissed off about September 11th, so all you bad people out there, drop your weapons and cower. That had been 9 weeks ago now, on the other hand. She'd definitely lost badly needed weight. Her eyes held dark shadows, her cheeks were hollowed out, her limbs looked too thin to bear her own weight. She looked like a washed-out version of her former self, bruises on the outside to match the bruises on the inside. She couldn't stand the sight of her own body. She couldn't seem to look away. Inside the bathroom, the water shut off with a rusty clank. Lucy would be out soon. Kimberly raised her hand to the mirror. She traced the line of her bruised shoulder, the glass cool and hard against her fingertips. And unbidden, she remembered something she hadn't thought of for 6 years now. Her mother, Elizabeth Quincy, dark, softly curling brown hair, fine patrician features, her favorite ivory silk blouse. Her mother was smiling at her, looking troubled, looking sad, looking torn. "I just want you to be happy, Kimberly." Oh, God, if only you weren't so much like your father. Kimberly's fingers remained on the mirrored glass. She closed her eyes, however, for there were some things that even after all these years she still could not take. Another sound from the bathroom, Lucy raking shut the curtain. Kimberly opened her eyes. She moved hastily to the bed and grabbed her clothes. Her hands were trembling. Her shoulder ached. She pulled on FBI-issued nylon running shorts and a light blue t-shirt. 6 o'clock. Her classmates would be going to dinner. Kimberly went to train. Kimberly had arrived at the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia, the 3rd week of May as part of NAC 0305, meaning her class was the 5th new agent class to start in the year 2003. Like most of her classmates, Kimberly had dreamt about becoming an FBI agent for most of her life. To say she was excited to be accepted would be a little bit of an understatement. The Academy accepted only 6% of applicants, a lower acceptance rate than even Harvard's, so Kimberly had been more like giddy, awestruck, thrilled, flabbergasted, nervous, fearful, and amazed all in various turns. For 24 hours, she'd kept the news to herself, her own special secret, her own special day. After all the years of educating and training and trying and wanting, she'd taken her acceptance letter, gone to Central Park, and just sat there watching a parade of New Yorkers walk by while wearing a silly grin on her face. Day 2, she'd called her father. He'd said, "That's wonderful, Kimberly," in that quiet, controlled voice of his, and she'd babbled for no good reason. "I don't need anything. I'm all set to go, really. I'm fine." He'd invited her to dinner with him and his partner, Rainey Connor. Kimberly had declined. Instead, she'd sheared off her long, dirty blonde hair and clipped down her fingernails. Then she'd driven 5 hours to the Arlington National Cemetery, where she sat in silence amid the sea of white crosses. Arlington always smelled like a freshly mowed lawn, green, sunny, and bright. Not many people knew that, but Kimberly did. Arriving at the academy 3 weeks later was a lot like arriving at summer camp. All new agents were bundled into the Jefferson dormitory where supervisors rattled off names and crossed off lists, while the new trainees clutched their travel bags and pretended to be much cooler and calmer than they really felt. Kimberly was summarily handed a bundle of thin white linens and an orange coverlet to serve as her bedding. She also received one threadbare white towel and one equally threadbare washcloth. New agent trainees made their own beds, she was informed, and when she wanted fresh sheets, she was to pack up the old bunch and go to the linen exchange. She was then given a student handbook detailing all the various rules governing life at the academy. The handbook was 24 pages long. Next, stop the PX, where, for the bargain basement price of $325, Kimberly purchased her new agent uniform tan cargo pants, tan belt, and a navy blue polo shirt bearing the FBI Academy logo on the left breast. Like the rest of her classmates, Kimberly purchased an official FBI Academy lanyard from which she hung her ID badge. ID badges were important at the Academy. She learned, for one thing, wearing ID at all times kept students from being summarily arrested by security and thrown out. For another thing, it entitled her to free food in the cafeteria. New agents must be in uniform Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. They learned after 4:30. However, everyone magically returned to being mere mortals and thus could wear street clothes excluding sandals, tube tops, or tank tops. This was, after all, the academy. Handguns were not permitted on academy grounds. Instead, Kimberly checked her Glock 40 into the weapons management facility vault. In return, she received what the new agents fondly referred to as a Crayola gun, or red handle, a red plastic gun of approximately the same weight and size as a Glock. New agents were required to wear the Crayolas at all times along with fake handcuffs. In theory, this helped them grow accustomed to the weight and feel of wearing a handgun. Kimberly despised her red handle. It seemed childish and silly to her. She wanted her Glock back. On the other hand, the various accountants, lawyers, and psychologists in her class, who had zero firearms experience, loved the things. They could knock them off their belts, drop them in the halls, and sit on them without shooting themselves or anyone else in the ass. One day, Gene Eves had been gesturing so wildly, he whacked his Crayola halfway across the room where it hit another new agent on the head. Definitely, the first few weeks, it was a good idea that not everyone in the class was armed. Kimberly still wanted her Glock back. Once piled high with linens, uniforms, and toy handguns, the new agent trainees returned to the dorms to meet their roommates. Everyone started out in the Madison and Washington dormitories, 2 people to a room, and 2 rooms sharing a bath. The rooms were small but functional, 2 single beds, 2 small oak desks, 1 big bookshelf. Each bathroom, painted vivid blue for reasons known only to the janitor, had a small sink and a shower. No tub. By week 4, when everyone's bruised and battered bodies were desperate for a long, hot soak, several agents rented hotel rooms in neighboring Stafford purely for the bathtubs. Seriously, Kimberly's roommate, Lucy Daubers, was a 36-year-old former trial lawyer who'd had her own $2,000 a month Boston brownstone. She'd taken one look at their Spartan quarters that first day and groaned, "Oh my God, what have I done?" Kimberly had the distinct impression that Lucy would kill for a nice glass of Chardonnay at the end of the day. She also missed her 5-year-old son horribly. In the good news department, especially for new agents who didn't share particularly well say, perhaps, Kimberly, somewhere around week 12, new agents became eligible for private rooms in the Hilton, the Jefferson dormitory. These rooms were not only slightly bigger, but entitled you to your very own bathroom. Pure heaven, assuming you survived until week 12. 3 of Kimberly's classmates already hadn't. In theory, the FBI Academy had abandoned its earlier boot camp ways for a kinder, gentler program. Recognizing how expensive it was to recruit good agents, the Bureau now treated the FBI Academy as the final training stage for selected agents, rather than as a last opportunity to winnow out the weak. That was in theory. In reality, testing started week 1. Can you run 2 miles in less than 16 minutes? Can you do 50 push-ups in 1 minute? Can you do 60 sit-ups? The shuttle run must be completed in 24 seconds. The 50-foot rope must be climbed in 45 seconds. The new agent trainees ran. They trained, they suffered through body fat testing, and they prayed to fix their individual weaknesses, whether that was the shuttle run or the rope climb or the 50 push-ups, in order to pass the 3 cycles of fitness tests. Then came the academics program classes in white-collar crime, profiling, civil rights, foreign counterintelligence, organized crime and drug cases, lessons in interrogation, arrest tactics, driving maneuvers, undercover work, and computers, lecture series on criminology, legal rights, forensic science, ethics, and FBI history. Some of it was interesting, some of it was excruciating, and all of it was tested 3 times over the course of the 16 weeks. And no mundane high school scale here, it took a score of 85% or higher to pass. Anything less, you failed. Fail once, you had an opportunity for a makeup test. Fail twice, you were recycled, dropped back to the next class. Recycled, it sounded so innocuous, like some PC sports program. There are no winners or losers here. You're just recycled. Recycling mattered. New agents feared it, dreaded it, had nightmares about it. It was the ominous word whispered in the halls. It was the secret terror that kept them going up over the towering Marine training wall. Even now that it was week 9 and everyone was sleeping less and less while being pushed more and more, and the drills were harder and the expectations higher, and each day, every day, someone was going to get awarded the deadly deed of the day. Besides the physical training and academics, new agents worked on firearms. Kimberly had thought she'd have the advantage there. She'd been taking lessons with a Glock 44 for the past 10 years. She was comfortable with guns and a damn good shot. Except firearms training didn't involve just standing and firing at a paper target. They also practiced firing from the sitting position as if surprised at a desk. Then there were running drills, belly-crawling drills, night-firing drills, and elaborate rituals where they started out on their bellies, then got up and ran, then dropped down, then ran more, then stood and fired. You fired right-handed, you fired left-handed, you reloaded and reloaded and reloaded, and you didn't just use a handgun. Kimberly got her first experience with an M16 rifle. Then she fired over 1,000 rounds from a Remington Model 870 shotgun with a recoil that nearly crushed her right cheek and shattered her shoulder. Then she expelled over 100 rounds from a Heckler & Koch MP5 10 submachine gun, though that at least had been kind of fun. Now they had Hogan's Alley where they practiced elaborate scenarios, and only the actors actually knew what was going to happen next. Kimberly's traditional anxiety dreams, leaving the house naked, suddenly being in a classroom, taking a pop quiz, had once been in black and white. Since Hogan's Alley, they had taken on vivid, violent color. Hot pink classrooms, mustard yellow streets, pop quizzes splashed with purple and green paint, herself running down long, endless tunnels of exploding orange, pink, purple, blue, yellow, black, and green. She awoke some nights biting back weary screams. Other nights she simply lay there and felt her right shoulder throb. Sometimes she could tell that Lucy was awake, too. They didn't talk those nights. They just lay in the dark and gave each other the space to hurt. Then at 6 a.m. they both got up and went through it all over again. 9 weeks down, 7 to go. Show no weakness. Give no quarter. Endure. Kimberly wanted so desperately to make it. She was strong, Kimberly, with cool blue eyes just like her father's. She was smart, Kimberly, with her B.A. in psychology at 21 and her master's in criminology at 22. She was driven, Kimberly, determined to get on with her life, even after what happened to her mother and sister. She was infamous, Kimberly, the youngest member of her class and the one everyone whispered about in the halls.
You know who her father is, don't you?
What a shame about her family. I heard the killer nearly got her, too. She gunned him down in cold blood. Kimberly's classmates took lots of notes in their eagerly awaited profiling class. Kimberly took none at all. She arrived downstairs. Up ahead in the hall, she could see a cluster of green shirts chatting and laughing National Academy students, done for the day and no doubt heading to the boardroom for cold beer. Then came the cluster of blue shirts, talking up a storm. Fellow new agent trainees, also done for the day and now off to grab a quick bite in the cafeteria before hitting the books or the PT course or the gym. Maybe they were mentoring each other, swapping a former lawyer's legal expertise for a former Marine's firearms training. New agents were always willing to help one another, if you let them. Kimberly pushed her way through the outside doors. The heat slammed into her like a blow. She made a beeline for the relative shade of the Academy's wooded PT course and started running. Pain, agony, hurt, the signs read on the trees next to the path. Suck it in. Love it. I do, Kimberly gasped. Her aching body protested. Her chest tightened with pain. She kept on running. When all else failed, keep moving one foot in front of another, new pain layering on top of the old. Kimberly knew this lesson well. She had learned it 6 years ago when her sister was dead. Her mother was murdered, and she stood in a Portland, Oregon hotel room with the barrel of a gun pressed against her forehead like a lover's kiss. Chapter 3. Fredericksburg, Virginia, 6:45 p.m. Temperature, 92 degrees, 20-year. Old Tina Cranhad just stepped out the front door of her stifling hot apartment when the phone rang. Tina sighed, doubled back into the kitchen and answered with an impatient hello while using her other hand to wipe the sweat from the back of her neck. God, this heat was unbearable. The humidity level had picked up on Sunday and hadn't done a thing to improve since. Now, fresh out of the shower, Tina's thin green sundress was already plastered to her body while she could feel fresh dewdrops of moisture trickle stickily down between her breasts. She and her roommate Betsy had agreed half an hour ago to go any place with air conditioning. Betsy had made it to the car, Tina had made it to the door, and now this, her mother was on the other end of the line. Tina promptly winced. "Hey, Ma," she tried with forced enthusiasm. "How are you?" Her gaze went to the front door. She willed Betsy to reappear so she could signal she needed a minute longer. "No such luck." Tina tapped her foot anxiously and was happy her mother was 1,000 miles away in Minnesota and couldn't see her guilty expression. "Well, actually, I'm running out the door. Yeah, it's Tuesday. Just the time zones are different, Ma, not the days that earned her a sharp rebuke." She grabbed a napkin from the kitchen table, swiped it across her forehead, then shook her head when it immediately became soaking wet. She patted her upper lip. "Of course I have class tomorrow. We weren't planning on drinking ourselves silly, Ma. In fact, Tina rarely drank anything stronger than iced tea, not that her mom believed her. Tina had gone away to college, egads, which Tina's mother seemed to equate with choosing a life of sin. There was alcohol on college campuses, you know, and fornication. "I don't know where we're going, Ma. Just out. It's like a gazillion degrees this week. We gotta find someplace with air conditioning before we spontaneously combust."
Lord, did they?
Her mother was instantly concerned. Tina held up a hand, trying to cut off the tirade before it got started. "No, I didn't mean that literally. No, really, Ma, I'm all right. It's just hot. I can handle some heat. But summer school is going great. Work is fine." Her mother's voice grew sharper. "I only work 20 hours a week. Of course I'm focusing on my studies. Really, honestly, everything's fine, I swear it." The last 3 words came out a smidgen too high. Tina winced again. What was it with mothers and their internal radars? Tina should have quit while she was ahead. She grabbed another napkin and blotted her whole face. Now she was no longer sure if the moisture was solely from the heat or from nerves. "No, I'm not seeing anyone, that much was true. We broke up, Ma, last month. I told you about it, kind of. No, I'm not pining away. I'm young. I'll survive. At least that's what Betsy, Vivian, and Karen told her." Ma, she couldn't get in a word. Ma, her mother, was still going strong. Men are evil. Tina was too young to date. Now was the time to focus on school. And her family, of course. You must never forget your roots. Ma, her mother, was reaching her crescendo. "Why don't you just come home? You don't come home enough. What are you ashamed of me?" There's nothing wrong with being a secretary, you know. Not all young ladies get the wonderful opportunity to go off to college, Ma.
Listen, I gotta run. Silence. Now she was in trouble. Worse than her mother's lectures was her mother's silence. "Betsy's out in the car." Tina tried. "But I love you, Ma. I'll call you tomorrow night, I promise." She wouldn't. They both knew it. "Well, if anything, I'll call you by the weekend." That was more like it on the other end of the phone. Her mother sighed. Maybe she was mollified. Maybe she was still hurt with her. It was always hard to know.
Tina's father had walked out when she was 3. Her mother had been going at it alone ever since. And yeah, she was bossy and anxious and downright dictatorial on occasion, but she also worked ferociously to get her only daughter into college. She tried hard, worked hard, loved hard, and Tina knew that more than anything in the world, her mother worried it still wouldn't be enough. Tina cradled the phone closer to her damp ear. For a moment in the silence, she was tempted. But then her mother sighed again, and the moment passed. "Love you," Tina said, her voice softer than she intended. "Gotta run, talk to you soon. Bye." Tina dropped the phone back on the receiver before she changed her mind, grabbed her oversized canvas bag, and headed out the door. Outside, Betsy sat in her cute little Saab convertible, her face also shiny with sweat and gazing at her questioningly. "Ma," Tina explained and plunked her bag in the back seat. "Oh, you didn't?" "Not yet." Coward. Totally. Tina didn't bother opening the passenger side door. Instead, she perched her rump up on the edge of the car, then slid down into the deep beige leather seat, her long legs stuck up in the air, ridiculously high brown cork sandals, hot pink toenails, a small red ladybug tattoo her mother didn't know about yet. "Help me, I'm melting," Tina told her friend in a dramatic voice as she threw the back of her hand against her forehead. Betsy finally smiled and put the car into gear. "Tomorrow it's supposed to be even hotter. By Friday we'll probably break 100. God, just kill me now." Tina straightened up, self-consciously checked the knot holding her heavy blonde hair, and then fastened her seatbelt, ready for action. In spite of her light-hearted tone, however, her expression was too somber, the light gone out of her blue eyes and replaced now by 4 weeks of worry. "Hey, Tina," Betsy said after a moment. "It's going to be all right." Tina forced herself to turn around. She picked up Betsy's hand. "Buddy system?" she asked softly. Betsy smiled at her, always. The sun setting was one of the most beautiful sights in the world to him. The sky glowed amber, rose, and peach, firing the horizon with dying embers of sunlight. Color washed across the clouds like strokes of an artist's brush, feathering white cumulus billows with iridescent hues from gold to purple to finally inevitably black. He had always liked sunsets. He remembered his mother bringing him and his brother out to the front porch of the rickety shack every evening after dinner. They would lean against the railing and watch the sun sink behind the distant rim of mountains. No words were spoken. They learned the reverent hush at an early age. This was his mother's moment, a form of religion for her. She would stand alone in the western corner of the porch watching the sun descend, and for a brief moment, the lines would soften in her face. Her lips would curve into a slight smile. Her shoulders would relax. The sun would slip beneath the horizon, and his mother would sigh long and deep. Then the moment would end. His mother's shoulders would return to bunched-up tension, the worry lines adding 10 years to her face. She would usher them back into the house and return to her chores. He and his brother would do their best to help her, all of them careful not to make too much noise. It wasn't until he was much older, nearly an adult, that the man wondered about these moments with his mom. What did it say about her life that she relaxed only when the sun eased down and signaled the end of the day? What did it mean that the only time she seemed happy was when daylight drew its last gasping breath? His mother had died before he could ask her these questions. Some things, he supposed, were for the best. The man walked back into his hotel room. Though he'd paid for the night, he planned on leaving in the next half hour. He wouldn't miss this place. He didn't like structures built out of cement or mass-produced rooms with only one window. These were dead places, the modern-day version of tombs, and the fact that Americans were willing to pay good money to sleep in these cheaply constructed coffins defied his imagination. He worried sometimes that the very fakeness of a room like this, with its garish comforter, particle board furniture, and carpet made with petroleum-based fibers, would penetrate his skin, get into his bloodstream, and he'd wake up one morning craving a Big Mac. The thought frightened him. He had to take a moment to draw deep breaths. Not a good idea. The air was foul, rank with fiberglass insulation and plastic ficus trees. He rubbed his temples furiously and knew he needed to leave more quickly. His clothes were packed in his duffel bag. He had just one thing left to check. He wrapped his hand in one of the bathroom towels, reached with his covered hand beneath the bed, and slowly pulled out the brown attach. Case. It looked like any other business briefcase, maybe full of spreadsheets and pocket calculators and personal electronic devices. His, however, wasn't. His carried a dart gun currently broken down, but easy to reassemble in the field. He checked the inside pocket of the attach case, pulled out the metal box, and counted the darts inside. 1 dozen hits, preloaded with 550 milligrams of ketamine. He had prepared each dart just this morning. He returned the metal box and pulled out 2 rolls of duct tape, heavy duty, followed by a plain brown paper bag filled with nails. Beside the duct tape and nails, he kept a small glass bottle of chloral hydrate, a backup drug which thankfully he'd never had to use. Next to the chloral hydrate, he had a special insulated water bottle he'd been keeping in the minibar freezer until just 15 minutes ago. The outside of the container froze, helping keep the contents cool. That was important. Ativan crystallized, if not kept refrigerated. He felt the bottle again. It was ice-cold good. This was his first time using this system, and he was a little nervous. The plastic drinking bottle seemed to do the trick, though. The things you could buy for $4.99 from Walmart. The man took a deep breath. He was trying to remember if he needed anything else. It had been a while. Truth be told, he was nervous. Lately, he'd been struggling a bit with dates. Things that happened a long time ago seemed bright as day, whereas yesterday's events took on a hazy, dreamlike quality. Yesterday, when he had arrived here 3 years ago, blazed in his mind with vivid Technicolor detail. This morning, however, things already started to fade and curl at the edges. He was worried that if he waited much longer, he'd lose the memories altogether. They'd disappear into the black void with his other thoughts, his non-flaming thoughts, and he'd be left sitting at the edges again, waiting helplessly for something, anything, to float to the top. Crackers, saltines, and water. Gallon jugs, several of them. That's right. He had these things in the van. He'd gotten them yesterday, also from Walmart, or maybe it had been Kmart now. See, that detail had disappeared, slipped into the pit. What was he supposed to do yesterday? He'd bought things, supplies at a very big store. Well, what could the name matter anyway? He'd paid cash, right, and burned the receipt. Of course he had. Even if his memory played tricks on him, it was no excuse for stupidity. His father had always been adamant on that point. The world was run by dumbfuck idiots who couldn't find their own assholes with a flashlight and 2 hands. His sons, on the other hand, must be better than that. Be strong. Stand tall. Take your punishment like a man. The man finished looking around. He was thinking of fire again, the heat of flames, but it was too soon, so he let that thought go, willed it into the void, though he knew it would never stay. He had his travel bag. He had his attach case. Other supplies in the van room already wiped down with ammonia and water leave no trace of prints. All right, just one last item to grab. In the corner of the room, sitting on the horrible fake carpet, a small rectangular aquarium covered in his own yellow faded sheet. The man slipped the strap of his duffel bag over his shoulder, followed by the strap for his attach case. Then he used both arms to heft up the heavy glass aquarium. The sheet started to slip. From inside the yellow depths came an ominous rattle. "Shh," he murmured. "Not yet, my love, not yet." The man strode into the blood-red dusk, into the stifling, heavy heat, his brain fired to life. More pictures came to his mind: black skirts, high heels, blonde hair, blue eyes, red blouse, bound hands, dark hair, brown eyes, long legs, scratching nails, flashing white teeth. The man loaded up his van, got behind the wheel. At the last minute, his errant memory sparked, and he patted his breast pocket. Yes, he had the ID badge as well. He pulled it out and inspected it one final time. The front of the plastic rectangle was simple enough. In white letters against the blue backdrop, the badge read, "Visitor." He flipped the ID over. The back of the security card was definitely much more interesting. It read, "Property of the FBI." The man clipped the ID badge to his collar. The sun sank. The sky turned from red to purple to black. "Clock ticking," the man murmured. He started to drive. Chapter 4. Stafford, Virginia, 9:34 p.m. Temperature, 89 degrees. "What's up? Sugar, you seem restless tonight. Can't stand the heat." That's a strange comment coming from a man who lives in Hotlanta. I keep meaning to move. Jenny, a tight-bodied redhead with a well-weathered face but genuinely kind eyes, gazed at him speculatively through the blue haze of the smoky bar. "How long have you lived in Georgia, Mac?" she asked over the din. "Since I was a gleam in my daddy's eye." She smiled, shook her head, and stubbed out her cigarette in the glass ashtray. "Then you won't ever move, sugar. Take it from me. You're a Georgian. Stick a fork in you, you're done. You just say that because you're a Texan. Since I was a gleam in my great-great-grandpappy's eyes. Yanks, move around. Honey, we Southerners take root. GBI Special Agent Mac McCormack acknowledged the point with a smile. His gaze was on the front door of the crowded bar again. He was watching the people walk in, unconsciously seeking out young girls traveling in pairs. He should know better on days like this when the temperature topped 90. He didn't. "Sugar," Genny said again. He caught himself, turned back to her, and managed a rueful grin. "Sorry, I swear to you my mother raised me better than this." "Then we'll never let her know. Your meeting didn't go well today, did it? How did you? I'm a police officer too, Mac. Don't dismiss me just because I'm pretty and got a great set of boobs." He opened his mouth to protest, but she cut him off with a wave of her hand, then dug around in her purse until she found a fresh cigarette. He held up a light and she smiled her gratitude, though the lines were a bit tighter around her eyes. For a minute, neither one of them said a word. The bar was hopping tonight. Flesh pressed against flesh, with more people still pouring through the doors. Half of them, of course, were their fellow National Academy classmates, detectives, sheriffs, and even some military police enrolled in Quantico's 11-week course. Still, Mac wouldn't have expected the bar to be this busy on a Tuesday night. People were fleeing their homes, probably trying to escape the heat. He and Jenny had arrived 3 hours ago, early enough to stake out hard-to-find seats. Generally, the National Academy students didn't leave Quantico much. People hung out in the boardroom after hours, drinking beer, swapping war stories, and by 1 or 2 in the morning, praying that their livers wouldn't fail them now. The big joke was that the program had to end week 11 because no one's kidneys could survive week 12. People were restless tonight, though. The unbearable heat and humidity had started moving in on Sunday, and reportedly were working their way to a Friday crescendo. Walking outside was like slogging through a pile of wet towels. In 5 minutes, your t-shirt was plastered to your torso. In 10 minutes, your shorts were glued to your thighs. Inside seemed little better, with the Academy's archaic air conditioning system groaning mightily just to cool things 285. People started bailing from Quantico shortly after 6, desperate for any sort of distraction. Jenny and Mac had followed shortly thereafter. They'd met the first week of training 8 weeks ago. Southerners had to stick together. Jenny had teased him, especially in a class overrun with fast-talking Yanks. Her gaze, however, had been on his broad chest when she'd said this. Mac had merely grinned. At the age of 36, he'd figured out by now that he was a good-looking guy, 6'2", black hair, blue eyes, and deeply tanned skin from a lifetime spent running, cycling, fishing, hunting, hiking, canoeing, etc. You name it, he did it, and he had a younger sister and 9 cousins who accompanied him all the way. You could get into a lot of trouble in a state as diverse as Georgia, and the McCormacks prided themselves on learning each lesson the hard way. The end result was a leanly muscled physique that seemed to appeal to women of all ages. Mac did his best to bear this hardship stoically. It helped a great deal that he was fond of women, a little too fond, according to his exasperated mother, who was dead set on gaining a daughter-in-law and oodles of grandkids. Maybe someday, he supposed. At the moment, however, Mac was completely wedded to his job, and days like this boy, didn't he know it, his gaze returned to the doorway. 2 young girls walked in, followed by another 2. All were chatting happily. He wondered if they would leave that way. Together, alone, with newly met lovers, without which way would be safer man. He hated nights like this. "You gotta let it go," Jenny said. "Let what go?" Whatever's putting lines on that handsome face. Mac tore his gaze away from the door for the second time. He regarded Jenny wryly, then picked up his beer and spun it between his fingers. You ever have one of those cases? The kind that gets beneath your skin, jumps into your brain, and haunts your dreams until 5, 6, 10, 20 years later, you still sometimes wake up screaming. "No, sugar, I wouldn't know a thing about that." She stubbed out her cigarette, then reached in her purse for another. "Sugar." Mac mocked gently. "You're lying through your teeth." He held up a lighter again and watched how her blue eyes appraised him even as she leaned toward his hands and accepted the flame. She sat back. She inhaled. She exhaled, she said abruptly. "All right, pretty boy, there's no dealing with you tonight, so you might as well tell me about your meeting." It never happened, he said readily. Blew you off. For bigger fish, according to Dr. Annunzio, it's now all terrorism all the time. Versus your 5-year-old case, she filled in for him. He grinned crookedly, leaned back, and spread out his darkly bronzed hands. I have 7 dead girls, Genny, 7 little girls who never made it home to their families. It's not their fault they were murdered by a plain vanilla serial killer and not some imported terrorist threat. Battle of the budgets? Absolutely. The behavioral science unit has only one forensic linguist, Dr. Annunzio, but the nation has thousands of wackos writing threats. Apparently letters to the editor are low on the list of priorities. Of course, in my world, these letters are about the only damn lead we have left. National Academy prestige aside, my department didn't send me here for continued education. I'm supposed to meet this man, get his expert input on the only decent lead we have left. I go back to my department without so much as saying boo to the fine doctor, and I can kiss my ass goodbye. You don't care about your ass. It would be easier if I did, Max said, with his first trace of seriousness all night. You ask anyone else in the BSU for help? I've asked anyone who'll give me the time of day in the hall for help. Hell, Jenny, I'm not proud. I just want this guy. You could go independent. Been there, done that, got us nowhere. Jenny considered this while taking another drag from her cigarette. Despite what she might think, Mac hadn't let the great set of boobs fool him. Jenny was a sheriff, ran her own 12-man office in Texas, where girls were still encouraged to become cheerleaders, or better yet, Miss America. In other words, Jenny was tough and smart and experienced. She probably had many of those cases that got under an investigator's skin. And given how hot it had become outside, how hot it would be by the end of the week, Mac would appreciate any insight she could give him. It's been 3 years, she said at last. That's a long time for a serial predator. Maybe your guy wound up in jail on some other charge. It's been known to happen. Could be, Mac acknowledged, though his tone said he wasn't convinced. She accepted that with a nod. Well, how about this, big boy? Maybe he's dead. Hallelujah, and praise the Lord, Mac agreed. His voice still lacked conviction. 6 months ago, he'd been working on buying into that theory. Hell, he'd been looking forward to embracing that theory. Violent felons often led violent lives and came to violent ends. All the better for the taxpayers as far as Mac was concerned. But then 6 months ago, one single letter in the mail. Funny the things that could rock your world. Funny the things that could take a 3-year-old frustrated task force and launch it from low burn, cooling their heels, to high-octane move, now, in 24 hours or less. But he couldn't mention these things to Genny. These were details told only on a need-to-know basis, like why he really wanted to talk to Dr. Annunzio, or why he was really in the great state of Virginia, almost on cue. He felt the vibration at his waist. He looked down at his beeper, the sense of foreboding already gathering low in his belly. 10 numbers stared back up at him. Atlanta area code? And the other numbers, damn, I gotta go, he said, bolting to his feet. She that good-looking? Genny drawled. Honey, I'm not that lucky tonight. He threw $30 on the table, enough to cover his drinks and hers. You got a ride? His voice was curt, the question unconscionably rude, and they both knew it. No man's that hard to replace. You cut me deep, Jenny. She smiled, her gaze lingering on his tall, athletic build, her eyes sadder than she intended. Sugar, I don't cut you at all. Mac, however, was already striding out the door. Outside, the heat smacked the grin off of Mac's face. Merry blue eyes immediately turned dark. His expression went from teasing to grim. It had been 4 weeks since he'd last received a call. He'd been beginning to wonder if that was it. GBI Special Agent Mac McCormack flipped open his cell phone and furiously started dialing. The person picked up after the first ring. You're not even trying. An eerily distorted voice echoed in his ears. Male, female, hell, it could have been Mickey Mouse. I'm here, aren't I? Mac replied tightly. He stopped in the Virginia parking lot, looking around the dark, empty space. The phone number always read Atlanta, but lately Mac had begun wondering about that. All a person had to do was use a cell phone with a Georgia number. Then he could call from anywhere with the same effect. He's closer than you think. Then maybe you should stop speaking in riddles and tell me the truth. Mac turned right, then left. Nothing. I mailed you the truth, the disembodied voice intoned. You sent me a riddle. I deal in information, buddy, not childish games. You deal in death. You're not doing much better. Come on, it's been 6 months. Let's end this dance and get down to some business. You must want something. I know I want something. What do you say? The voice fell silent for a moment. Mac wondered if he'd finally shamed the caller, then in the next instant he worried that he'd pissed off the man, woman, mouse. His grip tightened on his phone, pressing it against the curve of his ear. He couldn't afford to lose this call. Damn, he hated this. 6 months ago, Mac had received the first letter in the mail. It was a newspaper clipping, really, of a letter to the editor of the Virginian pilot, and the one short paragraph was horribly, hauntingly similar to other editorial notes. Now, 3 years passed, planet dying, animals weeping, rivers screaming. Can't you hear it? Heat kills. 3 years later, the beast was stirring again. Mac didn't know what had happened in between, but he and his task force were very truly frightened about what might happen next.
It's getting hot.
The voice sing-songed now. Mac looked around the darkness frantically. No one. Nothing, damn it. Who are you? He tried. Come on, buddy, speak to me. He's closer than you think. Then give me a name. I'll go get him and no one will be hurt. He changed tack. Are you scared? Are you frightened of him? Because trust me, we can protect you. He doesn't want to hurt them. I don't think he can help himself. If he's someone you care about, if you're worried for his safety, don't be. We have procedures for this kind of arrest. We'll take appropriate measures. Come on. This guy has killed 7 girls. Give me his name. Let me solve this problem for you. You're doing the right thing. I don't have all the answers, the voice said, and for a moment it sounded so plaintive, Mac nearly believed it, and then, you should have caught him 3 years ago? Special agent. Why? Oh, why didn't you guys catch him? Work with us and we'll get him now. Too late, the caller said. He never could stand the heat. The connection broke. Mac was left in the middle of the parking lot, gripping his impossibly tiny phone and cursing a blue streak. He punched send again. The number rang and rang and rang, but the person didn't pick up and wouldn't until Mac was contacted again. Damn, Mac said again. Then damn, 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 he found his rental car. Inside it was approximately 200 degrees. He slid into the seat, leaned his forehead against the steering wheel, then banged his head against the hard plastic 3 times. 6 phone calls now, and he was no closer to knowing a single goddamn thing, and time was running out. Mac had known it, had been feeling it since the mercury had started rising on Sunday. Tomorrow Mac would check in with his Atlanta office, report the latest call. The task force could review, rework, reanalyze, and wait. After all this time, that's about all they had left the wait. Mac pressed his forehead against the steering wheel, exhaled deeply. He was thinking of Nora Ray Watts again. The way her face had lit up like the sun when she had stepped from the rescue chopper and spotted her parents standing just outside of the rotor wash. The way her expression had faltered, then collapsed, 30 seconds later after she'd excitedly, innocently asked, "Where is Mary Lynn?" And then her voice with that impossible, reedy wail over and over again. No, 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 oh God, please no. Her father had tried to prop her up. Nora Ray sank down on the tarmac, curling up beneath her army blanket as if that could protect her from the truth. Her parents finally collapsed with her, a huddle of green grief that would never know an end. They won that day, they lost that day, and now? It was hot, it was late, and a man was writing letters to the editor once again. Go home, little girls. Lock the doors. Turn out the lights. Don't end up like Nora Ray Watts, who ran out with her younger sister for a little ice cream one night and ended up abandoned in a desolate part of the coast, frantically burying herself deeper into the muck, while the fiddler crabs nibbled on her toes, the razor clams slashed open her palms, and the scavengers began to circle overhead. Chapter 5, Fredericksburg, Virginia, 10:34 p.m. Temperature 89 degrees. I'm ready, Tina said 2 inches from Betsy's ear. In the pounding noise of the jam-packed bar, her roommate didn't seem to hear her. They were outside Fredericksburg at a little hole-in-the-wall joint favored by college students, biker gangs, and really loud Western bands. Even on a Tuesday night, the place was jamming, the people so thick and the bass so loud, Tina didn't know how the roof stayed on over their heads. "I'm ready," Tina tried again, shouting louder. This time, Betsy at least turned toward her. "What?" Betsy yelled. "Time to go. Home," Tina hollered back. "Bathroom. Home." "Oh," her roommate finally got it. She looked at Tina more closely, and her brown eyes instantly softened with concern. "You okay?" Hot. No kidding. Not feeling so well. Actually, she was feeling horrible. Her long blonde hair had come untangled from its knot and was plastered against her neck. Sweat trickled down the small of her back over her butt and all the way down her legs. The air was too heavy. She kept trying to draw deep, gulping breaths, but she still wasn't getting enough oxygen. She thought she might be sick. "Let me tell the others," Betsy said immediately, and headed out to the jostling dance floor where Viv and Karen were lost amid the sea of people. Tina closed her eyes and promised herself she would not projectile vomit in the middle of a crowded bar. 15 minutes later, they had pushed their way outside and were walking toward Betsy's sob, Viv and Karen bringing up the rear. Tina put her hand against her face. Her forehead felt feverish to her. "Are you going to make it?" Betsy asked her. After screaming to be heard in the bar, her voice cracked 3 decibels too loud in the parking lot's total silence. They all winced. "I don't know, girl. You had better tell me if you're going to be sick," Betsy warned seriously. "I'll hold your head over the toilet, but I draw the line at puking in my car." Tina smiled weakly. "Thanks. I could go get you some club soda," Karen offered from behind her. "Maybe we should just wait a minute," Viv said. She, Karen, and Betsy all drew up short. Tina, however, had already climbed into Betsy's sob. "I just want to go home," she murmured quietly. "Please, let's go home." She closed her eyes as her head fell back against the seat. With her eyes closed, her head felt better. Her hands settled upon her stomach. The music faded away. Tina let herself drift off to desperately needed sleep. It seemed to her that they had no sooner left the parking lot than she was awakened by a savage jerk. "What?" Her head popped up. The car lurched again, and she grabbed the dash. "Back tire," Betsy said in disgust. "I think I got a flat." The car lurched right, and that was enough for Tina. "Betsy," she said tightly, "pull over now." "Got it." Betsy jerked the car onto the right-hand shoulder of the road. Tina fumbled with the clasp of her seatbelt, then fumbled with the door. She got out of the car and sprinted down the embankment into the nearby woods. She got her head down just in time. Oh, this was not fun at all. She heaved up 2 cranberry and tonics, then the pasta she'd had for dinner, then anything else she'd ever eaten for the last 20 years. She stood there, hands braced upon her thighs as she dry heaved. "I'm going to die," she thought. "I was bad, and now I'm being punished, and my mom was right all along. There is no way in the world I'm going to be able to take this. Oh, God, I want to go home." Maybe she cried. Maybe she was just sweating harder. With her head between her knees, it was hard to be sure. But slowly her stomach relented. The cramping eased. The worst of the nausea passed. She staggered upright, put her face up to the sky, and thought she'd kill for an ice-cold shower right about now. No such luck. They were in the middle of nowhere outside of Fredericksburg. She'd just have to wait. She sighed. And then, for the first time, she heard the noise. A non-Betsy noise. A non-girls-out-on-the-town noise. It sounded high, short, metallic, like the slide of a rifle ratcheting back. Tina slowly turned toward the road. In the hot, humid dark, she was no longer alone. Kimberly never even heard a noise. She was an FBI trainee, for God's sake. A woman experienced with crime and paranoid to boot. She still never heard a thing. She stood alone at the Academy's outdoor firing range, surrounded by 385 acres of darkness with only a small mag flashlight. In her hands, she held an empty shotgun. It was late. The new agents, the Marines, hell, even the National Academy students had long since gone to bed. The stadium lights were extinguished. The distant bank of towering trees formed an ominous barrier between her and civilization. Then there were the giant steel sidewalls designed to segregate the various firing ranges while stopping high-velocity bullets. No lights, no sounds, just the unnatural hush of a night so hot and humid not even the squirrels stirred from their trees. She was tired. That was her best excuse. She'd run, she'd pumped iron, she'd walked, she'd studied, then she'd downed 3 gallons of water and 2 power bars and headed out here. Her legs were shaky, her arm muscles trembled with fatigue. She hefted the empty shotgun to her shoulder and went through the rhythms of firing over and over again. Place butt firmly against right shoulder to absorb the recoil. Plant feet, hip-width apart, loosen the knees, lean slightly forward into the shot. At the last minute, as your right finger squeezes the trigger, pull forward with your left hand as if the gun were a broom handle you were trying to tear in half. Hope against hope you don't fall once more on your ass, or smash your shoulder, or shatter your cheek. Live ammunition was limited to supervised drills, so Kimberly had no real way of knowing how she was doing. Still, lots of the new agents came out after hours to go through the motions. The more times you handled a weapon, the more comfortable it felt in your hands. If you did it enough times, maybe it would become instinctive, and if it became instinctive, maybe you'd survive the next firearms test. She leaned into her next practice shot, went a little too far, and her rubbery legs wobbled dangerously. She reached out a hand, had just caught herself, and then, in the pitch darkness beside her, she heard a man say, "You shouldn't be out here alone." Kimberly acted on instinct. She whirled, spotted the hulking, threatening form, and whipped the empty shotgun at the man's face. Then she ran a grunt, surprise pain. She didn't wait to find out. The hour was late, the surroundings remote, and she knew too well that some predators preferred it if you screamed. Footsteps, hard and fast, behind her. In her initial panic, Kimberly had sprinted toward the trees. Bad idea. Trees were dark and far from help. She needed to cut back toward the academy buildings, back toward lights, population, and the FBI police. The man was already gaining on her. Kimberly took a deep breath. Her heart was pounding, her lungs screaming. Her body was too abused for this kind of business. Good news. Adrenaline was a powerful drug. She focused on the footsteps behind her, trying to separate their staccato beat from her heart's frantic hammering. He was gaining fast, of course. He was bigger and stronger than her. At the end of the day, the men always were. Fuck him. She homed in on his rhythm, timed it with her own. 1, 2, 3. The man's hand snaked out for her left wrist. Kimberly suddenly planted her foot, pirouetted right. He overshot her completely, and she took off at warp 9 for the lights. Jesus, she heard the man swear. It made her smile, grim and fierce. Then the footsteps were behind her again. Is this how her mother had felt? She had fought bitterly to the end. Her father had tried to protect Kimberly from the details. But a year later, on her own, Kimberly had looked up all the articles in the Philadelphia Inquirer. High Society House of Horrors, the first banner headline had declared. Then it had gone on to describe the trail of blood that ran from room to room. Had her mother known then that the man had already killed Mandy? Had she guessed that he would come after Kimberly next? Or had she simply realized in those last desperate minutes that beneath the silk and pearls she was an animal too? And all animals, even the lowliest field mice, fight to live in the end. The footsteps had closed in on her again. The lights were too far away. She wasn't going to make it. It amazed her how coolly she accepted this fact. Time's up, Kimberly. No actors here, no paint guns, no bulletproof vests. She had one last ploy. She counted his footsteps, timed his approach. And then in the next heartbeat, as he was upon her, his giant form swooping down on her own, she dropped to the ground and curled her arms protectively over her head. She saw the man's face, faintly caught by the distant lights. His eyes went wide. He tried to draw up short. His arms flailing wildly, he made one last desperate move, careening left to spin around her. Kimberly adroitly stuck out her leg, and he went flat on his face on the ground. 10 seconds later, she flipped him over on his back, dropped down on his chest, and placed the silver blade of her serrated hunting knife against his dark throat. "Who the fuck are you?" she asked. The man started to laugh. "Betsy," Tina called nervously. No answer. "Bets," still nothing, and then it hit Tina. The second thing that was wrong, there were no other sounds. Shouldn't she be hearing car doors opening or closing, or even Betsy heaving as she dragged the spare to the ground? Surely there should be some noise, other cars, crickets, the wind in the trees, but there was nothing. Absolutely nothing. The night had gone completely, deathly still. "This isn't funny anymore," Tina said weakly. Then she heard a twig snap, and then she saw his face, pale, somber, maybe even gentle above the black collar of his turtleneck. How in the world could someone wear a turtleneck in this heat? Tina thought. Then he hefted up the rifle and leveled it against his shoulder. Tina stopped thinking. She bolted for the trees. "Stop laughing! Why are you laughing? Hey, stop!" The man laughed harder, a steady ripple of spasms moving down his large frame and tossing her from side to side as easily as if she were a small boat caught in a rough wake. "Toppled by a woman," he gasped with an unmistakable Southern accent. "Oh, please, honey, don't tell my sister." His sister? What the hell? "All right, that's it. Move one more muscle and I will slit your throat." Kimberly must have sounded more impressive this time. The man finally stopped laughing. That was better. "Name?" she asked crisply. "Special Agent Michael McCormack, but you can call me Mac." Kimberly's eyes widened. She had a sudden bad feeling. "FBI," she whispered. Oh no, she'd taken out a fellow agent, probably her future boss. She wondered who would make the call to her father. "You know, Quincy, old fellow, you were a star among stars here at the Bureau, but I'm afraid your daughter is just too, freaky for us." "Georgia Bureau of Investigation?" the man drawled. "State Police. We've always had a soft spot for the Bureau, though, so we stole your titles." "You little—" She was so angry she couldn't think of a word. She whacked his shoulder with her left hand, then remembered. Oh yeah, she had a knife. "You're with the National Academy," she accused him, in the same tone of voice others used for addressing vermin. "And you're a new agent, obviously? Hey, I still have a knife at your throat, mister, I know." He frowned at her, his easy tone throwing her for another loop. Was it her imagination, or had he just shifted to get more comfortable beneath her? "Why are you carrying a knife?" "They took away my Glock," she said without thinking. "Of course." He nodded as if she were a very wise person instead of a highly paranoid, aspiring federal agent. "If I might ask a personal question, ma'am? Where do you hide the blade? I beg your pardon." She could definitely feel his gaze on her body now, and she immediately blushed. It was hot. She'd been working out so the nylon shorts and thin blue t-shirt didn't cover much. She was training after hours, for God's sake, not preparing for an interview. Besides, it was amazing the things you could strap to the inside of your thigh. "Why did you chase me?" she demanded, pressing the tip of her knife deeper against his throat. "Why did you run?" She scowled, pursed her lips, then tried another tack. "What are you doing out here?" Saw the light. "Thought I'd better investigate." "Ah, ha, so I'm not the only one who's paranoid. That's true, ma'am. It would appear that we're both equally paranoid. I can't stand the heat. What's your story?" "I don't have a story. Fair enough. You're the one with the knife, after all." He fell silent and seemed to be waiting for her to do something, which was an interesting point. What was she going to do now? New Agent Kimberly Quincy has just made her first apprehension. Unfortunately, he was a fellow law enforcement officer whose title was already bigger than hers. Damn, double damn. God, she was tired. All at once, the last of the adrenaline left her, and her body, pushed too hard, too fast, simply collapsed. She slid off the man's chest and let her aching limbs sprawl in the relative comfort of the thick green grass. "Long day?" Southern boy asked, making no effort to get up. "Long life," Kimberly replied flatly, then promptly wished she hadn't. Super Cop didn't say anything more, though. He tucked his hands beneath his head and appeared to be studying the sky. Kimberly followed his gaze and for the first time noticed the clear night sky, the sea of tiny crystal stars. It was a beautiful night, really. Other girls her age probably went for walks during nights like this, held hands with their boyfriends, giggled when the guy tried to steal a kiss. Kimberly couldn't even imagine that sort of life. All she'd ever wanted was this. She turned her head toward her companion, who seemed content with the silence. Upon closer inspection, he was a big guy. Not as big as some of the ex-Marines in her class, but he was over 6 feet tall and obviously very active. Dark hair, bronzed skin, very fit. She'd done good to take him out. She was proud of herself. "You scared the shit out of me," she said at last. "That was uncalled for," he agreed. "You shouldn't skulk around at night." "Damn straight. How long have you been in the program? Arrived in June?" "You? Week, 9, 7 to go?" "You'll do fine," he said. "How do you know?"
You outran me, didn't you? And trust me, honey, most of the beautiful women I've chased haven't gotten away. You are so full of shit, she told him crossly. He just laughed again. The sound was deep and rumbly like a jungle cat's purr. She decided she didn't like Special Agent McCormick very much. She should move, get away from him. Her body hurt too much. She went back to gazing at the stars. "It's hot out," she said. "Yes, ma'am. You said you didn't like the heat." "Yes, ma'am."
He waited a heartbeat, then turned his head. "Heat kills," he said, and it took her another moment to realize that he was finally serious. Tree branches scratched at her face, shrubs grabbed her ankles while the tall grass tangled around her sandals and tried to pull her down. Tina pressed forward, panting hard, heart in her throat, as she careened from tree to tree and tried frantically to get one foot in front of the other. He wasn't running behind her. She heard no stampede of footsteps or angry commands to halt. He was quieter than that, stealthier, and that frightened her far more. Where was she going? She didn't know. Why was he after her? She was too afraid to find out. What had happened to Betsy? The thought filled her with pain, and the air was hot, searing her throat, and the air was wet, burning her lungs, and it was late, and she'd run away from the road, instinctively heading downhill, and now she realized her mistake. There would be no savior for her down in these deep, dark shadows. There would be no safety, maybe if she could get far enough ahead. She was fit. She could find a tree, climb high above his head. She could find a ravine, duck low and curl up so small and tight he'd never see her. She could find a vine and soar away like Tarzan in the animated Disney movie. She would like to be in a movie now. She would like to be anywhere but here. The log came out of nowhere. A dead tree probably felled by lightning decades ago. She connected first with her shin, couldn't bite back her sharp cry of pain, and went toppling down the other side. Her palms scraped savagely across a thorny shrub. Then her shoulder hit the rock-hard ground and her breath was knocked from her body. The faint crackle of twigs behind her. Calm, controlled, contained. Is this how death comes? Slowly walking through the woods? Tina's shin throbbed, her lungs refused to inhale. She staggered to her feet anyway and tried one more step. A faint whistle through the dark, a short stabbing pain. She looked down and spotted the feathery dart now protruding from her left thigh. What the? She tried to take a step. Her mind commanded her body, screamed with primal urgency. Run, run, run! Her legs buckled, she went down in the knee-high grass as a strange fluid warmth filled her veins and her muscles simply surrendered. The panic was receding from her consciousness. Her heart slowed, her lungs finally unlocked, giving easily into that next soft breath. Her body started to float, the woods spinning away. Drugs, she thought, doomed. And then even that thought wafted out of her reach, footsteps coming closer. Her last image, his face gazing down at her patiently. "Please," Tina murmured thickly, her hands curling instinctively around her belly. "Please, don't hurt me, I'm pregnant." The man simply hefted her unconscious form over his shoulder and carried her away. Nora Ray Watts had a dream. In her dream, it was blue and pink and purple. In her dream, the air felt like velvet and she could spin around and still see the bright pinpricks of stars. In her dream, she was laughing and her dog Mumphrey danced around her feet, and even her worn-out parents finally wore a smile. The only thing missing, of course, was her sister. Then a door opened. Yawned black and gaping. It beckoned her toward it, drew her in. Nora Ray walked toward it. Unafraid, she had taken this door before. Sometimes she fell asleep these days just so she could find it again. Nora Ray stepped inside the shadowy depths, and in the next instant she was jerked awake. Her mother stood over her in the darkened room, her hand on her shoulder. "You were dreaming," her mother said. "I saw Mary Lynn," Nora Ray countered sleepily. "I think she has a friend." "Shh," her mother told her. "Let her go, baby. It's only the heat." Chapter 6, Quantico, Virginia, 7:03 a.m., temperature 83 degrees, get out of bed. No, get out of bed, no. Kimberly, it's 7 o'clock. Get up. Can't make me. The voice finally disappeared, thank God. Kimberly sank blissfully back down into the desperately needed blackness. Then a bolt of ice-cold water slapped across her face. Kimberly jerked upright in the bed, gasping for breath as she frantically wiped the deluge from her eyes. Lucy stood beside her, holding an empty water pitcher and looking unrepentant. "I have a 5-year-old son," she said. "Don't mess with me." Kimberly's gaze had just fallen on the bedside clock. 7:10 a.m. She yelped. She jumped out of bed and looked wildly around the room. She was supposed to do. "Okay, get dressed." She bolted for the closet.
Late night?
Lucy asked with a raised brow as she trailed behind Kimberly. "Let me guess. Physical training or firearms training, or both?" "Both." Kimberly found her khaki pants, tore them on, then remembered she was supposed to report to the PT course first thing this morning and ripped off her khakis in favor of a fresh pair of blue nylon shorts. "Nice bruises," Lucy commented. "Want to see the one on my ass?" "Seriously, I look like a side of beef. I used to be a trial lawyer, you know. I swear I once drove something called a Mercedes. I thought that's what drug dealers had." Kimberly found her t-shirt, yanked it on while walking into the bathroom, then made the mistake of looking in the mirror. Oh God, her eyes looked like they'd collapsed into sunken pits. "I spoke to my son last night," Lucy was saying behind her. "Kid's telling everyone I'm learning to shoot people, but only the bad ones. That's sweet, you think?" "Absolutely." Kimberly found the toothpaste, brushed furiously, spit, rinsed, then made the mistake of looking in the mirror a second time and fled the bathroom. "You look like hell," Lucy said cheerfully. "Is that your strategy? You're going to scare the bad guys into surrendering with your looks. Remember which one of us is better with a gun?" Kimberly muttered. "Yeah, and remember which one of us is better with a pitcher of water?" Lucy brandished her weapon triumphantly then, with a final glance at the clock, replaced the pitcher on top of her desk and headed for the door. Then she paused. "Seriously, Kimberly, maybe you should curtail the midnight sessions for a bit. You have to be conscious to graduate. Have fun shooting," Kimberly called after her exiting roommate while frantically lacing her sneakers. Lucy was gone, and in another second, Kimberly was also out the door. Kimberly was a lucky girl after all. She could pinpoint the exact moment when her whole career fell apart. It happened at 8:23 a.m. that morning at the FBI Academy, with only 7 weeks to go. She was tired, disoriented from too little sleep and a strange midnight chase with a Georgia special agent. She'd been pushing herself too hard. Maybe she should have listened to Lucy after all. She thought about it a lot later, of course. After they'd taken away the body, things started out fine enough. PT training wasn't so hard. 8 a.m. They did some push-ups, then some sit-ups, then the good old jumping jacks everyone learns in grade school. They looked like a sea of blue-clad kids, all obediently standing in line, all obediently going through the motions. Then they were sent out to run 3 miles, using the same course Kimberly had jogged just last night. The PT course started in the woods. Not a difficult path. Hell, it was paved. That would be one hint of where to go. The signs were another hint. Run, suck it in, love it, endure. They started as a herd, then gradually thinned out as people found their individual paces. Kimberly had never been the fastest in her class. She generally wasn't the slowest either, except this morning. This morning, she almost immediately fell behind. Vaguely, she was aware of her classmates pulling ahead. Vaguely, she was aware of her own labored breathing as she struggled to keep up. Her left side ached, her feet were sluggish. She stared down at the blacktop, willing one foot to land in front of the other. She didn't feel well. The world tilted dangerously, and she thought for a moment that she was honestly going to faint. She just made it off the path and grabbed a tree for support. God, her side hurt. The muscle stitched so tight it felt as if it had a vice grip on her lungs, and the damn air was so hot already, filled with so much humidity that no matter how many times she inhaled, she couldn't get enough oxygen. She headed deeper into the woods, desperately seeking shade. Green trees whirled sickeningly, while goosebumps suddenly burst out across her arms. She started shivering uncontrollably. Dehydration or heat sickness, she thought idly. Is that good enough for you yet, Kimberly? Or would you like to take this self-destructive streak a step further? The woods spun faster. A faint roaring filled her ears while black dots spotted in front of her eyes. Breathe, Kimberly. Come on, honey, breathe. She couldn't do it. Her side wouldn't unlock. She couldn't draw a breath. She was going to pass out in the woods. She was going to collapse onto this hard, leaf-strewn ground, and all she wanted was for the dirt to feel cool against her face. And then the thoughts rushed her all at once last night, and the genuine terror that had seized her by the throat when she'd seen a strange man standing beside her. She had thought, what? That it was her turn? That death had come for every other woman in her family that she'd barely escaped 6 years ago, but that didn't mean death was done with her yet. She thought that she spent too much time with crime scene photos, and though she would never tell anyone, sometimes she saw the pictures move. Her own face appeared on those lifeless bodies, her own head topped shattered torsos and bloodied limbs. And sometimes she had nightmares where she saw her own death, except she never woke up the moment before dying, the way sane people did. No, she dreamt it all the way through, feeling her body plummet over the cliff and smash into the rocks below, feeling her head slam through the windshield of the shattered car, and never once in her dreams did she scream. She only thought, finally, she couldn't breathe. More black dots danced in front of her vision. She grabbed another tree limb and hung on tight. How had the air gotten this hot? What had happened to all the oxygen? And then, in the last sane corner of her mind, it came to her. She was having an anxiety attack. Her body had officially bottomed out, and now she was having an anxiety attack, her first in 6 years. She staggered deeper into the woods. She needed to cool down. She needed to draw a breath. She had suffered this kind of episode before she could survive it again. She careened through the underbrush, unmindful of the small twigs scratching her cheeks or the tree limbs snatching at her hair. She searched desperately for cooler shade. Breathe deep, count to 10. Focus on your hands and making them steady. You're tough, you're strong, you're well-trained. Breathe, Kimberly, come on, honey, just breathe. She staggered into a clearing, stuck her head between her knees, and worked on sucking air until, with a final heaving gasp, her lungs opened up, and the air whooshed gratefully into her chest. Inhale. Exhale. That's it. Breathe. Kimberly looked down at her hands. They were quieter now, pressed against the hollow plane of her stomach. She forced them away from her body and inspected her splayed fingers for signs of trembling. Better, soon she would be cool again. Then she would resume jogging. And then, because she was very good at this by now, no one would ever know a thing. Kimberly straightened up. She took one last deep breath, then turned back in the direction of the PT course, and realized for the first time that she was not alone. 5 feet in front of her was a well-worn dirt path, wide and very smooth, probably used by the Marines for their training. And right smack in the middle of that path sprawled the body of a young girl in civilian clothes, blonde hair, black sandals, and splayed, tanned limbs. She wore a simple white cotton shirt and a very short blue flowered skirt. Kimberly took one step forward. Then she saw the girl's face, and then she knew. The goosebumps rippled down her arms again. A shiver snaked up her spine. And in the middle of the hot, still woods, Kimberly began to frantically look around, even as her hand flew to the inside of her leg and found her knife. First rule of procedure, always secure the crime scene. Second rule, call for backup. Third rule, try hard not to think of what it means when young women aren't safe even at the academy, for this girl was quite dead, and by all appearances it had happened recently. Chapter 7. Quantico, Virginia, 10:03 a.m. Temperature 86 degrees one more time, Kimberly. How did you end up off the PT course? I got a stitch in my side. I went off the course. I was trying to walk it out, and I don't think I realized how far I had wandered. And you saw the body. I saw something up ahead, Kimberly said without blinking. I headed toward it, and then, well, you know the rest. Her class supervisor, Mark Watson, scowled at her, but finally leaned back. She was sitting across from him in his bright, expansive office. Mid-morning sun poured through the bank of windows. An orange monarch butterfly fluttered just outside the glass. It was such a beautiful day to be talking about death. At Kimberly's cry, two of her classmates had come running. She'd leaned forward and taken the girl's pulse by then. Nothing, of course, but then Kimberly hadn't expected any signs of life. And it wasn't just the girl's wide, sightless brown eyes that spoke of death. It was her violently stitched-up mouth, some kind of thick black thread sealing her waxy lips in macabre imitation of Raggedy Ann. Whoever had done this had made damn well sure the girl had never screamed. The second classmate promptly threw up, but not Kimberly. Someone had fetched Watson upon seeing her grisly find. He had immediately contacted the FBI police, as well as the Naval Criminal Investigative Service. Apparently, a death at the Academy's front door did not belong to the FBI, but rather to NCIS. It was their job to protect and serve the Marines, after all. Kimberly and her classmates had been hastily led away, while young Marines in dark green camouflage and more sophisticated special agents in white dress shirts descended upon the scene. Now, somewhere in the deep woods, real work was being done, death investigators photographing, sketching, and analyzing, an ME examining a young girl's body for last desperate clues, other officers bagging and tagging evidence, while Kimberly sat here in an office. As far away from the discovery as a well-meaning FBI supervisor could bring her, one of her knees jogged nervously. She finally crossed her ankles beneath the chair. "What will happen next?" she asked quietly. "I don't know." Her supervisor paused. "I'll be honest, Kimberly, we've never had this kind of situation before." "Well, that's a good thing," she murmured. Watson smiled, but it was thin. "We had a tragedy a few years ago. A National Academy student dropped dead on the firearms course. He was relatively young, which led to speculation. The ME determined, however, that he had died of a sudden, massive coronary. Still tragic, but not so shocking given the sheer numbers of people who pass through these grounds in any given year. This situation, on the other hand, a facility of this kind relies heavily on good relations with the neighboring communities, when word gets out that a local girl has been found dead. How do you know she's local? Playing the law of averages, she appears too young to be an employee, and if she were either FBI or Marine, someone at the scene would have recognized her. Ergo, she's an outsider. She could be someone's sweetheart, Kimberly ventured. The mouth. Maybe she talked back one too many times. It's possible. Watson was eyeing her speculatively, so Kimberly pressed ahead. "But you don't think so," she said. "Why don't I think so?" No violence. If it were a domestic situation, a crime of passion, she would show signs of battery, bruises, cuts, abrasion instead. I saw her arms and legs. There was hardly a scratch on her. Except for the mouth, of course. Maybe he only hit her where no one would see. Maybe, her tone was doubtful. It still doesn't explain why he would dump the body on a secured Marine base. "Why do you think the body was dumped?" Watson asked with a frown. "Lack of disturbance at the scene," Kimberly answered immediately. "Ground wasn't even stirred up until I crashed in." Her brow furrowed. She looked at him quizzically. "Do you think she was alive when he brought her onto the grounds?" "It's not that easy to access the base. Last I saw, the Marines were operating at Condition Bravo, meaning all entrances are guarded and all visitors must have proper ID'd, dead or alive. Not just anyone can access Academy grounds." "I don't think we should." "That doesn't make sense either, though," Kimberly persisted, her frown deepening. "If the girl's alive, then she would have to have clearance, too, and 2 security passes are harder to find than 1. So maybe she was dead. In the trunk of the car. I've never seen the guards search a vehicle, so she wouldn't be too hard to sneak in that way. Of course, that theory implies that the man knowingly dumped a body on Quantico grounds. She shook her head abruptly. That doesn't make sense. If you lived here and you killed someone even accidentally, you wouldn't take the remains into the woods. You'd hightail it off the base and get the evidence as far away from here as possible. Leaving the body here is just plain stupid. I don't think we should make any assumptions at this time, Watson said quietly. Do you think he's trying to make a personal statement against the Academy? Kimberly asked. Or against the Marines? At that comment, Watson's brows fired to life. Kimberly had definitely crossed some unspoken line, and his expression firmly indicated that their conversation was now over. He sat forward and said, Listen, the NCIS will be handling the investigation from here on out. Do you know anything about the Naval Criminal Investigative Service? No. Well, you should. The NCIS has over 800 special agents ready to be deployed anywhere around the globe at a moment's notice. They've seen murder, rape, domestic abuse, fraud, drugs, racketeering, terrorism, you name it. They have their own cold case squad. They have their own forensics experts. They even have their own crime labs, for heaven's sake. These are the agents who were called upon to investigate the bombing of the USS Cole. They can certainly handle one body found in the woods at a Marine base. Is that understood? I didn't mean to imply you're a rookie, Kimberly. Not a special agent, but a new agent. Don't forget that difference.
Yes, sir,
She said stiffly, chin up, eyes blazing at the unexpected reprimand. Her supervisor's voice finally softened. Of course NCIS will have some questions for you, he allowed. Of course you will answer to the best of your ability. Cooperation with fellow law enforcement agencies is very important. But then you're done, Kimberly, out of the picture, back to class, and this should go without saying, as quiet as a church mouse. Don't ask, don't tell, she asked dryly. Watson didn't crack a smile. There are many times in an FBI agent's career when she must be the soul of discretion. Agents who can't be prudent don't belong on the job. Kimberly's expression finally faltered. She stared down at the carpet. Watson's tone was so stern it seemed to border almost on threatening. She had found the body accidentally, and yet he was treating her almost as if she were a troublemaker, as if she'd personally brought this upon the Academy. The safe course would be to do exactly as he said, to get up, seal her lips, and walk away. She'd never been good at playing it safe. She lifted her gaze and looked her supervisor in the eye. Sir, I'd like to approach NCIS about assisting with the investigation. Did you just hear anything I said? I have some experience in these matters. You know nothing about these matters. Don't confuse personal with professional. Why not? Violent death is violent death. I helped my father after my mother's body was found. I'm now 7 weeks from becoming a full-fledged FBI agent. What would it hurt to jump the gun a little after all? I found her. Her tone was possessive. She hadn't meant to sound that way, realized it was a misstep, but it was too late to call it back now. Watson's face had darkened dangerously. If she thought he'd appeared stern before, he was downright intimidating now. Kimberly, let's be frank. How do you think you're doing as a new agent? Hanging in there. Do you think that's the best goal for a new agent, some days? He smiled grimly, then steepled his hands in front of his chin. Some of your instructors are worried about you, Kimberly. You have an impeccable resume, of course. You consistently score 90% or higher on your exams. You seem to have some skills with firearms. But, she gritted out, but you also have an attitude. 9 weeks here, Kimberly, and by all accounts you have no close friends, allies, or associates. You offer nothing to your classmates. You take nothing from them. You're an island. Law enforcement is ultimately a human system. With no connections, no friends, no support, how far do you think you're going to get? How effective do you think you can be? I'll work on that, she said. Her heart was beating hard. Kimberly, he said gently now, and she winced further. Anger could be deflected. Gentleness was to be feared. You know, you're very young growing up, all the time, she babbled. Maybe now is not the right time for you to join the Bureau, no time like the present. I think if you gave yourself a few more years, more space between now and what happened to your family. You mean forget about my mother and sister? I'm not saying that. Pretend I'm just another accountant, looking for a little more excitement in my life, Kimberly. I found a corpse.
Is that what this is about? I found a blight on the Academy's front porch and now you're kicking me out. Stop it!
His tone was stern. It finally shocked Kimberly into silence, and in the next instant, she realized everything she had just said. Her cheeks flamed red. She quickly looked away. "I would like to go back to class now," Kimberly murmured. "I promise not to say anything. I appreciate the task NCIS has before it, and I wouldn't want to do anything to compromise an ongoing investigation." Kimberly. Her supervisor's tone was still frustrated. It appeared he might say something more, then he just shook his head. "You look like hell. You obviously haven't slept in weeks. You've lost weight. Why don't you go to your room and get some rest? Take this opportunity to recuperate. There's no shame in slowing down a little, you know. You're already one of the youngest applicants we've had. What you don't accomplish now, you can always accomplish later." Kimberly didn't reply. She was too busy biting back a bitter smile. She had heard those words before, also from an older man, a mentor, someone she had considered a friend. 2 days later, he'd put a gun to her head. "Please don't let me tear up now." She would not cry. "We'll talk again in a few days," Watson said in the ensuing silence. Dismissed. Kimberly headed out of his office. She walked down the hall, passing 3 groups of blue-clad students, and already hearing the whispers beginning again. Were they talking about her mother and sister? Were they talking about her legendary father, or maybe they were talking about today, and the new body she of all people had managed to find? Her eyes stung more fiercely. She pressed the heels of her hands against her temples. She would not give in to pity now. Kimberly marched to the front doors. She burst back into the blistering hot sun. Sweat immediately beaded across her brow. She could feel her t-shirt glue itself stickily to her skin, but she did not return to her room. NCIS would want to talk to her. First, however, they would want to finish up at the scene that gave her a solid hour before anyone would come looking for her. An hour was enough. Kimberly made a beeline for the woods. Chapter 8, Quantico, Virginia, 11:33 a.m.
Temperature 89 degrees. Time of death. Hard to tell. Body temperature reads nearly 95, but the current outside temp of 89 would impede cooling. Rigor mortis appears to be just starting in face and neck. The white-clad me paused, rolled the body slightly to the left, and pressed a gloved finger against the red-splotched skin, which blanched at his touch. Lividity's not yet fixed. He straightened back up, thought of something else, and checked the girl's eyes and ears.
No blowfly larvae yet, which would happen fast in this heat. Of course, the flies prefer to start in the mouth or an open wound, so they had less opportunity here. He seemed to consider the various factors one last time, then delivered his verdict. "I'm going to say 4 to 6 hours. The other man, probably an NCIS special agent, looked up from his notes in surprise. "That fresh? That's my best guess. Hard to know more until we cut her open, which will be tomorrow morning." The special agent stared at the ME. 6 a.m., the ME tried again. The special agent stared harder. "This afternoon?" the ME amended. The special agent finally cracked a smile. The ME sighed heavily. It was going to be one of those cases. The investigating officer returned to his notes. "Probable cause? That's a little trickier. No obvious knife or gunshot wounds, no petechial hemorrhages, which rules out strangulation, no bleeding in the ears, which eliminates some brain traumas. We do have a large bruise just beginning to form on the left hip. Probably occurred shortly before death." The ME lifted up the girl's blue-flowered skirt, eyed the contusion again, then shook his head. "I'm going to have to do some blood work. We'll know more then." The investigating officer nodded. A second man, also clad in khakis and a white dress shirt, moved in to snap more shots with a digital camera, while several grim-faced Marines stood guard along the yellow ribbon-draped scene. Even in the deep shade of the woods, the heat and humidity were impossible to escape. Both NCIS special agents had sweated through their long-sleeved shirts, while the young sentries stood with moisture rolling down their chiseled faces. Now the second special agent, a younger man with the requisite buzz-cut hair and squared-off jaw, looked down the heavily wooded path. "I don't see drag marks," he commented. The ME nodded and moved to the victim's black sandals. He picked up her foot and studied the heel of her shoe. No dirt or debris here. She must have been carried in. Strong man, the photographer said. The first special agent gave them both a look. We are on a Marine base, co-occupied by FBI trainees. They're all strong men. He nodded back toward the victim. What's with the mouth? The EME put his hand on her cheeks, turned her head from side to side. Then suddenly he flinched and snatched his hand away. What? The older agent asked.
I don't... Nothing? Nothing? What kind of nothing? Trick of the light, the EME muttered, but he didn't put his hand back on the girl's face. Looks like sewing thread, he said curtly. Thick, maybe like what's used for upholstery. It's certainly not medical. The stitching is too rudimentary to be a professional's, just small flecks of blood, so the mutilation probably occurred post-mortem. There was a green leaf caught in the girl's tangled blonde hair. The ME distractedly pulled it free and let it flutter away. He moved on to her hands flung above her head. One was curled closed. Gently, he unrolled her fingers. Inside her grip, nestled against her palm, was a jagged green-gray rock. Hey, he called to the younger special agent. Want to get a picture of this? The kid obediently came over and snapped away. What is it? I don't know, a rock of some kind, going to bag and tag? Right. The kid fetched an evidence container. He dropped the rock in and dutifully filled out the top form. No obvious defensive wounds. Oh, here we go. The ME's gloved thumb moved up her left arm to a red swollen patch high on her shoulder. Injection mark. Just the faintest bruising, so it probably occurred right before death. Overdose, the older agent asked with a frown. Of some kind, an intramuscular injection isn't very common for drugs. They're generally administered intravenously. The ME lifted the girl's skirt again. He inspected the inside of her thighs, then moved down to between her toes. Finally, he inspected the webbing between her index finger and thumb. No track marks. Whatever happened, she's not a habitual user. Wrong place at the wrong time? Possibly. Older special agent sighed. We're going to need an ID right away. Can you print her here? I'd prefer to wait until the morgue when we can test her hands for blood and skin samples. If you're in a real hurry, though, you can always check her purse. What? The ME smiled broadly, then took pity on the naval cop. Over there on the rock outside the crime scene tape, the black leather backpack thingy. My daughter has one just like it. It's very hip. Of all the stupid, miserable, incompetent older special agent wasn't very happy. He got the kid to photograph the purse, then had 2 sentries expand the crime scene perimeter to include the leather bag. Finally, with gloved hands, he retrieved the item. Note that we need to take full inventory, he instructed his assistant. For now, however, we'll detail the wallet. The kid set down the camera and immediately took up paper and pencil. Okay, here we go. Wallet, also black leather. Let's see, it contains a grocery store card, a Petco card, a Blockbuster card, another grocery store card, and no driver's license. There's $33 in here, but no driver's license, no credit cards, and for that matter, no kind of any card bearing a person's name. What does that tell us? He doesn't want us to know her ID, the kid said eagerly. Yeah. Older special agent was frowning. How about that? You know what? We're missing something else. Keys. He shook the bag, but there was no telltale jingle. What kind of person doesn't have keys? Maybe he's a thief. He's got her address from the license, plus the house keys. It's not like she's going to come home anytime soon, possibly, but the naval officer was looking at the stitched-up mouth and frowning. From her vantage point behind a tree, Kimberly could read his thoughts. What kind of thief stitched up a woman's mouth, for that matter? What kind of thief dumped a body in the middle of a Marine base? I need to fetch paper bags for the hands, the EME reported. They're back in my van. We'll walk with you. I want to review a few more things. The older naval officer jerked his head toward his counterpart, and the younger man immediately fell into step. They headed off down the dirt path, leaving the sprawling corpse alone with the 4 sentries. Kimberly was just considering how to make a stealthy exit herself when a strong hand snapped around her wrist. In the next instant, a second hand smothered her mouth. She didn't bother with screaming. She bit him instead.
Damn, a deep voice rumbled in her ear. Do you ever talk first and shoot later? I keep running into you. I'm not going to have any hide left. Kimberly recognized the voice. She relaxed against his large body, but grudgingly. In return, he removed both hands. "What are you doing here?" she whispered, casting a furtive glance at the crime scene attendants. She turned to face Special Agent McCormack, and he frowned. "What happened to you?" He held up a silencing hand.
Wait, I don't want to see the other guy.
Kimberly touched her face. For the first time, she felt the zigzag welts creasing her nose and cheeks with flecks of dried blood. Her scramble through the woods had taken its toll, after all. No wonder her supervisor had tried to send her to her room. "What are you doing here?" she asked. Again, voice low, heard a rumor, decided to follow it up. His gaze briefly skimmed down her body. "I heard a young new agent made the find."
I take it you had the honors. Little ways off the PT course, don't you think?
Kimberly simply glared at him. He shrugged and returned their attention to the crime scene. "I want that leaf." His voice rumbled in her ear. "You see the one the ME pulled out of the victim's hair? Not proper protocol. You tell him, honey, I want that leaf, and as long as you're here, you might as well help me get it." She jerked away from him. "I will not just distract the sentries. Strike up a conversation, bat those baby blues, and in 60 seconds, I'll be in and out." Kimberly frowned at him. "You distract the guards, I'll grab the leaf," she said. He looked at her as if she were slightly slow. "Honey," he drawled, "you're a girl, so I can't grab a leaf?" Her voice rose unconsciously. He covered her mouth with his palm again. "No, but you surely have a bit more natural appeal to young men than I do." He glanced down the wooded path at the direction the ME and 2 naval investigators had gone. "Come on, sugar. We don't have the rest of our lives." He's an idiot, she thought. Sexist, too. But she nodded anyway. The ME had been grossly negligent to pull the leaf out of the girl's hair, and it would be best if someone retrieved it. Mac motioned to the left pair of guards and how he wanted her to draw them to the front. Then he'd go in from the back. 30 seconds later, taking a deep breath, Kimberly made a big production of walking from the woods right onto the dirt path. She made a sharp left and walked straight up to the pair of sentries. "I just need to see the body for a moment," she said breezily. "This area is restricted, ma'am." The first sentry spoke in clipped tones, his gaze fixed somewhere past her left ear. "Oh, I'm sure it is." Kimberly waved her hand negligently and stepped forward. The young sentry made a discreet move left and, without seeming to exert any real effort, blocked her path. "Excuse me," Kimberly said firmly, "but I don't think you understand. I have clearance, I'm part of the case. For heaven's sake, I was the first officer at the scene." The Marine frowned at her, unimpressed. The other pair of Marines had moved closer, obviously prepared to offer backup. Kimberly flashed them a sickeningly sweet smile, and watched as Special Agent McCormack eased into the clearing behind them. "Ma'am, I must ask you to depart," the first sentry said. "Where's the crime scene log?" Kimberly asked. "Just get the log and I'll show you where I'm signed in." For the first time, the Marine hesitated. Kimberly's instincts had been right. These guys were just foot soldiers. They knew nothing about investigative procedure or law enforcement jurisdiction. "Seriously," she pressed, taking another step closer and getting everyone antsy. "Now I'm new agent Kimberly Quincy. At approximately 08-2200, I found the victim and secured the scene for NCIS. Of course, I want to follow up with this case." Mac was halfway to the body now, moving with surprising stealth for a big guy. "Ma'am, this area belongs to the Marines. It is restricted to the Marines unless you're accompanied by the appropriate officer. You may not enter this area." "Who's the appropriate officer?" "Ma'am, sir, I found that girl this morning." "While I appreciate that you're doing your job, I'm not leaving a poor young girl like that to a bunch of camo-clad men. She needs one of her own around. Simple as that." The Marine glared at her. She'd definitely crossed some line in his mind over to wacky. He sighed and seemed to be struggling to find his patience. Mac was now at the area where they had both seen the leaf flutter to the ground. He was on his hands and knees, moving carefully. For the first time, Kimberly realized their problem. There were many dried-up leaves on the ground, red, yellow, brown. What color had been in the girl's hair? Oh, God, she already didn't remember. The backup sentries had edged closer. They had their hands on the stocks of their rifles. Kimberly brought up her chin and dared them to shoot her. You need to leave, the first sentry repeated. No. Ma'am, you depart on your own, or we will forcefully assist you. Mac had a leaf now. He held it up, seemed to be frowning at it. Was he also wondering what color it should be? Could he remember? Lay a hand on me, and I will sue you for sexual harassment. The Marine blinked. Kimberly blinked, too. Really, as threats went, that was a pretty good one. Even Mac had turned toward her and appeared sincerely impressed. The leaf in his hand was green. All at once, she relaxed. That made sense. The leaves already at the scene were old from last fall. A green leaf, on the other hand, had probably been brought in with the body. He had done it. They had done it. The backup sentries were now right behind the first pair. All 4 sets of male gazes stared at her. You need to leave, the first Marine said again, but he no longer sounded as forceful. I'm just trying to do right by her, Kimberly said quietly. That seemed to disarm him further. His stare broke. He glanced down at the dirt path, and Kimberly found herself still talking. I had a sister, you see, not that much older than this girl here one night. A guy got her drunk, tampered with her seatbelt, and drove her straight into a telephone pole. Then he ran away, leaving her there all alone, her skull crushed against the windshield. She didn't die right away, though. She lived for a while. I've always wondered, did she feel the blood trickling down her face? Did she know how alone she was? The medics would never tell me, but I wonder if she cried, if she understood what was happening to her. That's gotta be the worst thing in the world, to know that you're dying and nobody is coming to save you, of course. You don't have to worry about such things. You're a Marine. Someone will always come for you. We can't say the same, however, for the women of the world. I sure couldn't say the same for my sister. Now all the Marines were looking down. That was okay. Kimberly's voice had gotten huskier than she intended. She was afraid of the expression that must be on her face. You're right, she said abruptly. I should go. I'll come back later, when an investigating officer is here. That would be best, ma'am, the Marine said. He still would not look her in the eye. Thank you for your help. She hesitated, then just couldn't help herself. Please take care of her for me. Then Kimberly turned quickly, and before she did anything even more stupid, disappeared back down the path. 2 minutes later, she felt Mac's hand upon her arm. She took one look at his somber expression and knew he'd heard everything. Did you get the leaf? She asked. Yes, ma'am. Now would you like to tell me why you're really here? And Mac said, because all these years later I've been waiting for him. Chapter 9, Quantico, Virginia, 12:33 p.m. Temperature, 95 degrees. It started in 1998, June 4th. 2 college roommates went out to a tavern in Atlanta and never came home. 3 days later, the first girl's body was found near Interstate 75, just south of the city. 4 months later, the second girl's remains were found 100 miles away in Tallulah Gorge State Park. Both girls were found fully clothed and with their purses, no signs of robbery or sexual assault. Kimberly frowned. That's different. Mac nodded at her. They were in a corner of the Crossroads Lounge, huddled over a small table, heads together and voices low. Next year, 1999. First heat wave of the year doesn't hit until July. 2 high school girls in Macon, Georgia, sneak into a local bar on July 10th, never seen alive again. First girl's body is found 2 days later, this time next to US 441, which happens to be near the Tallulah Gorge State Park. Second girl is found. Inside the gorge? Kimberly tried gamely. Nope, Burke County cotton field. 150 miles away from the gorge. It's the gorge that we searched, however, so nobody discovered her body until the cotton harvest in November. Wait a minute. Kimberly held up a hand. It takes all the way until November to find a girl's body in a field. You've never been to Burke County. We're talking 800 square miles of cotton. The kind of place where you can drive all day without ever hitting a paved road. There ain't nothing out in Burke County, except a dead body. Kimberly leaned forward intently. Both girls fully clothed again. No sign of sexual assault. The best we can tell, Mac said. It's difficult with the second girl of each pair, given the condition of their bodies. But for the most part, yes. All 4 girls are found wearing their party clothes and looking relatively peaceful. Cause of death? It varies. For the girls left next to roadways, an overdose of benzodiazepine, the prescription drug Ativan. He injects the lethal dose into their left shoulders. And the second girls, we don't know. It looks like a fall may have been what killed Deanna Wilson, for Casey Cooper exposure, maybe, or dehydration. They were abandoned alive. It's a theory. She wasn't sure she liked how he said that. You said you found their purses? What about ID? Max turned a frown. He was obviously thinking of the girl they'd found that day and the lack of ID in her wallet. They did have their driver's licenses, he admitted. IDing the bodies was never an issue. No keys, though, for that matter, no cars. We've never recovered a single vehicle. Really? Kimberly's scowl deepened. She was fascinated in spite of herself. Okay, continue. 2000, Max said crisply, then promptly rolled his eyes. Bad year, 2000. Brutally hot summer, no rain, May 29th. We're already in the mid-90s. 2 students from Augusta State University head to Savannah for a girls' weekend. They never come home. Tuesday morning, a motorist finds the first girl's body next to US 25 in Waynesboro. Can you guess where Waynesboro is? Kimberly thought about it a minute. The Cottonfield place, Burke County? He smiled, a flash of white against his dark skin. You catch on quick. That's one of the rules of the game, you see. The first body of the new pair is always left near the second girl of the last pair. Maybe he likes the continuity, or maybe he's giving us a fighting chance at finding the second body in case we missed it the previous year. He paused for a second and eyed her appraisingly. So, for this new pair, where's the second girl? Not in Burke County? You're cheatin'. Well, he hasn't repeated an area. So you can assume not the gorge and not a cotton field. Process of elimination. Georgia has nearly 60,000 square miles of mountains, forests, coastline, swamplands, peach orchards, tobacco fields, and cities. You're gonna need to eliminate more than that. Kimberly acknowledged the point with a slight shrug. Unconsciously, she worried her lower lip. Well, you said it was a game. Does he leave you clues? His answering smile was dazzling. Yes, ma'am.
Second rule of the game for it to be competitive. You gotta leave clues. Let's go back to the very first girl found outside of Atlanta. Girls laid out next to a major interstate. Remember, we have no signs of violence, no sexual assault, so that means no blood, no semen, none of the normal trace evidence you might expect to collect in a homicide case. But here's something interesting. The body's clean. Very clean, almost as if someone has washed the victim's legs, arms, and shoes. We not only lack hair and fiber, we can't even find traces of spilled beer on her shoes or a stray peanut in her hair. It's like the girl's been sanitized. All of her? Kimberly asked sharply. Then you can no longer be sure of lack of sexual assault. Max shook his head. Not all of her, just the parts exposed hair, face, limbs. My best guess? He wipes them down with a sponge. It's like he's wiping a slate clean, and then he starts his work. Oh my God, Kimberly breathed. She was no longer sure she wanted to know what had happened next. They're a map, Max said quietly. That's why the first girl exists. That's why she's left next to a major road and easily found. Maybe why she gets a quick and relatively painless death. Because she doesn't matter to him. She's just a tool, a guide to where the real game is being played out. Kimberly was leaning forward again. Her heart had started pounding, neurons firing to life in her brain. She could feel where this was headed now, almost see the dark, twisted road open up before her. What are the clues from the first girl? We found a feather in her hair, a crushed flower beneath her body, traces of rock on her shoe, and a business card in her purse. The crime lab followed protocol and took samples of everything. And then, nothing. Nothing. You ever been to a real crime lab, Kimberly? And by that, I don't mean the FBI lab. The feds have money, no doubt about it. I mean what the rest of us working stiffs get to use. Kimberly shook her head. We have equipment, lots of equipment, but unless it's fingerprints or DNA, God's honest truth, it's as worthless as an unmatched sock. We don't have databases.
So sure, we collect soil samples, but it's not like we can scan them into some giant computer and have a matching location magically blip across the screen the way they do in some of those crime shows. Frankly, we operate on tight budgets, and tight budgets mean forensics is mostly reactionary. You take samples, and someday, if you have a suspect, then you have a reference sample to work with. You take your dirt from the crime scene and hope it matches dirt from the bad guy's yard. That's as good as it gets. In other words, we collected the rock sample, the feather, the flower, and we knew they were worthless to us, so we sent them out to real experts who might be able to make something of them, and then we waited 9 months. Kimberly closed her eyes. "Oh, no," she said. "Nobody knew," he said quietly. "You have to understand, nobody ever expected the likes of this man. He abandoned the second girl in the gorge, didn't he? With a gallon jug of water, wearing high heels in nearly 100-degree heat. But if you had interpreted the clues in time, you mean if we'd identified the white flower as persistent trillium, a rare herb found growing only in a 5.3 square mile area in all of Georgia, an area inside the Tallulah Gorge, or if we'd realized the feather belonged to the peregrine falcon, which also makes its home in the gorge. Or if we'd understood that the granite in the rocks found ground into her shoes matched samples taken from the cliffs, or that the business card found in her purse belonged to a customer service representative from Georgia Power, the company that just so happens to own and manage the gorge. Sure, if we'd known that stuff, then maybe we could have found her, but most of those reports didn't come in for months, and poor Deanna Wilson was dead and buried by then. Kimberly hung her head. She was thinking of a poor young girl lost and bewildered in the middle of a hostile forest, trying to hike her way out over uneven terrain in party heels and a little black dress. The burning, scorching heat. She wondered if the girl had drunk the water quickly, convinced someone would find her soon, or if she had rationed it from the start, already fearing the worst. "And the second pair of girls?" she asked quietly. Mac shrugged. His eyes were dark and somber. "We still didn't know any better. The minute the first body appeared outside of the gorge, that's the connection everyone made. We have someone who kidnaps girls and likes to hide them in the gorge given the extreme heat. The Rabun County Sheriff's Office did the logical thing and threw all resources at searching the state park. It took another week to realize she wasn't there, and even then, it was hard to be sure. What were the clues? Josie Anders had white lint on her red top, dried mud on her shoes, 4 kernels in her purse, and a phone number scribbled on a cocktail napkin, wadded up in her front pocket. The lint and kernels have something to do with cotton, Kimberly guessed. Upon further examination, the lint proved to be linters made from raw cottonseed. The kernels were cotton kernels. The mud turned out to be high in organic matter. And the phone number belonged to Lyle Burke, a 65-year-old retired electrician living in Savannah, who'd never heard of the 2 girls, let alone Roxy's bar, which was where they were last seen alive. "Burke County," Kimberly said. Mac nodded. "Cotton's not a fair clue in a state like Georgia. There's only 97 counties that grow the stuff, but by throwing in the phone number, I think in his own way, the man considered it sporting. Now we had only 800 square miles to search, if we'd been paying attention." He shrugged, his hand nodding and unnodding in a frustrated motion. "When did you start putting it together?" Kimberly asked. 2 months after Casey Cooper was found in the cotton field, the last of the evidence reports came in, and we made the connections after the fact. Gee, we've had 4 girls disappear in pairs. In both instances, one girl is found right away next to a major road. And in both instances, the second girl isn't found for a long time, and when she is found, it's in a remote and dangerous area. The first girls, however, have evidence that ties them to the second location. Gee, maybe if we figure out those clues sooner we can find the second girls in time. Good golly, Miss Molly, that might make some sense. Mac blew out a breath of air. He sounded disgusted, but then he got on with it. We assembled a task force, not that the public knew. We worked behind the scenes at that point, identifying some of the best experts on Georgia biologists, botanists, geologists, entomologists, etc., and getting them thinking about this guy and where he might strike next. The goal was to be proactive. Failing that, at least we'd already have the experts in place to give us real-time answers should the man strike again. "What happened?" Kimberly asked. "The year 2000, he said bluntly, "the year we'd thought we'd gotten smart. Instead, everything went to hell in a handbasket. 2 more kidnappings, 3 girls dead." Mac glanced at his watch. He shook away the rest of what he was going to say and startled them both by taking her hand instead. "But that was then. This is now. If this is the eco-killer Kimberly, we don't have much time. The clock is ticking. Now here's what I need you to do next." Chapter 10, Quantico, Virginia, 2:03 p.m. Temperature 98 degrees, Special Agent McCormack was going to get her kicked out of the FBI Academy. Kimberly thought about it dispassionately as she drove through Quantico's winding roads on her way to the main highway. She'd showered after talking to Mac. She'd changed into the appropriate uniform of khaki cargo pants and a navy blue FBI Academy shirt. Then she'd tucked her good old Crayola gun into a holster on the waistband of her pants and attached handcuffs to her belt. As long as she was going to trade in on the cachet of being a new agent, she might as well look the part. She could have told Mac no. She thought about that, too, as she drove. She didn't really know the man. Good looks and compelling blue eyes aside, he had no claim on her. She wasn't even sure she believed his story yet. Oh, sure, this eco-killer guy had probably ravaged the state of Georgia, but that was 3 years ago in a state hundreds of miles away. Why would some Georgian nut suddenly turn up in Virginia? Better yet, why would a Georgian nut leave a dead body on the FBI's doorstep? It didn't make sense to her. Mac saw what he needed to see. He wasn't the first cop to be obsessed by a case, and he wouldn't be the last, none of which explained why Kimberly had just blown off her afternoon classes, a violation that could get her written up, or why she was now driving to a county ME's office after her supervisor had explicitly told her to stay away from the case. That little act of insubordination could get her kicked out, and yet from the minute Mac had made his request, she'd agreed. She wanted to speak to the ME. She wanted to con her way into the autopsy of a poor young girl she'd never met. She wanted to know what happened. She wanted to know the girl's name and the dreams she'd once had. She wanted to know if she'd suffered or if it'd been quick. She wanted to know what mistakes the unidentified subject might have made so she could use those mistakes to track him down and find justice for a young girl who deserved better than to be abandoned like garbage in the woods. In short, Kimberly was projecting as a former psych student. She recognized the signs as a young woman who'd lost her sister and mother to violent deaths. She couldn't stop if she tried. She had found the victim. She'd stood alone with her in the dark shadows of the woods. She couldn't walk away from her now if she tried. Kimberly followed the address she'd received from the Marine base. She'd asked about the NCIS investigator while there, only to discover he'd already left to observe the victim's autopsy at the morgue. In the Good News Department, Special Agent Kaplan's presence at the autopsy gave Kimberly a better excuse for insinuating herself into the procedure. She'd just come to talk to him, but hey, as long as she was there, in the Bad News Department, an experienced special agent was probably going to be a bit savvier about a new agent trying to horn in on his investigation than an overworked ME. That's why Mac had volunteered her for this mission after all. No one was going to let another cop into the case. A mere student, on the other hand. Play to your weaknesses, he'd advised her. No one ever suspects the small, bewildered rookie. Kimberly parked her car outside the nondescript 5-story building. She took a deep breath. She wondered if her father had ever felt this nervous before a case. Then again, had he ever gone off the beaten path? Risked everything to learn the truth for yet another dead girl in a world of so many murdered blondes? Her cool, remote father? She couldn't picture it. Somehow that bolstered her spirits. She squared her shoulders and got on with it. Inside, the odor hit her at once. Too antiseptic. Too sterile. The smell of a place that definitely had things to hide. She went to the glass-enclosed receptionist area, made her request, and was grateful when the woman buzzed her straight through. Kimberly followed a long corridor with stark walls and linoleum floors all the way to the back. Here and there, metal gurneys were shoved up against bone-colored walls. Steel-gray doors led off other places, security boxes demanding access codes she didn't have. The air was colder in here. Her footsteps rang out with a startling echo while the fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. Her hands were trembling at her sides. She could feel the first trickle of sweat slide stickily down her back. Being inside this cool place should have been a welcome relief from the stifling outdoor heat. It wasn't. At the end of the hallway, she pushed through a wooden door into a new lobby area. This is where the Emmys' offices were housed. She pressed a buzzer and wasn't horribly surprised when a door cracked open and Special Agent Kaplan poked out his head. "You looking for the me?" "He's busy. Actually, I'm looking for you." Special Agent Kaplan straightened in the doorway. This close, Kimberly could see the faint sheen of silver mixed into his dark, buzz-cut hair. He had a weathered face, stern eyes, and thin lips that reserved judgment before smiling. Not a cruel man, but a hard one. He was the guy, after all, who kept all of the Navy, plus the Marines, in line. This was not going to be easy. "New Agent Kimberly Quincy," Kimberly said, and stuck out her hand. He accepted the handshake. His grip was firm, his expression wary. "You had quite a ride." "I understand you have questions for me, given my schedule. I thought it might be easier if I found you. At the Marine base, they said you were here, so I decided to make the drive. Your supervisor know you left the academy?" I didn't mention it to him directly. When I spoke with him this morning, however, he underscored the importance of cooperating fully with NCIS's investigation. Naturally, I assured him I would do whatever I could to help.
"Uh-huh," Kaplan said, and that was it. He stood, he stared, and he let the silence drag on and on and on. If this man had kids, they never snuck out at night. Kimberly's fingers desperately wanted to fidget. She stuck them into her pockets and wished once more she were carrying her Glock. It was tough to project confidence when you were armed with a red-painted toy. "I understand you visited my crime scene," Kaplan said abruptly. "I stopped by. Gave the boys quite a scare. With all due respect, sir, your boys scare easily." Kaplan's lips finally cracked into a ghostly semblance of a smile. "I told them the same," he said, and for a moment they were co-conspirators. Then the moment passed.
Why are you crowding my case, New Agent Quincy? Hasn't your father taught you better than that?
Kimberly's shoulders immediately went rigid. She caught the motion, then forced herself to breathe easy. "I didn't apply to the academy because my interests ran to sewing. So this is an academic study to you?" "No," that made him frown. "I'll ask one more time, why are you here, New Agent Quincy?" "Because I found her, sir." "Because you found her?" "Yes, sir." "And what I start, I like to finish. My father taught me that." "It's not your case to finish." "No, sir, it's your case to finish, absolutely. I'm just a student. But I'm hoping you'll be kind enough to let me watch kind. No one calls me kind. Letting a green rookie watch an autopsy and puke her guts out won't change your image, sir." Now he did smile. It changed the contours of his whole face, made him handsome, even approachable. The human in him came out, and Kimberly thought she had hope yet. "You ever see an autopsy, New Agent Quincy?" "No, sir. It's not the blood that will get you. It's the smell, or maybe the whine of the buzz saw when it hits the skull. Think you're up to it." "I'm pretty sure I'll be sick, sir." "Then by all means, come on back. The things I gotta do to educate the Phoebes," Kaplan muttered. He shook his head. Then he opened the door and let her into the cold, sterile room. Tina was going to be sick. She was trying desperately to control the reflex. Her stomach was clenching, her throat tightening, bile surged upward. Bitterly, harshly, she forced it back down. Her mouth was duct-taped shut. If she started vomiting now, she was terrified she'd drown. She curled up tighter in a ball that seemed to alleviate some of the cramping in her lower abdomen. Maybe it bought her another few minutes. And then she didn't know anymore. She lived in a black tomb of darkness. She saw nothing. She heard very little. Her hands were behind her back, but at least not taped too tight. Her ankles seemed bound as well. If she wiggled her feet, she could get the tape to make a squishy sound and earn herself some extra room. The tape didn't really matter, though. She'd figured that out hours before. The real prison wasn't the duct tape around her limbs. It was the locked plastic container that held her body. It was too dark to be sure, but given the approximate size, the metal gate in the front and the holes that marked the top where she could press her cheek, she had a feeling that she'd been thrown into a very large animal carrier. Honest to goodness, she was trapped in a dog crate. She'd cried a bit in the beginning, then she'd gotten so angry she'd thrashed against the plastic, hurling herself at the metal door. All she had to show for that tantrum was a bruised shoulder and banged-up knees. She'd slept after that, too exhausted by fear and pain to know what to do next. When she'd woken up, the duct tape had been removed from her mouth, and a gallon jug of water was in the crate with her, along with an energy bar. She'd been tempted to refuse the offering out of spite. She was no trained monkey. But then she'd thought of her unborn baby, and she'd consumed the water greedily while eating the protein bar. She thought the water might have been drugged, though, because no sooner had she drunk it than she fell deeply asleep. When she woke up again, the tape was back over her mouth, and the wrapper from the energy bar had been taken away. She'd wanted to cry again. Drugs couldn't be good, not for her and not for her unborn child. Funny, 4 weeks ago she hadn't even been sure she wanted a baby. But then Betsy had brought home the Mayo Clinic book on child development, and together they'd looked at all the pictures. Tina knew now that at 6 weeks past conception, her baby was already half an inch long. It had a big head with eyes but no eyelids, and it had little arms and little legs with paddle-like hands and feet. In another week, her baby would double to being 1 inch long, and the hands and feet would develop tiny webbed fingers and teensy little toes until her baby looked like the world's cutest lima bean. In other words, her baby was already a baby. A tiny, precious something Tina couldn't wait to hold one day in her arms, and Tina had better enjoy that moment, because her mother would be killing her shortly thereafter, her mom. Oh, God. Even the thought of her mother made her want to weep. If anything happened to Tina, life was too unfair sometimes to a grown woman who had worked so hard in the hope that her daughter would have a better life. Tina had to be more alert. She had to pay more attention. She wasn't going to just disappear like this, damn it. She refused to be a stupid statistic. She strained her ears again, struggled for some hint of what might be going on. Tina was pretty sure she was in a vehicle. She could feel movement, but it confused her that she couldn't see. Maybe the crate was in the back of a covered pickup bed or a blacked-out van. She didn't think it was night, though. Without being able to glance at her watch, she had no idea how much time had passed. She'd slept for a long while, she thought. The drugs, then the fear, having taken their toll, she felt isolated. The pitch black was too sterile, devoid of even the soft whisper of someone else's breath, let alone whimpers of fear. Whatever else was back here, she was pretty sure she was the only living thing. Maybe that was a good thing. Maybe she was the only person he'd kidnapped then. He'd taken just her. But somehow she doubted that, and it made her want to weep. She didn't know why he was doing this. Was he a pervert who kidnapped college girls to take them to his sick hideaway, where he would do unspeakable things? She was still fully clothed, however, down to her 3-inch sandals. He'd also left her her purse. She didn't think a pervert would do such a thing. Maybe he was a slave trader. She'd heard stories. A white girl could fetch a lot of money overseas. Maybe she'd end up in a harem or working in some sleazy bar in Bangkok. Well, wouldn't they be in for a big surprise when their pretty young thing suddenly grew big and fat that would teach them to snatch first and talk later? Her child born into slavery, prostitution, porn. The bile rose up in her throat again. She grimly fought it back. I can't be sick, she tried telling her tummy. You have to give me a break. We're in this together. I'll figure out a way to get out of the crate. You have to hold down all food and water.
We don't have much to work with here, you know? We have to make these calories count, which was very important actually, because as perverse as it sounded, the less Tina had to eat, the worse her nausea became. Basically, food made her sick, and lack of food made her sicker. Belatedly, Tina was aware that the motion was decelerating. She strained her ears and detected the slight squeak of brakes. The vehicle had stopped immediately, her body tensed. Her hands fumbled behind her.
They found her black shoulder bag gripping it tight like a weapon. Not that it would do her any good with her hands bound behind her back, but she had to do something. Anything was better than simply waiting for what would happen next. A door suddenly rolled back. Bright sunlight penetrated the vehicle, making her blink owlishly, and in the next instant she was aware of an intense wall of heat. Oh God, it was boiling outside. She shrank back but couldn't avoid the scorching air. A man stood in the open doorway. His features were a black shroud haloed by the sunlight behind him. His arm came up, and a cellophane package fell between the plastic bars. Then another and another. "Do you have water?" he asked. She tried to speak, then remembered the tape over her mouth. She did have water, but she wanted more, so she shook her head. "You should ration your supplies more carefully?" The man scolded. She wanted to spit at him. She shrugged instead. "I'll give you another jug, but that's it. Understood?" What did he mean by that's it? That's it before he set her free, or that's it before he raped her, killed her, or sold her to a bunch of sick, twisted men. Her stomach was roiling again. She closed her eyes to savagely fight it back. Next thing she felt was a prick on the arm. A damn needle, the drugs, oh no. Her muscles melted as if trained. She slumped against the side of the dog crate, the world already fading away. The kennel door opened. A jug of water materialized in her crate. A hand casually ripped the tape from her mouth. Her lips stung. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. "Eat, drink," the man said quietly. "By nightfall, you're going to need your strength." The kennel door snapped shut. The van door rolled closed. No more sunlight, no more heat. Tina slid down to the floor of the dog crate. Her legs came up, her body curled up protectively around her belly. Then the drugs won this battle and swept her far away. Chapter 11, Quantico, Virginia, 3:14 p.m. Temperature, 98 degrees. They hadn't gotten very far with the post-mortem. Kimberly wasn't surprised. Most autopsies were scheduled for days after the recovery of the body, not hours. Either things were slow at the moment, or an NCIS investigation carried some hefty weight. Special Agent Kaplan introduced her to the medical examiner, Dr. Corbin, and then to his assistant, Gina Nitsche.
Your first post?
Nitsche asked, wheeling in the body with quick efficiency. Kimberly nodded. "If you're gonna puke, don't ask, just leave," Nitsche said cheerfully. "I got enough to clean up after this," she continued talking briskly while unzipping the body bag and folding back the plastic. "I'm called a Diener, technically speaking. Dr. Corbin is the pro sector. He'll handle all the protocol, and I'll do what I'm told. Usual procedure is that the body arrives a day or two earlier and is logged in a separate area. We inventory clothes and possessions, take the weight, give the body an official tag with an ID number. Given time constraints, however, Nitsche shot Kaplan a look. This time we're doing it all as we go. Oh, and while I'm thinking about it, there's a box of gloves on the side table. The cupboard has extra caps and gowns. Help yourself." Kimberly glanced toward the cupboard uncertainly, and Nitsche, as if she were reading her mind, added, "You know, 'cause sometimes they splatter." Kimberly went to the cupboard and found herself a cap to cover her short, feathery hair and a gown to cover her clothes. She noticed that Special Agent Kaplan followed her over and also snagged a set of protective gear. He'd brought his own pair of gloves. She borrowed her pair from the ME's supply. Nitsche had finished unwrapping the body now. First, she'd pulled back the external layer of heavy-duty plastic. Next, she'd unfolded a plain white sheet. Finally, she unpeeled the internal layer of plastic, much like a dry cleaning bag, which was what came into contact with the corpse's skin. Nitsche folded each layer down around the base of the gurney. Then she methodically inventoried the dead girl's clothing and jewelry, while Dr. Corbin prepped the autopsy table. "I inventoried her purse before coming in," Nitsche said conversationally. "Poor thing had brochures from a travel agency for Hawaii. I've always wanted to go to Hawaii. Do you think she was going with a boyfriend? Because if she was going with a boyfriend, well then, he's available again, and God knows I need someone to take me away from here. All right, we're ready." She wheeled the gurney over to the cutting table. She and Dr. Corbin had obviously done this many times before. He moved to the head. She moved to the feet. On the count of 3, they slid the now naked corpse from the gurney onto the metal slab. Then Nitsche wheeled the gurney away. "Testing, testing," Dr. Corbin said into his recording equipment, satisfied that it was working. He got down to business. First, the ME cataloged the victim's naked body. He described her sex, age, height, weight, and hair, and eye color. He commented that she appeared in good health, other than the fact that she was dead, Kimberly thought. He also listed the presence of a tattoo, shape of a rose, approximately 1 inch in size on the deceased's upper left breast, victim and deceased. Dr. Corbin used those words a lot. Kimberly began to think this was the heart of her problem. She never thought in terms of victim or deceased. Instead, she thought in terms such as young, pretty, blonde girl. If she was supposed to be a dispassionate, world-weary death investigator, she hadn't achieved it yet. Dr. Corbin had moved on to perceived injuries. He described the large bruise on the victim's upper left hip, his gloved hand poking and prodding at the waxy skin. Victim has presence of large ecchymosis, approximately 4 inches in diameter, on the upper left thigh. Center area is red and swollen, approximately 1.5 inches around puncture site. It's an abnormal amount of bruising for an intramuscular injection, perhaps the result of inexperience or a large bore needle. Special Agent Kaplan frowned at that and made a gesture with his hand. Dr. Corbin snapped off the mini recorder in his hand. "What do you mean, a large bore needle?" Kaplan asked. "Different needle gauges have different thicknesses, for example. In the medical community, when we give injections, we use an 18-gauge needle, which slides very easily into a vein. Administered correctly, it can be done with relatively little bruising. Now, this injection site has a great deal of bruising. And not just of the muscle area, this center spot where it's red and swollen, that's where the needle punctured the skin. The size of the aggravation leads me to believe that either it was a needle wielded with a fair amount of force, really truly stabbed into the thigh, or it was an abnormally large needle." Kaplan narrowed his eyes, considering the possibilities. Why would someone use a bigger needle? Different sized needles are used for a variety of different procedures, Dr. Corbin's brow furrowed. Sometimes, to inject large amounts of a substance at a faster rate, you need a larger bore needle. Or when mixing substances, you would use a larger needle. Now, here's something interesting. The second injection site, the arm. Note the relatively small amount of aggravation we see here, just the slightest swollen spot. That's more like what we would typically see consistent with a standard 18-gauge needle. Granted, the limited amount of bruising is also due to the fact she died shortly thereafter. But either way, this injection is clearly more skillfully done. Either it's 2 different needles, or it's 2 very different approaches toward intramuscular injections. So, first she's injected in the hip, Kaplan mused slowly, forcefully and/or with a very large needle. Then later she's injected in the arm, but more controlled, more carefully. How much time occurred between the two?
Doc.
Corbin frowned. He resumed studying the first bruise with his fingers. Given the large size, it had time to develop, but notice the coloring is all purple and dark blues. None of the green and yellow tinges that happen later. I'd say 12 to 24 hours between the hip puncture and the injection into the arm. "Ambush," Kimberly murmured. Special Agent Kaplan turned on her. He had the hard stare again. "Come again." "Ambush," she forced herself to speak up louder. "The first bruise. If it could be caused by more force, then maybe it's from an ambush. How he gains initial control. Later, when she's already subdued, he can take more time for the final injection." She was thinking of what Mac had said about the Georgia murders. How the girls found first always had bruises on their hips, plus a fatal injection mark on their upper left arms. She'd never heard of such an MO before. What were the odds that 2 different killers were using it in 2 different states, Doctor? Corbin had the recorder back on. He rolled the body onto its back, noted the absence of bruises and contusions, then finished his initial exam by narrating the condition of the mouth. Nietzsche handed him some kind of standardized form, and he quickly and efficiently sketched each one of the external injuries he'd noted in the protocol. They moved on to her hands. They had been bagged at the scene. Now Nietzsche pulled off the paper bags, and both prosecutor and Diener leaned close. Dr. Corbin scraped beneath each nail. Nietzsche collected the samples. Next, Dr. Corbin swabbed around each nail bed with a Q-tip, testing for traces of blood. He looked up at Kaplan and shook his head. "No signs of defensive wounds," he reported. "No skin, no blood." Kaplan sighed and resumed, leaning against the wall. "Not my lucky day," he murmured. As the victim's hands had now been examined for evidence, Nietzsche brought over an ink pad for fingerprinting. The body, however, had achieved full rigor since being found, and the stiff fingers refused to cooperate. Dr. Corbin moved up to assist her. He worked the first joint of the girl's index finger until, with a faint popping sound, the rigor broke. Nietzsche started inking, and Dr. Corbin methodically worked his way through both hands, each popping sound echoing faintly in the cold tile room and bringing up bile in the back of Kimberly's throat. "I will not be sick," she promised herself. And then, oh God, this is only the external exam, fingerprinting done. Dr. Corbin moved down the body to between the the deceased's legs while the condition of her clothing had been inconsistent with rape. He still had to examine the body itself. No bruising of the inner thighs, no lacerations of the labia majora or labia minora, Dr. Corbin reported. He combed the pubic hair and Nietzsche collected the loose strands in another bag. Then he picked up 3 swabs. Now Kimberly had to look away. The young girl was dead, far beyond insult or injury, but Kimberly couldn't watch. Her fingers were knotted, her breathing shallow. She was once more aware of the strong smell of the room and the feel of sweat on her back. She noticed out of the corner of her eye that Kaplan was now intently studying the floor. From the external exam, Dr. Corbin concluded shortly, there is no evidence of sexual assault. Now then, let's get her cleaned up. Kimberly's eyes flew open. Nietzsche had just moved into position, and she and Dr. Corbin were now hosing down the body. Kimberly's bewilderment must have shown on her face because Dr. Corbin spoke up above the spray of water. After concluding the external exam, we wash the body before making the first incision. You don't want factors from the outside, dirt, fiber, debris, contaminating the internal organs and confusing your findings. The outside had its stories to tell. Now, it's the inside's turn. Dr. Corbin matter-of-factly turned off the hose, passed out plastic goggles, and picked up a scalpel. Kimberly went green. She was trying hard. She had seen crime scene photos, damn it. She wasn't a novice to violent death, but she felt herself sway on her feet anyway. She told herself to hold it together, but then she looked at the young girl's face, and that did it completely. "Oh my God," she gasped. "What is in her mouth?" It was there, unmistakable now, the shadow of the thing Dr. Corbin had sensed earlier. First, the girl's left cheek bulged, pale and waxy. Then, with dazzling speed, her right cheek went until it looked like she was puffing up her mouth while staring at them with her dead brown eyes. Kaplan was fumbling with his holster. Kimberly was fumbling too. He brought out a gun. She brought out a red plastic toy. Shit, damn. She dropped down to her ankle without ever taking her gaze off the girl's face. "Stand back," Kaplan said. Dr. Corbin and his attendant needed no urging. Nietzsche's gaze was wide and fascinated. Dr. Corbin had that pale, tight look from earlier in the day. It could be gases from decomp, he tried vainly. She was out in intense heat. The body just achieved full rigor. It's not that far along. Kaplan muttered tightly. The cheeks bulged again, moved from side to side. "I think—" Kimberly's voice came out too faintly. She licked her lips, tried again. "I think there's something in there in her mouth. That's why he stitched it shut." "Holy shit," Nietzsche said with awe. "Mother of God," Kaplan murmured. Kimberly stared at Dr. Corbin. His right hand was shaking badly. She was pretty sure nothing like this had ever happened in one of his post-mortems before the look on his face said he'd retire before letting it happen again. "Sir," she said as calmly as she could, "you have this scalpel. You need to cut the stitching." "I will not. Whatever's in there has got to come out. It's better on our terms than it's." Kaplan was nodding slowly. "She has a point. We need to do the autopsy, so whatever's there needs to go." Dr. Corbin looked at them both wildly. He definitely was thinking of an argument. He definitely wanted to argue, but then his scientific mind seemed to reassert itself. He glanced at the body again, watched the horrible distortion of its face, and slowly, very slowly, nodded. "Eye gear on," he said at last. "Masks, gloves, whatever it is, I want us to be prepared." And then, almost as an afterthought, "Gina, stand next to the special agent." Nietzsche moved hastily behind Kaplan's large build. Kimberly straightened up and worked on her own composure, knees slightly bent, legs ready to move. She put on her goggles, her Crayola long since discarded on the floor, and her favorite hunting knife now in her hand. Dr. Corbin moved gingerly. He got just close enough to be able to touch the girl's stitched-up mouth with his scalpel without his body being in the line of fire for Kaplan's gun. On the count of 3, Dr. Corbin said tightly, 1, 2, 3. The scalpel went slash, slash. Dr. Corbin fell back from the body, his feet already scrambling, and a dark mottled shape exploded from its unwanted prison and hurtled halfway across the tiled floor. One moment, Kimberly was alone in her corner of the room. The next, she saw the unmistakable brown splotched shape of a coiled rattler. The viper reared up with an ominous hiss. Kaplan's Glock exploded in the tiny room, and Kimberly hurled her knife. Chapter 12. Quantico, Virginia, 5:14 p.m. Temperature: 97 degrees. Mac was standing outside a classroom asking Genny if she happened to know of a good botanist in the state of Virginia when the blurred form of a blue-clad figure came roaring down the hall. The next instant he felt a sharp pain in his left shoulder, just had time to look up in surprise, and promptly got whacked again by his favorite new agent. You did not say anything about snakes. Kimberly Quincy swung a solid right. He barely dodged left.
You did not say anything about leaving live vipers in their mouths, she followed with a jab to the ribs. He fell back 3 steps. For a tiny thing, she really could hit. You lying, manipulating, cold-hearted bastard. She took a good wind-up, and he came to his senses just in time to block the blow, twist her arm behind her back, and turn her into the solid restraint of his body. She, of course, tried to flip him over her back. "Sugar," he murmured in her ear.
I appreciate your enthusiasm, but maybe you'd like to wait till we're alone. He felt the outrage scream through her stiffened frame, but then his words must have penetrated. She seemed to become aware of their surroundings. For example, as students generally didn't assault other students in the halls of the academy, she now had everyone's full attention. Genny's gaze was most amused. She had it locked on Mac's face with blatantly unconcealed interest. Just practicing a little drill, Mac drawled out loud. You know, always happy to help out a new agent. He gingerly released Kimberly's arm. She didn't hit him or stomp on his foot, so he figured he was making some progress. Now then, darlin', why don't we go outside where we can discuss other ways for ambushing a possible suspect? He hightailed it for the double doors. After another awkward moment, Kimberly scrambled after him. She managed to make it all the way around the corner of the building to a somewhat isolated flagstone patio before she went after him again. "Why didn't you warn me about the stitched-up mouth?" she yelled. He threw up his hands in surrender. "Warn you about what? I still don't know what you're talking about." He left a rattlesnake in her mouth. "A real live rattler. Well, that'll put hair on your chest. Did you hit the rattler as hard as you hit me? I threw a knife at it, of course." She scowled. "But I missed. Special Agent Kaplan shot it with his gun. No wonder she was pissed. Her big moment, and she missed throwing a knife at a striking viper. The girl did have her standards. I want my Glock," she was still raging. "I know, honey, I know. His arms had come down. He was thinking hard. A live snake," he said at last. "I didn't see that coming." Once he left an alligator's egg down a girl's throat. And for the last one, Mary Lynn, he used a snail, but I never... A live rattler. Damn, give a guy 3 years and he goes and gets mean. And that frightened him. God, that frightened him. All the way down to his big southern bones. Kimberly didn't seem to have heard him. Her hands were rubbing her arms compulsively, as if she were trying to ward off a chill in 100-degree heat. She was also holding herself carefully, a woman made out of glass and trying not to shatter. Shock, he realized. He belatedly pulled out one of the wrought iron chairs and gestured to the seat. "Come on, sit. Take a minute. Autopsy's over, honey. Nothing can happen to you here." "Tell that to the dead girl," Kimberly said roughly. But she accepted the chair, and for a moment, they both simply sat in silence. Kimberly didn't know it yet, but Mac had been doing his own investigative work that afternoon. For starters, he'd inquired all about her. And boy, it had been quite an education. In the good news department, his current partner in solving crime came with a genuine law enforcement pedigree. Her father had reputedly been a brilliant profiler in his day, handled a lot of cases, put away a lot of very bad guys. Rumor had it that his daughter had inherited his brains and aptitude for anticipating the criminal mind. Bad news, however, the daughter was also regarded as a little bit of a head case, didn't like authority figures, didn't like her fellow classmates. didn't seem to actually like much of anyone, which may explain why every time Mac ran into her, she was trying to kill him. Of course, then there was what had happened to her family. Losing most of your relatives to a homicidal maniac was bound to make an impression on you. Perhaps Mac should just be grateful she hadn't actually inflicted bodily harm on him yet. Mac stole another glance beneath the cover of his eyelids. Kimberly's gaze was off in the distance, her eyes unfocused. She appeared profoundly exhausted, haggard beyond measure, with deep shadows bruising her eyes and a patchwork of red scratches still welting her skin. The girl definitely wasn't sleeping at night, and that was before she'd met him. "Was it an overdose?" he asked at last. She seemed to rouse herself from her daze. "I don't know the results of the tox screen, but she was hit first and forcefully by something in the upper left thigh. Later, probably after 12 to 24 hours had passed, she received the fatal injection in her upper left arm." "Intramuscular injections?" Mac asked. "Yes. All her clothes were intact? Her purse? No sexual assault? Yes, on all counts. What about defensive wounds? Blood, skin, anything? Nothing. Shit," Mac said heavily. She nodded. "They have an ID. Not yet. They took her prints. They'll need time to run them through the system." "We need to know who she is," Mac murmured. "We'll need a list of her friends and family, who she was out with last night, where they went, what was the make and model of their car." "Jesus!" He ran a hand through his hair, his mind beginning to race. "It's already been at least 12 hours. Jesus, who's in charge of the case? Special Agent Kaplan. I'd better go talk to him. Good luck." Kimberly snorted. "He let you watch the autopsy, only because I promised to throw up. Did you?" "I was thinking about it," she admitted, "but the rattler put a damper on things. Then Kaplan exploded its head, and then we all had to debate how carefully to clean up snake guts as you could consider them evidence. You had quite a first autopsy," Mac said seriously. "Yeah," she sighed. She seemed rather surprised by the notion herself. "I think other ones will be easier after this." "I think they will be." They both lapsed back into silence, Kimberly, probably thinking of the snake she still wished she'd killed, Mac contemplating past cases that once more loomed larger than life. The heat settled in on them, rolling in like a heavy blanket and pressing them deep into their chairs while their clothing glued to their skin. Mac used to not mind heat like this. It was perfect for sitting next to his parents' pool, put on a little Alan Jackson, drink a lot of homemade lemonade. And later, when dusk fell, watch the fireflies flicker and dart in the purple-tinged air. He didn't think of idyllic summer days anymore. Summer had become the enemy when heat waves would roll in and girls would no longer be safe, even when traveling in pairs. He needed to call Atlanta. He needed to figure out how to best approach this Special Agent Kaplan, and then they were going to need resources. ASAP. The best experts they could find. A botanist, biologist, a forensic geologist, an entomologist, and God knows what other kind of ologists. Was there an expert on snakes? They should find someone who knew everything about rattlers and what it signified when one burst out of a dead girl's mouth. Then there was the rock, of course, which Mac hadn't even gotten to see, and the leaf they'd recovered this morning. But he'd had no luck tracing, and that was just the clues evidence he knew off the top of his head. He needed the body. That was the deal. The clothes would be good to study as well, and her purse, her hair, her sandals. This guy liked to leave clues in the damnedest places, and it sounded like he was refining his technique all the time. A live rattlesnake crammed into a body, shit. Just plain shit. Nearby doors opened. Mac heard footsteps approach. Then a shadow fell across their patio. A man stood in front of them. Mac didn't recognize him, but he could tell from the look on Kimberly's face that she did. "Kimberly," the man said quietly. "Dad," she said with equal reserve. Mac's eyebrows had just disappeared beneath his hairline when the man, older, trim, and very impressive looking in a deep gray suit, turned toward him. "And you must be Special Agent McCormack. Pierce Quincy, pleased to meet you." Mac accepted the man's handshake, and then he knew. A funny grin came across his face. The bottom dropped out of his stomach, and he heard a faint ringing in his ears. He had been so concerned that the NCIS had done nothing in the past 8 hours, but apparently they had done something after all. Pierce Quincy shouldn't know his name. Former FBI agent Pierce Quincy should have no reason to know anyone at the National Academy unless he had been explicitly told to look for Mac, and that could only mean. "If you two would follow me, we need to have a meeting," Quincy was saying in that carefully modulated voice. "You shouldn't be here," Kimberly said tightly. "I was invited. I didn't call you. I would never presume that you did. Damn it, did they tell you about the body?" Kimberly, "I'm doing just fine, Kim. I don't need help, especially from you, Kay. Turn around, go home. If you love me at all, please, for God's sake, just go away. I can't. Why not?" Pierce Quincy sighed heavily. He didn't say anything right away. He simply reached out a hand and touched his daughter's battered face. She flinched, and his arm instantly dropped back to his side as if burned. "We need to have a meeting," Quincy said again, turning toward the front of the building. "If you'll please just follow me." Mac finally rose. Kimberly much more grudgingly shoved back her chair. They both fell in step behind her father, Mac's arm settling lightly around her waist. "I think we're in trouble," Mac murmured in Kimberly's ear, and she said bitterly, "You have no idea." Chapter 13. Quantico, Virginia, 5:44 p.m., temperature 97 degrees. Quincy led them to an office in the main administrative wing. The sign on the door read Supervisor Mark Watson. Inside, the man in question was leaning against the edge of his desk, facing two guests. The first person Mac recognized as being the NCIS officer from the crime scene. The second person was actually a very attractive woman, late 30s, Mac would guess. Gorgeous long chestnut hair, a face that was startlingly angular, more arresting than classically beautiful. Definitely not FBI. For one thing, she already looked annoyed as hell with Watson, Kimberly, the woman said. She stood the moment Kimberly walked in the room and gave the girl a quick hug. "Rainey," Kimberly acknowledged. She offered the woman a faint smile, but immediately appeared wary again as Watson pushed away from his desk. It was clearly the supervisor's show. He was now holding up his hands and awaiting everyone's attention. He started with the introductions. Rainey turned out to be Lorraine Connor, Quincy's partner in Quincy Connor Investigations out of New York. The NCIS officer was Special Agent Thomas Kaplan from General Crimes out of Norfolk. Quincy Connor Investigations, Watson announced, had been retained by NCIS to assist with the case. Given the location of the body on Marine grounds and near FBI facilities, the powers that be had determined the presence of independent consultants would be in everyone's best interest. Translation: everyone was keenly aware of what it would mean if the bad guy turned out to be one of their guys, and it looked like they'd tried to cover it up. Score one for the politicians. Max settled in next to the door, which had now been closed for privacy. He noted that Kaplan stood next to Watson, while Quincy had taken the seat next to Rainey Connor. Kimberly, on the other hand, had put as much distance between herself and her father as possible. She stood in the far corner of the room, arms crossed in front of her chest and chin up for a fight. So everyone had their alliances, or lack thereof. Now they could get down to business. Mark Watson addressed his opening comments to Kimberly. "I understand you saw Special Agent Kaplan earlier today, new Agent Quincy." "Yes, sir. I thought we had reached an understanding this morning." "This is NCIS's case. You're not to go near it." "As part of my pledge to cooperate with NCIS," Kimberly replied evenly, "I found the officer in charge in order to volunteer my statement. At the time, interestingly enough, he was about to observe the autopsy of the body. I asked if I could join him. He graciously let me in." Kimberly smiled stiffly. "Thank you, Special Agent Kaplan." Watson turned to Kaplan, who shrugged big Marine shoulders. "She told me her name. She asked permission." "What the hell? I let her join us." "I never lied," Kimberly spoke up promptly, "and I never misrepresented my interests." She scowled. "I did, however, miss the snake. For that I apologize." "I see," Watson said. "And earlier in the day, when you directly violated my orders and attempted to revisit the crime scene, were you also thinking of the urgency of NCIS's investigation?" "I was looking for Special Agent Kaplan. Don't play me for dumb." "I was curious," Kimberly immediately amended. "It didn't matter. The Marines obediently chased me away." "I see. And what about after you harassed the Marines in the woods, new Agent Quincy?" What about the hour you then spent talking to Special Agent McCormack after you were explicitly told not to discuss your find with anyone in the academy? How would you care to explain that? Kimberly stiffened. Her gaze flickered to Mac, uncertain now, while he swallowed back a fresh curse. Of course, they're meeting in the Crossroads Lounge, in full view of everyone. Stupid, stupid, stupid. This time, Watson didn't wait for Kimberly to reply. He was on a roll. Or maybe he was aware of just how tense Quincy had grown in the seat opposite him. Imagine my surprise, Watson continued, when I discovered that far from returning to her room as requested, my student first wandered into the woods and then was seen in animated discussion with a National Academy student who just happens to have once worked a case bearing a startling resemblance to the homicide discovered this morning. Were you sharing information with Special Agent McCormack, Kimberly? Actually, I was getting information from him. Really, I find that extremely interesting, particularly since 10 minutes ago he became Special Agent Kaplan's primary suspect. Oh, for heaven's sake, Mac burst out. I'm doing my best to help with a case that is only the beginning of one long, hot nightmare. Do you have any idea what you've waded into the middle of? Where were you last night? Special Agent Kaplan interrupted curtly. I started the night at Carlos Kelly's in Stafford. Then I returned to Quantico, where I ran into new Agent Quincy on the firing ranges. It doesn't matter. Kaplan's gaze had swung to Kimberly. What time did you see him on the ranges? Around 11. I didn't look at my watch. Did you see him go back to the dorms? No. Where was he headed? I don't know. I was heading back to the dorms. I didn't pay attention to him. So, in other words, Kaplan homed in on Mac. No one knows where you were after 11:30 last night. Don't you think it's an awfully big coincidence, Watson spoke up, that we should just happen to get a homicide that bears so many resemblances to one of your past cases while you're staying here at the academy? It's not coincidence, Mac said. It was planned. What? Watson finally drew up short. He shot a glance at Kaplan, who appeared equally perplexed. Apparently, they'd both been big fans of the Georgia cop as a killer theory. Why not? Get a dead body at 8 a.m., wrap up the case before 6 p.m. It made for good headlines. Assholes, perhaps? Quincy interjected quietly. You should let the man speak, of course. That's only the advice of the independent consultant. Yes, Rainey seconded beside him. Let him speak. This is finally getting to be good. Thank you. Mac shot Quincy and Rainey a grateful look while carefully avoiding Kimberly's gaze. How must she feel right about now? Hurt? Confused? Betrayed? He had honestly meant none of those things, and yet there was nothing he could do about that now. You can verify everything I'm about to say with my supervisor, Special Agent in charge Lee Grogan from the Atlanta office. Yes, starting in '98, we had a string of murders similar to the one you discovered today. After the third incident, we formed a multi-jurisdictional task force in charge of the investigation. Unfortunately, 7 murders later, the man we were seeking, the so-called eco-killer, simply vanished. No new crimes, nothing. The task force started out with over 1,000 leads. 3 years later, our work was down to a trickle, until 6 months ago when things went hot again. We got a letter in the mail. It contained a newspaper clipping of a letter to the editor similar to the ones our guy used to send the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, except this letter wasn't sent to a Georgia paper. It was sent to the Virginian pilot, and then I started getting phone calls. You? Quincy interrupted. Or the task force, me on my cell phone. Hell if I know why, but Lucky Me has received 6 calls now. The caller's voice is always distorted by some kind of electronic device, and she. It always has the same message: the eco-killer is getting agitated again. He's going to strike, except this time he's picked Virginia as his favorite playground. So your department sent you here, Watson spoke up. Why? To be a watchdog, to magically prevent another crime. You didn't even make anyone aware of your concerns. Mac shot the man a look. For the record, I told everybody who would listen about my goddamn concerns. But let's face it, around here, cold cases are a dime a dozen. Everybody comes bearing that one investigation that's still keeping them up at night. Best I could do was get a preliminary meeting with a forensic linguist in the BSU, Dr. Annunzio, and show him the letters to the editor. What he thinks, however, I don't know, 'cause he's been dodging my calls ever since, and now here we are. I got a good lead, a bad way, and you're barking up the wrong tree, you paranoid piece of shit. Well, that summarizes things nicely, Rainey said. Watson's face had developed a red-mottled look above his regulation red tie. Mac just kept staring him in the eye. He was angrier than he should be, making enemies when he needed allies. He didn't care. Another girl was dead, and Mac was tired of standing in an office discussing a case these guys would never understand in time to make a difference. I still see no compelling evidence between this body and what happened in Georgia. Kaplan spoke up finally. Did the caller tell you this so-called eco-killer was going to strike this week? Not specifically. Did he tell you it would be at the FBI Academy? Can't say that he did. Did he give you a reason why this killer has done nothing for 3 years? Nope. Or why he would move from Georgia to Virginia? Nope. In other words, the caller has told you nothing at all. You got me, sir. That is the major weakness of our investigation. 5 years later, we still know nothing, and today hasn't changed a thing, so maybe we can wrap this up now so I can get back out there and, do something. The former Marine ignored him, turning his attention to the rest of the suits instead. So what we're really left with is a letter to the editor written 6 months before the body was found today. It's too far-fetched, he said flatly. Some Georgian serial killer who does nothing in 3 years suddenly delivers a body to Quantico grounds while only notifying a National Academy student. It doesn't make any sense. Should he have called you instead? Rainey asked. Her voice held just the barest hint of sarcasm, and Mac liked her immensely for it. That's not what I'm saying. Or maybe he should have explained himself better in one of his notes. Now, that's not a half-bad thought. If this guy is leaving notes, where's the one for this body? Seems to me he likes to take credit for his crimes. So where's the ownership? It's been 3 years, Rainey said. Maybe he's had a change of heart. Listen, Mac interjected tightly. He could feel the urgency growing in his voice. Vainly, he tried to swallow it down, but he just didn't have time for this. They didn't understand without the proper paperwork and memos. They never would understand, and maybe that's what the eco-killer grasped better than any of them suspected. No bureaucracy moved fast, particularly one involved in law enforcement. No law enforcement agencies moved painfully slow, dotting I's, crossing T's, and covering S's along the way. While a lone girl was dropped off in some surreal wilderness terrain, clutching her gallon of water, wearing her party clothes, and probably wondering what was going to get her next. There's more than a damn letter. The eco-killer has rules of the game, we call them, and we're seeing plenty of them in this murder, at least enough to convince me. Mac ticked off his first finger. 1, he only strikes during a heat wave. It's July. We have plenty of heat waves, Watson objected. Mac ignored the FBI agent. 2, the first girl is always found with clothing and purse intact. No sign of robbery, no sign of sexual assault. Body has 1 bruise in the thigh or buttocks, but cause of death is an overdose of the tranquilizer Ativan injected into the upper left arm. Watson skewered Kimberly with a look. Well, you really didn't spare him any of the details, did you? I went and looked for myself. Mac spoke up sharply. Damn it! I've been waiting for this moment for 3 long years. Of course I paid a visit to your crime scene. New agents aren't the only people who can go skulking around in the woods. You had no right, I had every right. I know this man. I have studied him for 5 goddamn years. And I'm telling you we don't have time for this kind of bullshit. Don't you get it yet? This girl isn't the only victim. Rule number 3, he always kidnaps in pairs because the first girl is just a map. She's a tool to help you find where the real game is going down. What do you mean, where the real game is going down? Rainey asked. I mean, there's another girl out there right now. She was traveling with this girl, maybe her sister or roommate or best friend, but she was with the first victim when they were both ambushed, and now she's been taken somewhere. He picked out the place ahead of time. It's somewhere geographically unique, but also very, very treacherous. In our state, he chose a granite gorge, a vast farming county, then the banks of the Savannah River, and finally marshlands around the coast. He likes places exposed with natural predators such as rattlesnakes and bears and bobcats. He likes places isolated, so even if the girls roam for days, they still won't run into anyone who can offer them help. He likes places that are environmentally important, but no one thinks about anymore. Then he turns these girls loose, drugged, dazed, and confused, and waits to see what will happen next in this kind of heat. Some of them probably don't make it more than hours, but some of them, the smart ones, the tough ones, they might make it days, maybe even a week, long tortured days without food, without water, waiting for someone to come and save them. Rainey was looking at him in rapt fascination. How many times did he do this before? 4. 8 girls kidnapped, 7 dead. So you got one back alive. Nora Ray Watts. The last girl, we found her in time. How? Quincy spoke up. Mac took a deep breath. His muscles were bunching again. He grimly fought his impatience down. The man leaves clues on the first body evidence that, if you interpret correctly, will narrow down the location of the second girl. What kind of clues? Flora and fauna, soil, sediment, rocks, insects, snails, hell, whatever he can dream up. We didn't understand the significance in the beginning. We bagged and tagged according to SOP, merrily trotted evidence off to the labs, and found only dead bodies after that. But hey, even we can be taught by the 4th pair of kidnappings. We had a team of experienced specialists in place, botanists, biologists, forensic geologists, you name it. Nora Ray had been traveling with her sister. Mary Lynn's body was found with a substance on her shirt, samples of vegetation on her shoes, and a foreign object down her throat. Down her throat, Kaplan spoke up sharply. Mac nodded his head. For the first time, the NCIS agents seemed to have gained real interest. The sediment on her shirt proved to be salt. The vegetation on her shoes was identified as Spartina alterniflora cord grass, and the biologist identified the foreign object as a marsh periwinkle shell. All 3 elements were consistent with what you would find in a salt marsh. We focused the search and rescue teams on the coast, and 56 hours later, a Coast Guard chopper spotted Nora Ray frantically waving her bright red shirt. She couldn't help you identify the killer? Rainey asked. Mac shook his head. Her last memory is of her tire going flat. The next she knew, she woke up ravenously thirsty in the middle of a damn marsh. Was she drugged? Watson interjected. Bruise still fading on her left thigh. He ambushes them? Our best guess, he scopes out bars. He looks for what he wants, young girls, no specific coloring required, traveling in pairs. I think he follows them to their car. While they get in, he drops a tack or 2 behind their back tire. Then he simply has to follow. Sooner or later, the tire goes flat. He pulls over as if offering to help, and boom, he has them, sneaks up on them with a needle. Watson asked skeptically. No. He nails them with a dart gun, like the kind a big-game hunter might use. In the quiet room came the unmistakable sound of sharply indrawn breaths. Mac regarded them all stonily. You think we haven't done our homework? For 5 years we've been hunting this man. I can tell you his profile. I can tell you how he hunts his victims. I can tell you he doesn't always get his way after the fact. We learned about 2 different pairs of girls who got flat tires and had a man pull over behind them. They refused to roll down their windows, however, and they got to live another day. I can tell you that Mary Lynn, whose body we found the earliest, tested positive for a second drug, ketamine, which is used by vets and animal control officers for its quickly subduing effect. I can tell you ketamine is a controlled substance, but also readily available on the streets. Kids use it in rave parties, calling it Kit Kat or Special K. I can tell you Ativan is also controlled and also used by vets. But pursuing all vets got us nowhere, as did investigating members of various hunting groups, the Appalachian Mountain Club, or the Audubon Society. I can tell you the man is growing angrier. He went from striking once a year, which takes a tremendous amount of control in a serial killer, to striking twice in 12 weeks, and I can tell you the man's game only gets tougher. The first time, if we'd been paying attention, one of the clues was a rare herb found only in a 5-mile radius in all of Georgia. Identify that herb, and we would have gotten the girl for sure the last time, for Nora Ray Watts. The clues only led us to salt marshes. There are nearly 400,000 acres of salt marshes in Georgia, quite frankly. Nora Ray was the proverbial needle in a haystack. And yet you found her? Kimberly said. She kept herself alive, Mac replied tightly. Quincy, however, was regarding him intently. 400,000 acres is not a feasible search area. A chopper could not pick out a lone girl when covering that kind of terrain. You knew something else. I had a theory. Call it geographic profiling. The victims were related somehow, had areas of geography in common? No, the bodies did, when you put them on the map and identified the direction in which they were facing. He used them as compasses, Quincy breathed. Maps. The guy sees the first girls as nothing but maps, so why not line up Mary Lynn's body to point to her sister? She's just a tool, after all. Anything for the sake of his game, Jesus, Rainey murmured, and all around the room they were silent. After a moment, Kaplan cleared his throat. The victim this morning, she wasn't aligned in any particular manner. In fact, her arms and legs were spread in 4 different directions. I know. It's another inconsistency. I know. She did have a rock in her hand, though, Kaplan was saying, his eyes appraising Mac. And a snake in her mouth. Can't say I've seen much of that. She also had a leaf in her hair, Mac said. The ME pulled it out at the scene. I retrieved it later. I'll fetch it when we're done. You've destroyed chain of custody, Watson spoke up immediately. So, paddle my behind, you want the leaf or not? It just doesn't make sense, Kaplan was saying, still looking troubled. On the one hand, the snake seems to indicate something off the business as usual map. On the other hand, all you really have in common is a letter to the editor written 6 months ago otherwise. It's been 3 years between bodies, and this is the wrong state for your man could be related. Or your caller could just be some asshole jerking your chain, and this body a matter of chance. You got an equal shot of going either way. Around the room, others slowly started to nod.
Watson, Quincy, Rainey.
Only Kimberly remained apart. Mac was proud of her for that. I have a theory, he said abruptly. They looked at him and he took that as an invitation. When this man started in '98, the first clues were obvious and easy. He ramped up pressure from there, clues which were more difficult to find, conditions which were harsher for the victims. A rapid escalation in time. He anticipated our own learning curve, and to keep his game competitive, he remained 1 step ahead. Until the year 2000, when we finally, 7 bodies later, got it right, we saved the girl, and he quit. Because we'd finally won the game. Mac looked at Quincy. Serial killers don't quit, the profiler said obediently. Yeah, but they don't always know that, do they? Quincy nodded thoughtfully. Sometimes they try. Bundy broke out of jail twice, and both times he swore he'd stop attacking women. He'd quit, live a quiet life, and get away scot-free, except he couldn't. He underestimated the physiological and emotional need he had to kill. In fact, the more he tried not to kill, the worse the compulsion became, until he attacked 5 girls in a single night. I think this guy tried to stop, Mac said, watching as Rainey and Kaplan closed their eyes. Except the compulsion, like you said, just grew and grew and grew until he had to start again. It's not the old game, Mac told them grimly. We won the old game, so now it's a new game, one where the victim's limbs will no longer serve as compass points, one where the map contains a live, lethal rattlesnake, and one where the body is left outside the FBI Academy because what point is there to inventing a game if you can't get the best to come out to play? In the year 2000, this man killed 3 girls in 12 weeks. If this is the same man, if this is a new game, then whatever he's doing now, I promise you, it's going to be much, much worse. So sorry if I offend you, ladies and gentlemen, but I can't just stand around talking about this anymore. You don't get to talk this case. You don't get to write up detective activity reports or create timelines of events from the second that first body is found. The clock starts ticking. Now, if you want to have any chance at finding the second victim alive, then believe you me, get off your butts and get to work, 'cause there's another girl out there, and I just hope to hell it's not already too late. Chapter 14, Virginia, 7:52 p.m. Temperature, 92 degrees. He was getting tired now. He'd been awake for close to 48 hours and driving for a solid 16. The sun, bright and strong for most of the day, had helped keep him going. Daylight, however, was at long last beginning to fade. Behind him, the horizon was streaked with the vivid pinks and bright oranges of a dying sun, Ahead of him, in the thick wilderness into which he drove, the sun had already lost the war. Darkness crowded under the thick canopy of trees. Shadows grew and lengthened, forming deep wells of black that swallowed up the world beyond 60 feet. Trees took on twisted, unnatural shapes, with leaves few and far between. Now, the landscape was interrupted only by double-wide trailers that squatted in the middle of fields, surrounded by the shells of burnt-out cars and old electrical appliances. The man didn't have to worry about anyone noticing his approach. Kids didn't play on these lawns. People didn't sit out on these front porches. Here and there he saw lone bloodhounds, scrawny dogs with drooping faces and jutting hip bones, sitting dispirited on broken-down steps. Otherwise, only the steady line of road-killed possums marked his way. Life still existed around here. Not everyone could afford to move, and some people simply got used to the smell that constantly permeated the air. A cross between rotten eggs and burning garbage, a heavy, acrid smell that made old folks gag while bringing tears to the eyes of strangers. A smell that made even the locals wonder if the high rate of cancer among their neighbors was really so random after all. This place was still Virginia, but technically most of the state would like to forget this place ever existed. Virginia was supposed to be beautiful, famous for its green mountain ranges and wonderful sandy beaches. Virginia is for lovers. The tourism board liked to declare it wasn't supposed to look like this. The man took the right-hand fork in the road, leaving pavement behind and traveling on dirt. The van jostled and bounced noisily, the steering wheel jerking beneath his hands. He held it without much visible effort, though his muscles were tired and he still had several more rigorous hours to go. He would have some coffee after this. Take a minute to stretch out his arms and legs, then there would be more work to do. Life was about effort. Take your punishment like a man. The thick canopy of trees gave way. His van suddenly burst into a clearing where the dusky sky grew brighter and illuminated a scene straight out of a nightmare. Yawning piles of sawdust stretched all the way up to the sky, still steaming from the compressed heat trapped in the middle and covered with a white film some people thought was dust, but was really a thin coating of fungus. To his left, ramshackle sheds with busted-out windows and teetering walls vainly attempted to shelter long conveyors lined with rusted belts and ending with giant saw blades. The teeth on the multiple blades appeared black in the fading light, smeared with blood. Oil? It was anyone's guess. This place had finally been closed down a few years ago. Too late, tucked away in this backwoods shithole, the mill had already spent 20 years polluting streams, killing off surface vegetation, and doing far greater damage beneath the earth. He'd seen the mill in action when he was younger, watched workers attack tree trunks with gas-powered chainsaws. No one wore protective eye gear, few bothered with hard hats. Men strode around in loose flannel shirts, the excess material just waiting to get caught beneath the right hungry blade. Coffee cups were tossed straight to the ground, crumpled up Coke cans formed an expanse of mini landmines, old saw blades were yanked off the equipment, and carelessly tossed aside, walk around unaware and scratch up your pant leg, walk around too unaware and lose a limb. That's the kind of place this was, and the mountains of sawdust had yet to spontaneously combust. Once that happened, there would be no hope for anything around here, or anyone. The stupid fucks. They destroyed the land, then called it quits, and had the gall to think that made things right. The man got out of his van, re-energized by his outrage, and the bugs instantly swarmed his face. Mosquitoes, yellow flies, tiny gnats. They came en masse, attracted by the smell of fresh blood and salty sweat. The man waved his hand around his head but knew it was useless. Dusk was the hour for mosquitoes, and also for the brown bats, which were already swooping overhead and preparing to feast. In the back of the van, the girl didn't stir. He'd administered 3.5 milligrams of Ativan 4 hours ago. She should be out for another 2 hours, if not 4. That was important for the journey ahead. First, he took care of himself. He donned a pair of blue coveralls. The material was a synthetic, thin but rubbery to the touch. As a general rule, he scorned unnatural fibers, but it was unavoidable here. The latest water test he'd done had revealed a pH level of 2.5. In other words, this water was so acidic, it would literally eat away cotton and peel away skin. Synthetic suit, it was. Over his coveralls, the man donned a pair of canvas boots, then a thick pair of gloves. Around his waist went his care pack: extra water, saltine crackers, waterproof matches, a Swiss Army knife, a handheld LED light, a compass, one extra loop of nylon rope, and 2 extra clamps. Next, moving quickly, he turned his attention to the girl. This one was a brunette, not that it really mattered to him. She wore some kind of skimpy, yellow-flowered dress that did little to cover her long, tanned limbs. She looked like a runner, or some kind of athlete. Maybe that would help her in the days to come. Maybe it wouldn't. He gritted his teeth, bent down, and hefted her unconscious form up over his shoulder. His arms screamed while his back groaned. She was not a heavy girl, but he was not a big man, and his body was already fatigued by 48 hours of intensive effort. Then he was standing, and the worst of the strain was over. She got a suit of her own, for the entry. He dressed her the same way one might attend a doll, flopping each limb into place, tucking feet and hands where appropriate, snapping the suit up tight. Then he strapped her to the bodyboard. At the last minute, he remembered her purse and the jug of water. Then he remembered her face, how close it would be to the acidic sludge, and pulled the hood as tightly as he could over her face. He stood, and the world went black. What? Where? He needed to. He must. He was standing in an old sawmill. He had a girl with him. He was outside his van. The world spun again, black void threatening as he wobbled a little on his feet and clutched frantically at his temples. What? Where? He needed to. He must. He was standing in an old sawmill. That's right. He had a girl with him. He rubbed his temples harder, trying to hold it together through a fresh burst of pain. Concentrate, man, focus. He was outside his van. He was wearing blue coveralls. He had his survival pack. The bodyboard was already loaded with water. The girl was strapped on. Everything was all set, except that confused him even more. Why couldn't he remember getting it all set? What had happened? The black holes, he realized faintly. They came more and more frequently these days. The future and the past, both slipping through his fingers with frightening speed. He was an educated man, someone who prided himself on intelligence, strength, and control, but he too was part of nature's web. And nothing lived forever. Everything of beauty died. Lately, he'd been dreaming so often of the flames. The man reached down, attached his line to the bodyboard, swung the rope over his shoulder, and started to pull. 17 minutes later, he had arrived at the opening of a small hole in the ground. Not many people would notice it. Just another sinkhole in a state whose limestone foundation was more hollow-riddled than Swiss cheese. This opening was special, though. The man had known it since his youth, and understood even back then its full potential. First, he had to fasten his rope around the thick trunk of a nearby tree, forming a rough belay. He stationed his feet for balance, then used the rope to carefully lower the bodyboard down through the hole deep into the bowels of the earth. 10 minutes later, he heard the small splash of the board landing. He tied off one end of the rope around the tree and rappelled down the other, also disappearing into the foul-smelling earth. He landed standing upright in knee-deep water, fading light 40 feet above, endless darkness all around. Most people never looked past the sawmill above. They didn't understand that in Virginia there was often a whole other ecosystem far below. He turned on his headlight, identified the cavern's narrow passageway to his right, and got on his hands and knees to crawl. The girl floated after him, the board's rope tied once more to the belt at his waist. Within minutes, the passageway shrank. He extended his narrow frame, body flattening carefully into the oily stream of rancid water. He was protected in synthetic shrink wrap. He still swore he could feel the water lapping away at his skin, sluicing off his cells, eroding him down to his very bones. Soon the water would get into his brain, and then he would have no hope left. Ashes to ashes. Dust to dust. The smells were richer now, the stifling decay of layers and layers of bat guano, now melted into an oozing morass that squished around his hands and knees, the sharp, pungent odor of sewage and waste, the deeper, more menacing smell of death. He moved slowly, feeling his way even with the light. Bats startled easily, and you didn't need a panicked, rabid creature flying at your face. Ditto the raccoons, though he'd be surprised if any of them could survive this passageway anymore. Most of what had once lived here had probably died years ago. Now there was just this rancid water corroding away the last of the limestone walls and spreading its slow, insidious death. The bodyboard bobbed along behind him, bumping him from time to time in the rear, and then, just when the ceiling was shrinking dangerously low, forcing his face closer and closer to that putrid water, the tunnel ended. The room opened up, and he and the girl spilled out into a vast, expansive cavern. The man shot immediately to his feet, embarrassed by his own need to stand, but doing it nonetheless. He compulsively took giant gulps of air, his need for oxygen outweighing his apprehension of the smell. He looked down and was genuinely surprised by how badly his hands were shaking. He should be stronger than this. He should be tougher. 48 hours without sleep, even? He was starting to go. He wasted another 30 seconds regaining his composure, then belatedly went to work on the rope at his waist. He was here. The worst of it was over, and he was aware once again of just how fast the clock was ticking. He fetched the girl from the mini-stretcher. He laid her out on a ledge away from the dark running stream and quickly stripped the coveralls from her body. Perce went beside her bottle of water as well. 40 feet above, an 8-inch diameter pipe formed a makeshift skylight in the ceiling. When daylight came, she would be greeted by a narrow shaft of light. He thought that gave her a sporting chance. He retied the board to his waist and, ready now for his exit, gave the brunette one last glance. She was propped up near a small pool of water. This water wasn't polluted like the stream. Not yet. It was replenished from the rain and put up a better fight. This water rippled and surged with the promise of life. Things moved beneath the pitch-black surface, things that lived and breathed and fought, things that bit, some things that slithered, and many things that wouldn't care for intruders in their home. The girl was moaning again. The man bent over. "Shoo," he whispered in her ear. "You don't want to wake up just yet." The water surged again. The man turned his back on the girl and left. Chapter 15. Quantico, Virginia, 9:28 p.m. Temperature 91 degrees. She doesn't look very good, Rainey said. I know. What the hell happened to her eye? It looks like she's gone 10 rounds with Tyson. Shotgun training would be my guess. She's definitely lost weight. It's not supposed to be easy. But you're worried about her. Come on, Quince, give up the ghost. You'd like to go punch Watson's lights out, pretty please. I'll hold him down for you. Quincy sighed. He finally put down the case file he was reading, the homicide notes from the Georgia case years ago. These were just summary documents, of course. The original detective reports, evidence sheets, and activity logs probably took up enough boxes to fill a small family room. They both hated working off case summary reports almost by definition. The documents were filled with erroneous assumptions and conclusions. Here, however, they had to make do. The page Quincy currently had open was labeled Profile Atlanta Case Number 832. Rainey's hands itched reflexively. GBI's profile of the eco-killer, no doubt. She'd like to read that report herself, particularly after listening to that Georgian cop's take on things, but Quincy had grabbed the file first. He'd probably read it long into the night, pinching the bridge of his nose in that gesture, which meant he was thinking too hard and giving himself a headache. "If I say anything, she'll just get angry," he said. "Now, that's because she's your daughter. Exactly, and my daughter hates for me to be involved in her life. My daughter believes pigs will fly before she'll accept help from me." Rainey frowned at him. She was sitting Indian style in the middle of the orange-covered bed. This was only her 4th time at Quantico, and the place never failed to intimidate the crap out of her. The grounds practically screamed reputable law enforcement agents only. Even though she and Quincy had been together for 6 years, they were still given separate rooms. They were unmarried, you know, and the academy did have its sense of propriety. Rainey knew the way the world worked. She would never have been allowed through those hallowed gates if she hadn't had Quincy to vouch for her, not way back when, and not now. Thus, she could understand some of Kimberly's issues, having taken the long route to elite law enforcement herself.
"I don't think she's going to make it," Rainey said flatly. "She looks too haggard around the eyes, like a dog that's been beat too many times. The training pushes you. It's meant to test your level of endurance. Oh, bullshit. You think Kimberly lacks endurance? My God, she held up even after a madman killed Bethy. She remained functional and alert when that same madman came after her. I was with her, remember. Kimberly has plenty of endurance.
She doesn't need a bunch of numbnuts in suits to prove otherwise. I don't think Watson would care to be labeled a numbnut. Oh, now you're just pissing me off, apparently. Quincy threw up his hands. He'd discarded his suit jacket after their meeting with Watson and Kaplan, sequestered in his room. He'd even gone so far as to roll up the cuffs of his white dress shirt and loosen his tie. He still looked like an FBI agent, and Rainey had the overwhelming compulsion to fight with him, if only to mess him up a little. "What do you want me to do?" he asked. "Stop being an agent. I am not an agent. Oh, for the love of God, there is no agent more agent than you. I swear you have pinstriped ties encrypted into your DNA. When you die, the coffin is going to read property of the FBI. Did you just think that up off the top of your head?" "Yep, I'm on a roll."
No, changing the subject. Kimberly's in trouble. You've seen her, and you've seen how Watson is treating her. It's only a matter of time before things come to a head. Rainey, not that you're going to want to hear this, but Watson is an experienced academy supervisor. Maybe he has a point. What? Are you fucking mad? Quincy sighed deeply. She disobeyed orders. Even if she had good reasons, she still disobeyed orders. Kimberly is a new agent.
This is the life she chose, and the whole beginning of her career is going to be defined by doing what she's told. If she can't do that, maybe the FBI isn't the right organization for her. She found a body. When you were training here, how many bodies did you find? Uh-huh, that's what I thought. She has the right to be a little rattled. Rainey, look at these crime scene photos. You tell me, who does this girl look like? Rainey grudgingly turned her gaze to the photos, currently spread out on the foot of the bed. "Mandy," she said without hesitation. Quincy nodded somberly. "Of course she looks like Mandy. It's the first thing I noticed and the first thing you noticed, yet Kimberly hasn't mentioned anything about it. If she so much as whispers that the victim reminds her of her dead sister, they'll cart her out of here in a straitjacket for sure. And yet the victim must remind her of her sister. Isn't that the whole point?" Rainey scowled. He was leading her down some psychobabble trail. She could feel the trap closing in. "You're working the case," she countered. "I've worked over 300 homicides. I've had a bit more time to develop objectivity about these things. But you saw the resemblance. I did. Does it bother you, Quincy? What, that a victim should look so much like Mandy? Or that Mandy is still gone and I never did a damn thing to help her?" His question was harsh. Rainey took that as an invitation to slide off the bed. He stiffened when she first touched his shoulders. She expected that, after all these years, they each still had their barriers and self-defenses. It didn't used to bother her so much, but lately it had been making her sad. "You hurt for her," she whispered. "For Kimberly? Of course I do. She's picked a hard path. It's just sometimes," he blew out a breath. "Go on. Kimberly wants to be tough. She wants to be strong. I understand that. After everything that happened to her, a desire for some level of invincibility is natural, and yet, does shooting a gun make you omnipotent, Rainey? Does pushing yourself to run 6 miles every day mean you'll never be a victim? Does engaging in every kind of physical combat imaginable mean you'll never lose?" He didn't wait for her answer. None was necessary. "Kimberly seems to honestly believe that if she can become an FBI agent, no one will ever hurt her again. Oh God, Rainey, it is so damn hard to watch your child repeat your own mistake." Rainey slid her arms around his shoulder. She leaned her head against Quincy's chest. Then, because there were no words to comfort him, she went to the one topic that was always safe: work, dead bodies. "A good, intriguing homicide case. Do you think the Georgian hunk is right?" she asked. "The Georgian hunk? I'm only thinking of Kimberly. I'm very altruistic that way. So? You grabbed the case file first? What do you think of his allegation that the Georgian eco-killer is now hunting Virginian prey?" "I don't know yet," Quincy said reluctantly. His hand came up and rested on the back of her neck. After another moment, he stroked her hair. She closed her eyes and thought for a moment that things might be all right. The eco-killer is an interesting case, remarkable almost more for what the investigators don't know about the killer than for what they do. For example, 7 homicides later, the investigators have recovered no murder weapon, identified no primary murder scene, and not recovered a single bit of trace evidence such as hair, fiber, blood, or semen. In fact, the killer seems to have spent only the barest amount of time with each of the victims, limiting the opportunity for evidence transfer. He simply strikes, kills, and runs. An efficiency freak. Quincy shrugged. Most killers are driven by bloodlust. They don't just want to kill, they want to savor their victims' pain and suffering. In contrast, this is the coldest string of murders I've ever seen. The UNSUB has little apparent interest in violence, and yet he is extraordinarily deadly. He's into gamesmanship, Rainey thought out loud. For him, the sport isn't the kill, but setting up the bodies and establishing his riddles. Then he writes his notes, ensuring he'll receive credit for his crime. He writes the notes, Quincy agreed, giving his game an environmental slant. Now, do we believe this man really cares about the environment, or is this yet another aspect of his game? I don't know enough yet, but I'm fairly certain that even the notes are just another type of prop. The man is setting a stage. He is like the great Oz, hiding behind a curtain and pulling all the strings. But to what end? What does he really want, and what does he really get out of doing all this? I don't have that answer yet. So what are the similarities between the Georgia case and this one? Rainey prodded. Cause of death, Quincy said promptly. There aren't too many serial predators who kill using prescription tranquilizers, at least not male killers. Women love poison, Rainey said knowingly. Exactly. Your dear friend Watson, however, also raised some good points. First, the Georgian eco-killer always dumped the first victim near a major road, where his map, per se, could be easily found. Following that pattern, the victim could still be left on the Marine base, but should be near such roads as MCB-4 or MCB-3. A dirt jogging path isn't quite the same. Second, the stitched-up mouth bothers me. It shows an increased need for violence, post-mortem mutilation of the victim, let alone the very obvious symbol of the victim keeping her mouth shut. Or the killer is engaging in a more dangerous game, as Special Agent McCormick theorizes. True. The new location, however, bothers me as well. I've only just glanced at the Georgia profile, but one of the main assumptions is that the man is local. His knowledge of certain areas is too intimate to be an outsider's. In fact, the very nature of his game is that of someone who lives in and loves his surroundings. That's not the kind of person who simply shifts to a whole new state. Maybe he felt the police were getting too close. It's possible. For his game to work in Virginia, however, he'd have to do his homework. What about the phone calls? Rainey switched gears. It seems more than coincidental that McCormack should start getting anonymous tips that the eco-killer would strike in Virginia right before the discovery of a new body. Seems to me the caller might know something. The anonymous tips are what make it interesting, Quincy agreed. He sighed again, then rubbed his temple. Seems at the end of the day we have 6 reasons why the cases shouldn't be related, and half a dozen reasons why they should. Now we need a tiebreaker. He looked at her. You know what? We need to know the victim's ID. Right now we have one body which may or may not bear resemblance to another case. If, however, we had concrete evidence that 2 girls had been kidnapped, then it would definitely point to the eco-killer. Rainey filled in. Then I would definitely pay more attention to the Georgia case. Has Kaplan checked missing persons reports? He has someone going through old files? No new cases, however, have opened up in the last 24 hours, at least not for a young woman. How sad, Rainey murmured, to be kidnapped and murdered and have no one even realized that you're gone yet. Most colleges are on break, Quincy said with a shrug. If our victim is a student, the lack of a regular schedule might make it take longer for anyone to notice that she's disappeared. Maybe that's why there's no ID, Rainey said after a moment. If we don't know who she is, we can't know for sure that she or a companion is missing. The eco-killer has bought himself some time. Quincy eyed her speculatively. But doesn't that work both ways? He either is the eco-killer and doesn't want us to know it yet, she said slowly. Or someone has done their homework, Quincy concluded quietly. Someone has committed murder, and now is seeking to cover his tracks by sending us off on a wild goose chase. Where do you want to start? She asked. We start where we always start. Close to home, right here. His arms finally went around her waist. He drew her up against his chest. Come on, Rainey, he murmured in her ear. Tell me the truth. Haven't you always wanted to tear apart the FBI Academy? You have no idea. And then, a moment later, I'm trying, he whispered. I know, she said, and closed her eyes against the fresh sting of tears. Chapter 16, Quantico, Virginia, 9:46 p.m. Temperature 91 degrees. Kimberly sat alone in her dorm room. Lucy had returned briefly, dumping one pile of books on the cluttered desk before scooping up the next. Wow, you look worse than you did this morning, she said by way of greeting. Been working on it all day, Kimberly assured her. Finding a corpse must be hard on a girl. So you heard? Everyone's heard, my dear. It's the hottest topic around. This your first corpse? You mean other than my mother and sister? Lucy stilled in front of the desk. The silence grew long. Well, I'm off to study group, she said finally. She turned her expression gentle. Want to come along, Kimberly? You know, we don't mind. No, Kimberly said flatly, and then Lucy was gone. She should sleep. Supervisor Watson was right. Her nerves were frayed, the adrenaline rush gone and leaving her feeling empty. She wanted to tip over on the narrow bed, slip into the blessed numbness of sleep. She'd dream about Mandy. She'd dream about her mother. She wasn't sure which dream would hurt her worse. She could find her father over at the Jefferson dormitory. He would talk to her. He always did. But she knew already the look she'd see on his face. Slightly distracted, slightly puzzled. A man who had just started a terribly important assignment, and even as he listened to his daughter lament, the other half of his brain would be reshuffling crime scene photos, murder books, investigator logs. Her father loved her. But she and Mandy had come to understand early on that he mostly belonged to the dead. She couldn't stand the empty room. She couldn't stand the sound of footsteps in the hall, people meeting friends, sharing laughs, swapping stories, having a good time. Only Kimberly sat alone. The island she'd worked so hard to become, she left the room, too. She took her knife and disappeared down the hall outside. It was hot. The dark, oppressive heat greeted her like a wall, 10 p.m. And still this unbearably sticky. Tomorrow would be punishing for sure. She slogged forward, feeling blotches of dark gray sweat bloom across the front of her t-shirt, while more moisture began trailing down the small of her back. Her breath came out in shallow pants, her lungs laboring to find oxygen in air that was 90% water. She could still hear fading laughter. She turned away from it and headed toward the welcoming dark of the firing range. No one came out here this time of night. Well, almost no one. The thought came only briefly, and then she knew just how much trouble she was in. Been waiting for you? Special Agent Mac McCormack drawled softly, pushing away from the entrance to the range. You shouldn't have. I don't like to disappoint a pretty girl. Did you bring a shotgun? Well then, too bad. He merely grinned at her, his teeth a flash of white in the dark. I thought you'd spend more time with your father. Can't.
He's working the case and I'm not allowed.
Being family doesn't entitle you to some perks. You mean like a sneak peek of homicide photos?
I think not. My father is a professional. He takes his job seriously.
Now, how many years of therapy has it taken you to say that in such a calm, clear voice? More than most suspect, she admitted grudgingly. Come on, sugar. Let's take a seat. He headed out into the green field of the range without looking back. It amazed her how easy it was to follow him. The grass was nice, soft beneath her battered body, cool against her bare, sweat-slicked legs. She lay back, with her knees pointed at the sky and her short, serrated hunting knife snug against the inside of her left leg. Mac lay down beside her, close. His shoulder brushing hers. She found his proximity faintly shocking, but she didn't move away. He'd showered since their meeting with Kaplan and Watson. He smelled like soap and some kind of spicy men's aftershave. She imagined that his hair was probably still damp, for that matter. His cheeks had appeared freshly shaven when he'd walked through the glow cast by the streetlight. Had he cleaned up for her? Would it matter if he had? She liked the smell of his soap, she decided, and left it at that. Stars are out, he said conversationally. They do that at night, you noticed?
Here I thought you driven new agent types were too busy for those kinds of things. In personal combat training, we get to spend a lot of time on our backs. It helps. He reached over and brushed her cheek. The contact was so unexpected, she flinched. A blade of grass, he said calmly, stuck to your cheek. Don't worry, honey. I'm not going to attack you. I know you're armed. And if I wasn't, why then I'd roll you right here and now, of course.
Being a testosterone-bound male who's prone to that kind of brutish behavior. I don't mean it that way. You don't like touching much, do you? I mean biting, flipping, and beating the bejesus out of me aside. I'm not used to it. My family was never very demonstrative. He seemed to consider that. If you don't mind me saying, your father seems wound a bit tight. My father is wound way tight, and my mother came from an upper-class family. As you can imagine, holidays were a gay, frolicking time in our home. You wouldn't believe the boisterous outbreaks. My family's loud, he volunteered casually. Not big, but definitely demonstrative. My father still grabs my mother around the waist and tries to lure her into dark corners. As an adult, I appreciate their relationship as a kid. Hell, we were scared to death not to announce ourselves before walking down a darkened hall. Kimberly smiled faintly. You got an education?
Heavens, yes. It's sweet, though, I suppose. My father's a civil engineer who designs roads for the state. My mother teaches high school English. Who would have thought they'd be so happy? Siblings, one sister, younger, of course. I terrorized her for most of our childhood. On the other hand, every time I fell asleep in the family room, she put makeup on my face and took pictures, so I guess it evens itself out.
Plus, I'm the only man you'll ever meet who understands just how hard it is to remove waterproof mascara, and I guess I'll never run for political office. The photos alone would ruin me. What does she do now? Mary Beth's a kindergarten teacher, so in other words, she's tougher than most cops. Has got to be to keep all those little critters in line maybe when they fall asleep. She puts makeup on their faces, too. I'm too scared to ask. You're the only police officer in your family. I have a cuz who's a fireman. That's pretty close. She smiled again. They sound like fun. They are, he agreed, and she heard the genuine affection in his voice. I mean, they could still use some good training and all, but as families go, they're keepers. Do you miss your mother and sister? He asked abruptly. Yes. Should I shut up? Would you obey me if I said yes? No, I suppose I need some training, too. Besides, the stars are out.
You should always talk when you're lying beneath the stars.
I hadn't heard that before, Kimberly said, but she turned her face up toward the night sky, feeling the hot air against her face, and it did make it easier. My family wasn't happy, not in the typical way, but we tried. I give us credit for that. We wanted to be happy, so we tried. I guess you could say we were earnest. Your parents divorced eventually, when we were teens, but the problems were way before that. The usual cop stuff. My father had a demanding job, worked long hours, and my mom, she'd been raised expecting something different. She would have done well with a banker, I think, or even a doctor. The hours would have been just as bad, but at least her husband would have held a title with a certain level of decorum. My father, on the other hand, was an FBI profiler. He dealt in death, extreme violent death each and every day. I don't think she ever got used to that. I don't think she ever stopped finding it distasteful. It's a good job, Max said quietly. She turned toward him, finding herself surprisingly serious. I think so. I was always proud of him, even when he had to leave in the middle of birthday parties or miss them altogether. His job sounded so larger than life to me, like something a superhero would do. People got hurt, and my father went to save the day. I missed him. I'm sure I had tantrums, but mostly I remember feeling proud.
My daddy was cool. For my sister, however, it was another story. Older or younger? Mandy was older. She was also different. High-strung, sensitive. A little wild. I think my first memory of her is her being yelled at for breaking something. She struggled with our parents. I mean, really, truly struggled. They were so by the book, and she was so color outside the lines, and life was harder for her in other ways. She took things to heart too much.
One harsh word and she was wounded for days. One wrong look and she'd be devastated. She had nightmares, was prone to crying jags, and had genuine fits. My father's job terrified her. My parents' divorce shattered her, and adulthood didn't get much easier. She sounds intense. She was. For a moment, Kimberly was silent. You know what gets to me, though? You know what's truly ironic? What? She needed us. She was exactly the kind of person that my father and I have sworn our lives to protect. She wasn't tough. She made bad choices. She drank too much. She dated the wrong men. She believed anyone's pack of lies. God, she desperately needed someone to save her from herself. And we didn't do it. I spent so much of my childhood resenting her, crying, complaining, Mandy, who was always upset about something now. I just wonder why we didn't take better care of her. She was in our own family. How could we fail her so completely? Mac didn't say anything. He touched her cheek again, gently with his thumb. She felt the slow rasp of his work-roughened skin all the way down to her jawline. It made her shiver, then it made her want to close her eyes and arch her back like a cat. "Another blade of grass?" she whispered. "No," he said softly. She turned toward him then, knowing her eyes said too much, knowing she needed more armor, but helpless to find it now. "They don't believe you," she said softly. "I know." His fingers traced along her jaw, lingered at the curve of her ear. "My father's good, very good, but like all investigators, he's meticulous. He's going to start at the very beginning and have to work his way toward your conclusion. Maybe on another case it wouldn't matter. But if you're right, and there's another girl already out there—" "Clock's ticking," Mac murmured. The rough pads of his fingers returned along her jaw, then feathered down her neck. She could feel her chest rising and falling faster, as if she were running once more through the woods. Was she running toward something this time, or was she still running away? "You're very relaxed about all this," she said brusquely. "The case, not really." His fingers stopped moving. They rested at the base of her neck, his fingers bracing her collarbone and her skittering pulse. He was gazing at her with an intense look. A man about to kiss a woman? A cop? Obsessed with a difficult case? She was no good at this sort of thing. The Quincy women had a long history of being unlucky at love. In fact, the last man her mother and Mandy thought they had loved had killed them both. That was female intuition for you. She wished suddenly that she didn't think of her family so much. She wished suddenly that she really were an island, that she could be born again without any attachments, without any past. What would her life have become if her family hadn't been murdered? Who would have Kimberly Quincy been, then? Kinder, softer, gentler. The kind of woman capable of kissing a handsome man under the stars. Maybe a woman actually capable of falling in love. She turned her head away, pulled her body away from his touch. It didn't matter anymore. She suddenly hurt too much to look him in the eye. "You're going to work this, aren't you?" she asked, giving him her back. "I did a little reading on Virginia this afternoon," he said conversationally, as if she hadn't just jerked away. "Did you know this state has over 40,000 square acres of beaches, mountains, rivers, lakes, bays, swamps, reservoirs, and caverns? We're talking several major mountain ranges offering over 1,000 miles of hiking trails. 2 million acres of public land. Then we have the Chesapeake Bay, which is the largest coastal estuary in the United States, plus 4,000 caverns and several reservoirs that have been formed by flooding complete towns. You want rare and ecologically sensitive? Virginia has rare and ecologically sensitive. You want dangerous? Virginia has dangerous. In short, Virginia is perfect for eco-killer, and hell yes, I'm definitely going to pursue a few things. You don't have jurisdiction." "All's fair in love and war," I called my supervisor. "We both believe this is the first solid lead we've had in months. If I take off from the National Academy to do a little sidebar exploration, he's not going to cry any rivers. Besides, your father and NCIS are moving too slow. By the time they realize what we already know, the second girl will be long dead. I don't want that, Kimberly. After all these years, I'm tired of being too late. What will you do?" "First thing tomorrow morning, I'm meeting with a botanist from the U.S. Geological Survey team. Then I'll take it from there." "Why are you meeting a botanist? You don't have the leaf anymore." "I don't have the original," he said quietly, "but I might have scanned a copy." She turned sharply. "You copied evidence, yep. What else? Gonna run to Daddy? You know me better than that. I'm trying to— You really are obsessed with this, you know. You could be wrong." This case could have no bearing on the eco-killer or those girls in Georgia. You missed your man the first time? Now you see what you want to see? It's possible, he shrugged. Does it matter? A girl is dead. A man did it. Whether he's my guy or someone else's guy, finding this son of a bitch will make the world a better place. Frankly, that's good enough for me. Kimberly scowled. It was hard to argue with that kind of logic, she said abruptly. I want to go with you. Watson will have your hide. Max sat up, brushing the grass from his hands. He'll kick you out so far, so fast, it'll be days before you feel the bruise on your butt. I can take personal leave. I'll talk to one of the counselors. Plead emotional distress from finding a dead body. Ah, honey, you tell them you got emotional distress from finding a corpse, and they'll kick you out for sure. This is the FBI Academy. You can't handle a corpse, you're in the wrong line of work.
It's not his call, the counselor says. Yes, I get to go, simple as that. And once he learns what you're really doing, I'm on leave. What I do in my personal time is my business. Watson has no authority over me. You haven't been in the FBI very long, have you, Kimberly?
Kimberly's chin came up. She understood his point. She agreed with his point, which was why her heart was pounding so hard in her chest. Pursuing this case would earn her her first political enemy, let alone a less than stellar start to her career. She'd waited 26 years to become an FBI agent. Funny how easy it seemed to throw it all away now. Kimberly, Max said abruptly, as if reading her thoughts, you know that this won't bring your mother or sister back, don't you? That no matter how many murderers you hunt down, none of it changes the fact that your family is still dead, and you still didn't save them in time? I've been to their graves, Mac. I know how dead they are. And you're just a rookie, he continued relentlessly. You know nothing about this guy. You're not even fully trained. Your efforts probably won't make one iota of difference. Think about that before you throw away your career. I want to go. Why? She finally smiled at him, though she knew the look must appear strained on her face. There was the million-dollar question, and honestly, there were so many answers she could give. That Watson had been right this morning, and 9 weeks later she had no friendships or allegiances among her own classmates. In fact, the closest she'd come to feeling any loyalty was for a dead body she'd found in the woods, or that she did feel survivor's guilt, and she was tired of holidays spent in fields of white crosses, or that she had a morbid need to chase after death, having once felt its fingers brush across the nape of her neck, or that she was her father's daughter after all. No good with the living, desperately attached to the dead, particularly when the body bore such a startling resemblance to Mandy, so many possible answers. She surprised herself, then, by going with the one that was closest to the truth. Because I want to. Max stared at her a heartbeat longer, then suddenly, finally nodded in the dark. All right, 6 a.m. Meet me in the front of Jefferson. Bring hiking gear. And Kimberly, he added as they both rose, don't forget your Glock. Chapter 17, Albany, Georgia, 1:36 a.m. Temperature 85 degrees. Nora Ray's mother was still watching TV. She slumped on their old brown sofa, wearing the same faded pink bathrobe she'd worn for the past 3 years. Her short, dark hair stood up around her face, gray showing at the roots where it would remain until Nora Ray's grandmother visited again and forcefully took her daughter in hand. Otherwise, Abigail Watts rarely moved from the sofa. She sat perfectly hunched, mouth slightly agape, eyes fixed straight ahead. Some people turned to booze, Nora Ray thought. Her mother had Nick. Night. Nora Ray still remembered the days when her mother had been beautiful. Abigail had risen at 6 every morning, fixing her hair in hot rollers and doing her makeup while her hair set. By the time Nora Ray and Mary Lynn made it downstairs for breakfast, their mother would be bustling around the kitchen in a nice floral dress, pouring coffee for their father, setting out cereal for them, and prattling away cheerfully until 7:05 on the dot, at which point she would grab her purse and head to work. She had been a secretary at a law firm back then. Not great money, but she'd enjoyed the job and the 2 partners who ran the place. Plus, it gave her an aura of prestige in the tiny blue-collar neighborhood where they lived working at a law firm. Now, that was respectable work. Nora Ray's mother hadn't been to the office now in years. Nora Ray didn't even know if she'd ever officially quit. More likely, she'd walked out one day after getting a call from the police, and she'd never been back since. The lawyers had been nice about it. They'd volunteered their services for a trial that never happened in a case where the perpetrator was never caught. They kept Abigail on the payroll for a while. Then they put her on a leave of absence. And now Nora Ray couldn't believe her mom still had a job after 3 years. No one was that nice. No one's life stayed frozen for that long a period of time, except, of course, for Nora Ray's family. They lived in a time warp. Mary Lynn's room, painted sunshine yellow and lined with blue ribbons and horse trophies, remained exactly the same day after day. The last pair of dirty jeans she'd tossed in the corner were still waiting for an 18-year-old girl to come home and throw them in the wash. Her hairbrush, filled with long strands of brunette hair, sat on top of her dresser. A tube of pink lip gloss was half open next to the brush, ditto the tube of mascara. And still taped to the mirror above the dresser was the letter from Albany State University. We are proud to inform you that Mary Lynn Watts has been formally accepted into the freshman class of 2000. Mary Lynn had wanted to study veterinary sciences. Someday she could work full-time saving the horses she loved so much, Nora Ray was going to become a lawyer. Then they would buy farms side by side in the country where they could ride horses together every morning before reporting to their high-paying and no doubt highly rewarding jobs. That's what they had talked about that summer, giggled about, really, especially that last night when it had been so friggin' hot they had decided to head out for ice cream. In the beginning, right after Nora Ray came home and Mary Lynn didn't. Things had been different. People stopped by, for one thing. The women brought casseroles and cookies and pies. The men showed up with lawnmowers and hammers, wordlessly attending to small details around the house. Their little home had hummed with activity, everyone trying to be solicitous, everyone wanting to make sure that Nora Ray and her family were all right. Her mother had still showered and put on clothes in those days. Bereft of a daughter, she at least clung to the skeletal fabric of everyday life. She got up, put her hair in rollers, and started the pot of coffee. Her father had been the worst back then, roaming from room to room while constantly flexing his big, work-calloused hands, a dazed look in his eyes. He was the man who was supposed to be able to fix anything. He'd built their deck one summer, he did odd jobs around the neighborhood to help pay for Mary Lynn's horse camp. He painted their house like clockwork every 3 years and kept it the neatest one on the block. Big Joe could do anything. Everyone said that until that day in July. Eventually, people stopped coming by so much. Food no longer magically appeared in the kitchen. Their lawn was no longer mowed every Sunday. Nora Ray's mom stopped getting dressed. And her father returned to his job at Home Depot, coming home every night to join her mother on the couch, where they would sit like zombies in front of a score of mindless comedies, the TV spraying their faces with brightly colored images deep into the night, while weeds took over their lawn and their front porch sagged with neglect, and Nora Ray learned how to cook her mother's casseroles while her own dreams of law school drifted further and further away. People in the neighborhood whispered about them now. That sad family in the sad little house on the corner. Did you hear what happened to their daughter? Well, let me tell you, sometimes Nora Ray thought she should walk around with a scarlet letter attached to her clothes, like the woman in that book she'd read her senior year of high school. Yes, we're the family that lost a daughter. Yes, we're the ones who actually fell victim to violent crime. Yes, it could happen to you too, so you're right, you should turn away when we walk too close and whisper behind our backs. Maybe murder is contagious, you know, it's found our house soon. It'll find yours. She never said these things out loud, however, she couldn't. She was the last functioning member of her family. She had to hold it together. She had to pretend that one daughter could be enough. Her mother's head was starting to bob now in that way it did right before sleep. Her father had already called it a night. He had work in the morning, and that made him somewhat more normal in this strange little pattern they called their lives. Abigail finally succumbed. Her head fell back. Her shoulders sank into the deep comfort of their overstuffed sofa, bought during happier times and meant for happier days, and Nora Ray finally stepped into the room. She didn't turn off the TV. She knew better by now. The sudden absence of TV voices awakened her mother faster than any shrieking alarm. Instead, she merely took the remote from the pocket of her mother's faded bathrobe and slowly turned down the volume. Her mother started to snore, soft little wheezes of a woman who hadn't moved in months yet remained exhausted beyond her years. Nora Ray clenched her hands by her sides. She wanted to stroke her mother's face. She wanted to tell her everything would be all right. She wanted to plead for her real mother to come back to her because sometimes she didn't want to be the strong one. Sometimes she wanted to be the one who curled up and cried. She set the remote on the coffee table. Then she tiptoed back to her room, where the air conditioning was permanently cranked to a frosty 58 and a full pitcher of water sat by her bed at all times. Nora Ray buried herself under the thick comfort of her bed covers, but she still didn't fall immediately asleep. She was thinking of Mary Lynn again. She was thinking of their last night driving back from TGI Fridays, and Mary Lynn chatting away merrily in the driver's seat. "Uh-oh," her sister was saying. "I think we just got a flat. Oh, wait, good news. Some guys pulled in behind us. Isn't that neat, Nora Ray? The world is just filled with good people." The man was tired, very, very tired. Shortly after 2 a.m., he completed his last chore and wearily called it a night. He returned the van to where it belonged, and though his muscles truly ached now, he took the time to wash the vehicle inside and out by the comforting glow of lantern light. He even crawled under the van and hosed down the undercarriage. Dirt could tell stories, didn't he know? Next, he pulled out the dog carrier. He sponged it down with ammonia, the sharp, pungent scent stinging his senses back into hyper-alertness, while also destroying any evidence of fingerprints. Finally, he took inventory. He should wash down the aquarium, too, though what could it prove? That he once had a pet snake? No crime in that, still. You didn't want to leave things to chance. You didn't want to be one of those dumb fucks his father talked about who couldn't find their assholes with a flashlight and their own 2 hands. The world was spinning. He felt the gathering storm clouds in the back of his brain. When he got tired, the spells grew worse. The black holes grew to tremendous size, swallowing not just hours and minutes, but sometimes consuming entire days. He couldn't afford that now. He had to be sharp. He had to be alert. He thought of his mother again and the sad look she wore every time she watched the sun die in the sky. Did she know the planet was dying? Did she understand even back then that anything that was beautiful could not belong long on this earth? Or was she simply afraid to go back inside where his father would be waiting with his quick temper and ham-like fists? The man did not like these thoughts. He didn't want to play this game anymore. He jerked the aquarium from the inside of the van. He dumped its grass and twig matting into the woods. Then he dumped in half of a bottle of ammonia and went to work with his bare hands. He could feel the harsh chemical burn his skin. Later, the runoff from this little exercise would seep into a stream and kill off algae, bacteria, and cute little fishes, because he was no better, you know. No matter what he did, he was still a man who drove a car and bought a refrigerator and probably once kissed a girl who used a can of aerosol spray on her hair. Because that's what men did. Men killed, men destroyed, men beat their wives, abused their kids, and took a planet and warped it into their own twisted image. His eyes were running now, snot poured from his nose and his chest heaved until his breath came out in savage gasps. The harsh scent of ammonia, he thought. But he knew better. He was once again thinking of his mother's pale, lonely face. He and his brother should have gone back inside with her. They could have walked through the door first, judged the mood, and if it came to it, taken their punishment like MEN. They didn't, though. Their father was home, and they ran away into the woods where they lived like gods on pokeweed salad, wild raspberries, and tender fiddleheads. They turned to the land for shelter and tried not to think about what was happening back in one tiny cabin in the woods. At least that's what they'd done when they could. The man turned off the hose, the van was washed, the aquarium cleansed, the whole project sanitized within an inch of its life. 48 hours later, it was over. He was tired again. Bone-deep weary in a way that people who had never killed could never appreciate, but it was over. Now, at long last, he was done. He took his kill kit away with him. Later, he tucked it beneath his mattress before finally crawling into bed. His head touched the pillow. He thought of what he had just done. High heels, blonde hair, blue eyes, green dress, bound hands, dark hair, brown eyes, long legs, scratching nails, flashing white teeth. The man closed his eyes. He slept the best he had in years. Chapter 18, Quantico, Virginia, 536 a.m. Temperature, 84 degrees. Quincy jerked awake to the sound of the phone ringing. Instinct bred of so many other calls in the middle of so many other nights led him to reach automatically toward the nightstand. Then the ringing penetrated a second time, shrill and insistent, and he remembered that he was at the FBI Academy, staying in a dorm room where the lone phone sat on the desk halfway across the room. He moved quietly and quickly, but it was no longer necessary, even as he cut off the third ring. Rainey was sitting up sleepily in the bed. Her long chestnut hair was tousled around her pale face, drawing attention to the striking angles of her cheeks and the long, bare column of her neck. God, she was lovely first thing in the morning, for that matter. She was lovely at the end of a long day. All these years later, day in, day out, she never failed to take his breath away. He looked at her, and then, as happened too often these days, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He turned away, cradling the phone between his shoulder and his ear. Pierce Quincy, and then a moment later, "Are you sure? That's not what I meant, Kimberly." "Well, if that's what you want to do, Kimberly." Big sigh again, the beginning of a headache already building in his temples. "You're a grown adult, Kimberly. I respect that." It didn't do him any good. His last surviving daughter had ended yesterday angry with him and had apparently started today even madder. She slammed down the phone. He returned his own receiver much more gently, trying not to notice how his hands shook. He had been trying to mend the bridge with his mercurial daughter for 6 years now. He hadn't made much progress yet. In the beginning, Quincy had thought Kimberly simply needed time. After the intense episode of what happened to their family, of course, she harbored a great deal of rage. He had been an FBI agent, a trained professional, and still he'd done nothing to save Bethy and Amanda. If Kimberly hated him, he couldn't blame her. For a long time, he had hated himself, too. Now, however, as year advanced into year and the raw ache of loss and failure began to subside, he wondered if it wasn't something more insidious than that. He and his daughter had gone through a harrowing experience. They had joined forces to outwit a psychopath as he'd hunted them down one by one. That kind of experience changed people, changed relationships, and it built associations. Perhaps Kimberly simply couldn't view him as a father anymore. A parent should be a safe harbor, a source of shelter amid turbulent times. Quincy was none of those things in his daughter's eyes. In fact, his presence was probably a constant reminder that violence often struck close to home, that real monsters didn't live under the bed. They could be very attractive, fully functioning members of society, and once they targeted you, not even a smart, strong, professionally trained father could make any difference. It still amazed Quincy how easy it was to fail the ones you loved. "Was that Kimberly?" Rainey asked from behind him. "What did she want?" "She's leaving the academy this morning. She talked one of the counselors into giving her a leave of absence for emotional distress." "Kimberly?" Rainey's voice was incredulous. "Kimberly, who would walk barefoot through fire before asking for a pair of shoes, let alone a fire extinguisher? No way." Quincy merely waited. It didn't take long. Rainey had always been exceptionally bright. She got it in the next instant. "She's going to work the case," she exclaimed suddenly. In contrast to his reaction, however, she threw back her head and laughed. "Well, what do you know? I told you the Georgian was a hunk. If Supervisor Watson finds out," Quincy said seriously, "her career will be over. If Watson finds out, he'll simply be mad he didn't get to save the second girl first." Rainey bounded out of bed. "Well, what do you want to do?" "Work," Quincy said flatly. "I want the ID on the victim." "Yes, sir." And maybe, he mused carefully, it wouldn't hurt to pay a visit to the forensic linguist, Dr. Annunzio. Rainey regarded him in surprise. "Why, Pierce Quincy, are you beginning to believe in the eco-killer?" "I don't know, but I definitely think that my daughter is much too involved. Let's work, Rainey, and let's work fast." Kimberly and Mac drove toward Richmond mostly in silence. She learned that his taste in radio stations ran toward country music. In turn, she taught him that she didn't function well without a morning cup of coffee. They had taken his car. The rented Toyota Camry was nicer than her ancient Mazda. Mac had thrown a backpack filled with supplies into the trunk. Kimberly had added hiking boots and a duffel bag filled with her sparse collection of clothes. She'd retrieved her gun first thing this morning, turning in the plastic Crayola along with her handcuffs. She signed a few forms, relinquished her ID, and that was that. She was officially on leave from the FBI Academy. For the first time since she was about 9 years old, she was not actively aspiring to be a federal agent. She should feel anxious, guilt-stricken, and horrified, she thought. So many years of her life she was suddenly throwing away on a whim, as if she ever did anything on a whim, as if her life had ever held a hint of the whimsical, and yet she didn't feel horrible, no shortness of breath that would indicate an oncoming anxiety attack. No bunched muscles or pounding headache. In all honesty, she actually felt the lightest she had in weeks. Maybe beneath her sleep-deprived haze, she was even a little giddy. What that meant, she didn't want to know. They made good time getting to Richmond. Mac handed her a printed-out email, and she navigated to the offices of the U.S. Geological Survey Team, which were located in an office park north of the city. First glance wasn't what Kimberly had expected. The office park, for one thing, was plunked down in the middle of suburban sprawl. They passed a community college, a housing development, and a local school. There were lovely sidewalks shaded by graceful trees, wide expanses of deep green yards, and brightly flowering pink and white crepe myrtle trees. The USGS office building, too, was different from what she had pictured. One story of brick and glass, newer. Lots of windows. Nicely landscaped with more crepe myrtle trees, and God knows what kind of bushes. Definitely a far cry from the usual government decor of monochromatic malaise. So, a nice building in a nice place. Kimberly wondered if Mac knew that the FBI Richmond field office was literally right down the street. She and Mac got out of the car, pushed their way through the heavy glass door, and were immediately greeted by the waiting receptionist. "Rayleigh Chi," Mac said. The receptionist smiled at them brightly, then led the way. "He's a botanist?" Kimberly asked as she followed Mac down the wide, sunny hall. "Geographer, actually. What's a geographer? I think he works on maps. You're bringing our leaf to a map maker?" Jenny knows him. He went to school with her brother or something like that. Apparently he has a background in botany and he said he could help. Mac shrugged. "I have no jurisdiction. It's not like I can order up any expert I want in the state." The receptionist had arrived at an interior office. She gestured to the partially opened door, then turned back down the hall, leaving Kimberly alone with Mac, already wondering if this wasn't some kind of fool's errand. "Mr. Chi?" Mac asked, poking his head through the doorway. A short, well-built Asian man promptly fired back his desk chair and popped up to greet them. "Oh, God, don't call me that." "Ray, by all means, or I'll keep looking around for my father." Ray pumped Mac's hand vigorously, then greeted Kimberly with the same enthusiasm. The geographer was younger than Kimberly would have thought, and definitely not a dried-out academic. He sported khaki shorts and a short-sleeved shirt made out of one of those microfibers favored by hikers for wicking the sweat from their bodies. Now he gestured them into his paper-jammed office, then bounced back into his chair with about 4 times the necessary energy. His biceps bulged even when sitting, and his hands were moving a mile a minute around his desk, looking for God knows what. "So Jenny said you needed my help," Ray stated brightly. "We're trying to identify a leaf. I understand you have some experience in that sort of thing." "Spent my undergrad days studying botany," Ray said, "before I moved into geography. For that matter, I also studied zoology, and for a brief stint in time, auto mechanics seemed kind of funky at the time. On the other hand, when our truck gets stuck out in the field, everyone's happy to have me along." He turned toward Kimberly. "Do you talk not before coffee? You need some Java? I brewed the world's strongest batch in the kitchenette just half an hour ago. Stuff will knock the ZZZs right out of you while putting some hair on your chest." He held up both of his hands, which were trembling with caffeine jitters. "Want some? I think I'll wait. Well, suit yourself, but after the first 16 ounces or so, I'm telling you it's not so bad." His dark gaze rebounded to Mac. "So where's the leaf?" "Actually, we brought you a picture." Mac dug into his folder and pulled out the piece of paper. "That's all you got? A picture? It's a scanned image, actual size, front and back." Ray kept staring at him, and finally Mac shrugged ruefully. Sorry, man, it's all we got. A real leaf would be better, you know. I mean, much better. What's this for again? It's a piece of evidence in a case, like from a crime scene. Ray's face brightened. If I ID this, can it be used to catch the bad guy or locate a corpse like they do on CSI? Absolutely, Mac assured him. Groovy. Ray accepted the paper with more enthusiasm. A picture is definitely tougher, but I like a challenge. Let's see what you got. He took out a magnifying glass and studied the image for a second. Well, let's start with the basics. It's an angiosperm to you, a broadleaf tree. Given the oval shape with pointed tip and coarse tooth margins, it's most likely from the Betula family. Some kind of birch. He looked up. Where did you find this again? I'm afraid I can't comment further on that subject. Ray resumed, staring at the picture. He frowned. This is really all you've got. No bark, no flowers, no twig. That's it. Well, then you also like a challenge. Ray's desk chair shot back. He jerked to a stop in front of the bookshelf across the way and rapidly skimmed titles. His fingers settled on a big volume labeled Gray's Manual of Botany. In the good news, bad news department, birch is one of the larger tree families with a number of species commonly found here in Virginia. If you're into history, the old Appalachian mountaineers used to make birch beer from the sap of black birch trees, which tastes a bit like wintergreen. They came close to harvesting all of the black birches in the mountains to make the stuff. Then synthetic wintergreen oil was developed, and the mountaineers moved on to making moonshine. All's well that ends well, you know. He shot back to his desk, propelling his chair as easily as a small automobile, while his fingers rapidly flipped through the thick index guide. Peering over his shoulder, Kimberly saw page after page of tree leaves, all richly photographed and documented with lists of words that appeared to be in Latin. Definitely not a light summer red. Okay, for starters, we have Betula lenta, otherwise known as black birch, sweet birch, or cherry birch. Its leaves are approximately 3 to 4 inches long. Your picture is closer to 2.5 inches long, but maybe our leaf isn't mature yet, so that's a possibility. Where are black birches found? Mac asked. Oh, a little bit of everywhere. You can find them in the mountains of the western half of the state or around parts of Chesapeake Bay close to streams. Does that work? I don't know yet, Mac said. Now he was also frowning. Other options? The Betula lutea, or yellow birch, which is found generally higher up in the mountains than the black birch. It's a significantly larger tree, however, growing up to 80 feet with 5-inch leaves, so I'm going to guess that it's too big to be our suspect here. Let's see. Ray rapidly flipped through the book. Okay, consider Betula papyrifera, or paper birch. Leaves also grow 3 inches in length, which is closer in size. It's also found in the mountains, generally in clear-cut or burned-out areas. Then there's Betula nigra, or river birch, which is found in low elevations along waterways or around streams, ponds, lakes, etc. It's also a smaller birch with leaves 2 to 3 inches long. So that's a possibility. He looked up at them sharply. You don't have any catkins? Cat what? The flowers that are generally found with the leaves. In birches, they resemble long, cone-like structures dangling down from amid the leaves. Flower size varies dramatically, which would help narrow the scope. Better yet would be a twig with bark, as you can guess from the names. Black versus yellow versus paper. One of the key distinguishing features of birch is the color of the tree's bark. I only have a leaf, Mac said, then muttered under his breath, because our guy also likes a challenge. He turned toward Kimberly, the tension building in his shoulders. He wouldn't use something common, she said quietly. No compass, remember? So this time the clues must narrow down a region, or it's really not that much of a game. Good point. Mac turned back toward the geographer. You said birches are commonly found in Virginia. Are there any that aren't common? Maybe a type that is rare or endangered. Ray's dark eyes brightened. He stroked his chin. Not a bad question.
Nope, this isn't going to help.
He flipped the book shut, seemed to think for a second, then turned abruptly to his computer and swiftly hit a bunch of keys. See, what you guys really need is a dendrologist. I'm just a lowly geographer who's spent some time dabbling with botany. A dendrologist, on the other hand, has a bigger name, Kimberly asked. No, is a botanical expert on trees. See, I'm a generalist. Come on, ask me about a flower. I'm really good with flowers. Or ferns, for that matter. A dendrologist, on the other hand, could tell you anything you ever wanted to know about trees. My God, there is an ologist for everything, Kimberly muttered. You have no idea, Max said. See, you guys have come to the Richmond Field office. Here, we're mostly geographers and hydrologists. Most of us have other backgrounds as well, botany, biology, geology, etc., and we're happy to help you out, but maybe we're not as specific as you need. Now, up in Reston at our national headquarters, we got botanists, palynologists, geologists, karst, geologists, you name it. That's where the big dogs live. Where is Reston? Mac asked. 2 hours north of here. I don't have 2 hours. Suit yourself. Ray's fingers danced over his keyboard. Then for the time-conscious researcher, we have the greatest marvel of the 20th century, ta-da, the Internet, where for every ology there is almost always a website. Let's face it. Geeks love technology. He hit return, and sure enough, a website of the U.S. Department of Agriculture labeled Dendrology of Virginia appeared on the screen. As I live and breathe, Kimberly said. And how, Max seconded. And we have a final suspect for your consideration, Ray announced. Lady and gentlemen, may I introduce Betula populifolia, otherwise known as gray birch. This smaller member of the birch family grows only 30 feet high, with leaves of approximately 3 inches in length. The bark may appear brown in color, but is in fact gray-white. It is also smooth and not peeling, unlike the yellow birch and paper birch members of the family, which frankly always look like they're sporting a bad case of bedhead. The wood is light and soft, used mostly for pulpwood spools and fuel. Better yet, it is located in only one area of the state. Well, here's the kicker. It doesn't say where that is. Ray stopped, scrunching up his nose and wiggling it from side to side as he continued to study the screen. Mac hunkered down behind the geographer, his face taking on the intent expression Kimberly was coming to know so well. Are you saying this birch could be the one in our picture? Could be, and it's found in only one spot in the entire state of Virginia. That's what the dendrologists say. I need to know that spot. Mac paused a heartbeat. Now, Well, here's a thought. Ray tapped the computer screen with his pencil. Look at the other ranges of distribution. The gray birch is common in New York, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey, all states north of us, which means this tree probably prefers cooler temperatures, so if it's growing somewhere in Virginia, the mountains, Kimberly filled in. He nodded. Yeah. Now the question is, which range? Are we talking the Blue Ridge Mountains, the Shenandoah Mountains, the Appalachians? Hang on, I have an idea. His chair shot across the room again. He found a directory on top of his bookcase, flipped through several pages, grabbed a phone, and made a call. Kathy Levine, please? She's out. When do you expect her back? I'll leave a message. And in another moment, Kath, hey, it's Ray Lee Chi from USGS. Got a question about gray birch. Where is it in the state?
It's actually important. Very Sherlock Holmes. When you get in, give me a buzz. We'll be waiting. Bye. He hung up the phone, then met their expectant gazes. Kathy's the botanist with Shenandoah National Park. She's more familiar with the trees in that area, and if anyone knows about the gray birch, it's her. Unfortunately, she's out in the field right now. For how long? Mac demanded to know. 4 days. We don't have 4 days. Ray held up a hand. Yeah. Kind of got that.
Give her until around noon. Come lunch. She'll check messages. Give me a call, and then I can give you a call. Noon's only 4 hours away. 4 hours can be a long time, Max said grimly. What can I say? It's not easy when you only have a picture of a leaf. I have a question, Kimberly spoke up. From all of your various studies, is there any connection between Virginia and Hawaii? Virginia and Hawaii? Yes. Hell if I know. From a plant perspective, I can't think of a thing. Hawaii's kind of tropical, you know, and Virginia isn't. Well, except for this week, of course. We're always prepared to make an exception. No other way they might be related? Kimberly prodded. Ray did the nose wiggle again. You might ask a geologist. We have mountains. They have mountains. We have Chesapeake Bay with its multitude of barrier islands, which might be similar to their barrier islands. But from a flora and fauna perspective, I don't see a relationship. And where in this building might we find a geologist? We don't have geologists. You'd have to go to Reston. Wait. He read her expression and immediately held up a hand. I know you don't have time for Reston. Okay, Jennifer York. She's one of our core samplers, and I believe she has a background in geology. Where's her office? Other side of the building. Third office on the left. Okay. She turned toward Mac, who was looking at her with a puzzled expression. You heard the man, she said crisply. Let's go find a geologist. Chapter 19. Richmond, Virginia, 8:31 a.m. Temperature 87 degrees. Why are we asking about Hawaii? Mac asked 30 seconds later when they were back in the halls of the USGS building, because the ME's assistant said the victim had a travel brochure for Hawaii in her purse. He grabbed her arm and they both came to a sudden halt. Mac looked cool. She was already breathing hard and gazing with lethal intent at his fingers on her wrist. I don't recall you mentioning that yesterday, he said ominously. I didn't think of it. The brochure was something the ME's assistant brought up in passing, and I took it in kind, but then last night I remembered what you said, that for some of the victims the man put things in their purses, a business card, a cocktail napkin with a name, and that got me wondering. Mac slowly released her. Anything else you remembered last night? Yes, I remembered to strap on my knife, he grinned. Where is it this time? Ankle, inside of a thigh. I swear it's the first thing I thought when I saw you this morning. So few clothes, and yet somewhere on that lean little body, I know there rests a 3-inch blade. I swear, honey, I never met a woman who could make a man think of knives quite the way you do. Mac leaned a little closer. He smelled of soap again. Clean, strong. Kimberly instantly took a small step back. Funny how it felt, as if all the air had just been sucked from her lungs. If I'm a good boy, Mac murmured softly, do I get to search you later, or would you prefer it if I were bad? Hey. Kimberly finally found her bearings, getting her hands up and placing them firmly between them. I am not flirting with you, of course not. Now what is that supposed to mean? You're not the type for a casual social gesture, Kimberly. I know that, with you I imagine it would be very serious. He nodded at her, his blue eyes suddenly somber and affecting her far more strongly than any of his teasing ever had. Then he was straightening up and turning back toward the hall. So where's that geologist? He strode forward, and Kimberly had to scramble to follow suit. 5 minutes later, Mac rapped on a closed door bearing the nameplate Jennifer York. The door almost immediately opened up. Yes? A young woman asked. Like Rayleigh Chee, she was dressed casually, khaki shorts, white scooped collar shirt, and heavy-duty hiking boots. Mac flashed a smile and went to work. Jennifer York, I presume. Special Agent Mac McCormack, ma'am, and this here is Special Investigator Quincy. We were just asking your associate Rayleigh Chee some questions relevant to a case, and he highly recommended you as an expert in the field of geology. The woman blinked her eyes a few times. Her gaze had started on Mac's face, but now had drifted to the broad expanse of his chest. Special agent? As in police? Yes, ma'am. We're working on a special situation, a kidnapping, if you will. We have a few items from the scene tree leaves, rocks, etc., that we need to identify to help find the victim. Could we take a moment of your time? It sure would be a big help. Mac gave the woman one last charming smile, and she practically tripped over herself, getting the door all the way open and inviting Mac inside. Briefly, she seemed to notice Kimberly was in tow, but then her gaze was all Mac all the time. Not that the man didn't have a way with women inside the office. Jennifer York's workspace appeared very similar to Rayleigh Chee's, a modest arrangement of overstuffed bookshelves, crammed filing cabinets, and a utilitarian desk. Now she stood with one hand lightly touching her desk and the other supporting her lower back, which she had arched in a not-so-subtle attempt to emphasize her breasts. So, Kimberly spoke up curtly, finally earning York's attention. We were wondering if there is any connection between Hawaii and Virginia? You mean the two states? I believe they are states, yes. So are they related or what? The brunette stared at Kimberly a moment longer, then abruptly abandoned her feline pose and took a seat in her desk chair. Now that they were on the subject of work, her expression had grown serious. Actually, from a geologist's perspective, there is quite a connection. We often compare the Blue Ridge Mountains in Shenandoah National Park with the Hawaiian Islands. Both were partially formed by flows of basaltic lava. Essentially, 1 billion years ago, what we now call the Blue Ridge Mountains were actually the Grenville Mountains, which we believe may have stretched from Newfoundland to Texas and may have reached as high as the present-day Himalayas. This mountain range eroded over time, however, until by 600 million years ago it was little more than a series of rolling hills. Then, however, we had the Catoctin volcanics. A volcano? Mac asked with surprise. In Virginia? More or less. A large rift opened up in the valley and basaltic magma from the Earth's mantle seeped to the surface, flooding the valley and forming the Catoctin Formation, which you can view in the northern section of the park. The Catoctin Formation still exists? Mac asked, and its geology is similar to Hawaii's. Yes, the Catoctin Formation still exists, Jennifer said, flashing him a warm smile. The geology, however, isn't exact. The basalts in Hawaii are black, while the rocks in the Shenandoah National Park are dark green. Basically, a process called metamorphism caused the basalts in Shenandoah to recrystallize with new minerals, such as chlorite, epidote, and albite, which help give the rocks their greenish hue. In fact, we no longer call the rocks in Shenandoah basalts, but metabasalts due to this alteration. Mac turned toward Kimberly. She could read the question in his eyes. The victim had been found holding a rock. Had it been greenish in color? She couldn't remember. They hadn't gotten a good look at it, and it had been one of the first things NCIS investigators had taken away. Are metabasalts rare in the park? Mac asked. York, not at all. You can view them as road outcroppings as you drive from the northern entrance of the park all the way to Thornton Gap. Then there's another good 20-mile stretch from Stony Man to Swift Run Gap. Then there's more all the way to the southern point of the park. Are there any kinds of rocks that are rare in the park? Kimberly spoke up. York had to think about it. Well, the Shenandoah National Park actually involves 3 major types of bedrock. The metabasalts are found in the north and south, which we've discussed. But there are also siliclasts, which are found in the southern section of the park, or around Thornton Gap. Then we have the granites, which are in the central part of the park. The siliclasts, which are sedimentary rocks containing abundant amounts of silica, probably have the smallest area of distribution. The granites probably have the most definable area, however, being bunched in the middle to north section of the park. Now, within each bedrock type, there are variances. For example, certain kinds of granites will have more of one mineral or another depending on where they are found in the park. Same with the metabasalts and same with the siliclasts. Not all rocks are created equal? Mac asked. Exactly. She gave him another warm smile, a teacher bestowing praise on her favorite student. Geologists analyze rocks all the time. Basically, you take a cross-section of the rock sample and view it under a polarizing microscope. By breaking the rock down to its mineral components, you could pinpoint more precisely from where in the park it probably came. In some cases, in fact, the distribution range might be very small. Of course, we don't have that kind of equipment here, but if you had a rock, I'd be happy to make a few phone calls. We don't exactly have a rock. She arched a brow. No rock? No, he added helpfully. But we do have a travel brochure for Hawaii. York blinked her eyes, obviously trying to follow that thought, then finally gave up. Well, without an actual rock sample, I'm not sure what to tell you. Yes, there are lots of rocks in the Shenandoah National Park. And yes, some of them are similar to those found in Hawaii. But I don't know how to break things down for you any more than that. The wilderness area of the Shenandoah National Park encompasses nearly 80,000 acres. You know, that's a lot of rock types and areas of geologic interest. Do you have a book or a rock guide we could take with us? Kimberly asked. You know, that way once we did have a sample, we could look up more information. It wouldn't be specific enough. With your naked eye, the best you would be able to determine was if the stone in question were basalt versus granite versus silica classed. That would only cut your search area in half, leaving you with 40,000 acres. No, to truly analyze a rock, you need to be able to look at its mineral components through a microscope. Do you have a microscope? We could borrow, Kimberly attempted weakly. They cost a couple pennies. I think the U.S. government might notice. Darn government. Get the rock, York said. Give me a call. I'd be very happy to help. Her gaze was once more locked on Mac. We'll try, Mac said diligently, but Kimberly knew he was just being polite. They would never have access to the rock found in the victim's hand. They were outsiders no longer privy to such helpful little tidbits as real evidence. One last question, Kimberly said. Are there rattlesnakes in the Shenandoah National Park? York appeared surprised. More than a few. Why do you ask?
Just checking. Guess I better put on a thicker pair of boots. Watch out for rocks, York advised. Rattlers like to curl up in the nooks and crannies between boulders, or even sleep out on the sun-warmed surface once it's dusk. Got it. Mac shook the woman's hand. York gave him a dazzling smile while managing to once more arch her back.
Kimberly engaged in a significantly stiffer handshake, which is apparently what happened when you didn't have a southern drawl or Mac's muscled chest. They made their way back to the front door where the blue sky already stretched bright and hot beyond the glass. That wasn't so good, Mac said, pausing before the entranceway. He seemed to be bracing himself for leaving the cool comfort of air conditioning behind and bursting once more into the heat. We have a start, Kimberly said firmly. All signs point to the Shenandoah National Park. Yes, all 80,000 acres, you're right. We should find this girl in no time at all. He shook his head in disgust. We need choppers. Hell, we need search and rescue, the National Guard, and about half a dozen dogs, this poor woman. I know, Kimberly said quietly. It doesn't seem fair, does it? A kidnap victim deserves all the help in the world, and instead, she's only going to get us. He nodded, and the lines of frustration etched into his dark face almost made her reach out her hand. She wondered who that sort of unsolicited contact would shock more, her or him. We need supplies, Mac said. Then we'd better hit the road. It's a long drive to Shenandoah, particularly when we don't know where we're going yet. We're going to find her, Kimberly said. We need more information. Damn, why didn't I just take that rock? Because that would have been crossing the line. The leaf had already been mishandled by the GME. The rock, on the other hand, has been properly bagged and tagged and even now is wasting away in some crime lab. Mac finished bitterly. We're going to find her, Kimberly said again. He finally stilled in front of the glass door. His blue eyes were still dark, fired by frustration. For just a moment, however, the look on his face softened. Ernest Kimberly, he whispered. Yes, I hope you're right. He glanced at his watch. Teen-A. He said softly, then abruptly pushed through the heavy door. And boy, is it getting hot! Tina woke up slowly, becoming aware of two things at once, a deep racking thirst that had left her tongue swollen and cottony in her mouth, and the incessant sound of buzzing around her head. She opened her eyes but couldn't see a thing through the thick tangle of blonde hair, now glued uncomfortably to her sweat-slicked face. She roughly pushed back the long strands only to encounter a fuzzy black haze, and then abruptly she knew what that buzzing was. Tina leapt to her feet, already waving her arms frantically while a scream built in her throat. Mosquitoes. She was covered, head to toe, with hundreds of swarming, buzzing, biting mosquitoes. Malaria, she thought. Instantly the West Nile virus, hell, the bubonic plague as far as she was concerned. She had never seen so many bugs fluttering in her hair, sinking their hungry mouths into her skin. Oh God, oh God, oh God! Her feet landed in mud, her 3-inch-high platform sandals immediately sinking into the watery marsh. She had a faint sensation of cool relief as the mud hit her toes. Then she made the mistake of looking down, and this time she did scream right there. Slithering by her ankle in the muck went a long black snake. Tina scrambled quickly back onto the rock that had apparently been her perch. The mosquitoes swarmed hungrily, and now she could see other hunters as well. Yellow flies, gnats, buzzing creatures of all sorts and sizes. They swarmed her head and shoulders, seeking the unprotected skin of her throat, the corners of her mouth, and the whites of her eyes. Fresh welts rose on her ears, her eyelids, her cheeks. Her legs were covered in red marks, some still oozing fresh blood as more mosquitoes were drawn to the scent. She started clapping her hands, then she slapped them against her entire body. Die, 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 she gasped, and they did. She felt plump. Overfed bodies explode between her fingers, staining her palms with her own blood as she took out dozens. Then hundreds more insects swooped in to take their place, biting painfully at her tender skin. She was crying now. She gasped for breath. Then, in the middle of her frenzy, the inevitable happened. Her stomach rolled. She got down on her hands and knees, and then she vomited over the edge of the rock into the foul-smelling muck below water. Green bile. Precious little food. Her stomach contracted anyway, her head dropping between her shoulders as she dry heaved. The mosquitoes used the opportunity to swarm her shoulders, her elbows, her calves. She was being eaten alive, and there wasn't a thing she could do to save herself. Minutes passed, the knot eased in her stomach. The cramping nausea released its hold on her bowels. Shakily, she straightened, brushing back her long, sweaty hair, and feeling new welts already raise up on her ears. The mosquitoes danced in front of her eyes, seeking skin. She batted them away, but her movements were already half-hearted, the actions of a woman who realized she was no match for the enemy. She could kill hundreds of insects. 1,000 would simply take their place. Oh, God. Her throat burned. Her skin felt as if it were on fire. She raised her trembling hands to her face and saw that they were also covered in red, angry bites. Then her gaze went all the way up to white hut sky, where the sun was already starting to blaze overhead. The dog crate was gone instead. From all appearances, she had been cast into some kind of swampy pit, fodder for insects, snakes, and God knows what. Good news, Tina whispered to herself.
He's not a sexually deranged pervert after all.
And then she started to laugh. And then she started to cry, and then she whispered in a voice probably heard only by the mosquitoes and snakes, "I'm so sorry, Ma. Oh, God, somebody get me out of here quick." Chapter 20, Quantico, Virginia, 10:08 a.m. Temperature, 91 degrees, AT8 a.m. Special Agent Kaplan escorted Rainey and Quincy to the roped-off crime scene where the victim had been found yesterday morning. At 8:10, Kaplan took off to attend to his own tasks for the day, leaving Rainey and Quincy alone. That was fine by Quincy. He liked to walk a scene unescorted, without the murmur of voices, incessant clicking of cameras, or the needling scratch of pencil on paper to divert his attention. Death inevitably took on a life of its own, and Quincy preferred the calm after the storm when all the other investigators had left, and he could be alone with his musings. Rainey stood a good 30 feet away from him, walking soundlessly around the fringes of the forest. She was used to his ways by now, and worked as quietly as he did. They had been at this for 2 hours already, falling seamlessly into the usual grid pattern, slowly and methodically dissecting each inch of the roped-off area, and then, because even the best cops missed things moving outside of the cordoned-off space, searching for what the others might have missed, for that one clue which would magically bring it all together, if such a thing really existed. Underneath the relative shade of the thick oak trees, the heat hammered down on them relentlessly. They shared one bottle of water, then another, and were now almost done with the lukewarm third. Quincy's white dress shirt, sharply pressed just this morning, was now plastered against his chest while thin trickles of sweat beaded down his face. His fingers left damp stains on his small notepad while his pencil slid wetly between his fingers. It was a brutal morning, serving as a brutal start to what would be no doubt an extremely brutal day. Was this what the killer wanted? Overheated law enforcement officers struggling to function in damp, unbearable weather that glued their uniforms to their bodies and robbed them of breath. Some killers picked extremely harsh or disgusting places to dump bodies because they relished the thought of homicide detectives picking through dumpsters or wading through swamps. First, they humiliated the victims. Then they reveled in the thought of what they could do to the police. Quincy stopped and turned once more, frowning in spite of himself. He wanted to know this space. He wanted to feel this space. He wanted a glimpse into why, of all places on this nearly 400-acre base, had the killer dumped the body here. The area was sheltered, the thick canopy of trees making the path invisible at night. The path itself was wide enough for a car, but 4 tires would have definitely left at least a faint impression, and there was none. No, their unidentified subject un-SUB had selected a spot half a mile from the road, and then he'd walked that half-mile in pitch-black night while staggering beneath the awkward weight of a 110-pound body. Surely there were dozens of spots more accessible and less physically demanding. So again, why had their un-SUB chosen here? Quincy was beginning to have some ideas. He'd bet Rainey would also have a few opinions on the subject. "How are you making out?" Kaplan called out. He was coming down the dirt path looking fresher than they did, so wherever he'd been it had had air conditioning. Quincy found himself resentful already. "Brought you bug spray," Kaplan said merrily. "You're the king of men," Quincy assured him. "Now look behind you." Kaplan obediently stopped and looked behind him. "I don't see anything." "Exactly. Huh? Look down," Rainey said impatiently from 20 feet back. "Check out your footsteps." Rainey had pulled her heavy chestnut hair back in a ponytail first thing this morning. It had come loose about an hour ago and was now plastered in sweaty tendrils against her neck. She looked wild, her hair curly with the humidity and her gray eyes nearly black with the heat. Having grown up on the Oregon coast with its relatively mild climate, Rainey absolutely loathed high heat and humidity. Quincy figured he had about another hour before she'd be driven to violence.
"There aren't any footsteps,"
Kaplan said. "Exactly." Quincy sighed and finally pulled his attention away from the scene. According to reports on the Weather Channel, this area received 2 inches of rain 5 days ago, and if you venture off the path into the woods, there are patches where the ground is still marshy and soft to the touch. The thick trees protect the dirt from baking in the sun, plus I don't think much can dry out given this humidity. But the path is solid.
"Yes."
Apparently nothing hard-packed soil quite like the daily grind of a few hundred-pounding Marine and FBI trainees. The path is hard as a rock. It would take more than a 200-pound person plus a 100-pound body to dent it now. Kaplan frowned at them both, still obviously confused. "I already said there weren't any footprints. We looked." Quincy wanted to sigh again. He so preferred working with Rainey, who was now regarding the NCIS special agent with a fresh level of annoyance. "If you simply walked off the road into the woods around here, what would happen? The ground is still soft. You'd leave a footprint. So, to a casual visitor, the woods are marshy?" "Yeah, I guess. And what's 30 feet to my left?" Quincy asked crisply. "The PT course. The paved PT course." "Sure, the paved PT course." Quincy looked at him. "If you were carrying a body into the woods, wouldn't you take the paved path? The one that offered you better footing? The one that would be guaranteed not to leave footprints, given the soft soil you see all around?" "The wooded path has less traffic," Kaplan said slowly. "He's better hidden," according to the ME's report. "The unsub probably dumped the body in the small hours of the morning. Given the late hour, the man's already well hidden. Why take the dirt path? Why risk footprints? He's not very bright." But Kaplan was no longer convinced. Rainey shook her head impatiently, crossing over to them. "The ONSUB knew he's been on this path. He knew the ground was hard and would protect him, while the wide scope makes it less likely he'd bump the body against a tree limb or accidentally leave a scrap of fabric on a twig. Face it, Kaplan, the ONSUB isn't some random guy. He knows this place. Hell, he's probably run this course sometime in the last 5 days. Kaplan was clearly discouraged as they trudged back to the academy. "I spoke with the 4 Marines on duty Tuesday night," he reported. "They had nothing out of the ordinary, no unusual vehicles, no suspicious drivers. Only thing they could think of was that it was a particularly busy night. A bunch of the National Academy students had hightailed it for air-conditioned bars, so they had cars coming and going right up until 2 a.m. Everyone showed proper ID, however. Nothing stood out in their minds. Do they keep a log of who comes and goes?" Rainey asked, walking beside Quincy. "No. All drivers have to show proper security passes, however. The Marine sentries may also ask for a license and the driver's final destination. What does a security pass look like?" Kaplan gestured to Rainey's shirt, where a white plastic card dangled from her collar. It looks like that, except in a variety of colors. Some are blue, some are white, some yellow. Each color indicates a certain level of clearance. A yellow card indicates an unescorted guest pass, someone who's allowed full access. We also have cards reading escorted guests, which means they wouldn't be allowed back onto the base without being in the company of the proper person, that sort of thing. Rainey glanced down. They don't look that complicated to me. Couldn't someone just swipe one? You have to sign a badge in and out. And believe me, the FBI police keep tabs on that sort of thing. None of us would feel particularly good if just any Tom, Dick, or Harry could swipe a card. Just asking, Rainey said mildly. Kaplan scowled at her anyway. Their earlier conversation had obviously wounded his ego. You can't steal a badge. You can't just walk onto this base, for God's sake. We take this kind of thing very seriously. Look, you're probably right. It probably is an insider, which really depresses me, though I don't know why. If all the good guys were really good people, I wouldn't have a job, would I? That's not an encouraging thought, Rainey said. Ma'am, it's the worst thought in the world, he glanced at Quincy. You know, I've been thinking, given the lack of sexual assault and that the weapon, so to speak, was a drug, shouldn't we be looking at women too? No, Quincy said, but women are the ones who predominantly kill with poison, and the lack of sexual assault bothers me. A guy doesn't just OD a woman and dump her body in the woods. Men are sexual predators. And did you see how this girl was dressed? Quincy drew up short. The victim, he said curtly, was wearing a short skirt, not uncommon for this time of year, to imply that a certain manner of dress invites sexual assault. That's not what I was saying, Kaplan interrupted immediately. It's not about sex for any predator, Quincy continued as if Kaplan hadn't spoken. It's about power. We've had many serial killers who were not sexual sadist predators. Berkowitz, for one, was strictly a trigger man, so to speak. He picked his victims, walked up to the car, opened fire on the couple, and walked away. Kaczynski was content to kill and maim long distance. Even more recently, we had the Beltway snipers, who held most of the East Coast in absolute terror by picking off victims from the trunk of their car. Murder isn't about sex, it's about power. And in this context, then, drugs make perfect sense, as drugs are weapons of control. Besides, Rainey spoke up, there's no way a woman carried a dead body half a mile into the woods. We don't have that kind of upper body strength. They finally emerged from the relative comfort of the woods. Immediately, the sun struck them like a ball-peen hammer while waves of heat shimmered above the paved road. Holy Lord, Kaplan said, and it's not even noon. It's going to be a hot one, Quincy murmured, and Rainey said, fuck the academy, I'm putting on shorts. One last thing, Kaplan said, holding up a hand. Something you should both know. Rainey halted with an impatient sigh. Quincy waited with a far more prescient sense of something significant about to break. We have the tox report back on the victim. 2 drugs were found in her system. A small dose of ketamine and a significantly larger dose, no doubt lethal dose, of the benzodiazepine Ativan. In other words, Special Agent McCormack listed them both last night, Quincy murmured. Yeah, Kaplan said slowly. McCormack knew the drugs. Now how about that? Chapter 21, Quantico, Virginia, 11:48 a.m., temperature 95 degrees. Mac drove until they'd left the concrete colonnus of Richmond behind them. He headed west on Interstate 64, where a towering line of dark green mountains stood out in vivid contrast to the bright blue sky and drew them steadily forward. They stopped at Texaco for gas. Then they stopped at a Walmart to cover the essentials. Bug spray, first aid kit, hiking socks, energy bars, chocolate bars, extra water bottles, and a whole case of water. Mac already had a compass, Swiss Army knife, and waterproof matches in his backpack. They grabbed an extra set for Kimberly to carry, just in case. When they returned to his rented Toyota, Mac discovered a message on his cell phone from Ray Lee Chi. The botanist Kathy Levine would meet them at Big Meadows Lodge in the Shenandoah National Park. At 1:30, without a word, they started driving again. Cities came and went. Major housing developments bloomed alongside the road, then slowly withered away. They headed deeper west, where the land opened up like an emerald sea and took Mac's breath away. God's country, his father would say. There wasn't much of this kind of land left. As Kimberly navigated, they turned off the interstate for the rolling lanes of US 15 leading to US 33. They swept by vast fields, each dotted by a single red brick ranch house with a fresh-painted white porch. They passed dairy farms, horse stables, vineyards, and agricultural spreads. Outside the car, everything took on a green hue, a rolling patchwork of square fields seamed by groves of dark green trees. They passed horses and cows. They came upon tiny towns defined by run-down delis, old gas stations, and pristine Baptist churches. Then, in the blink of an eye, the towns disappeared, and they headed deeper into the growing shade cast by a towering mountain range. Slowly but surely, they started to climb. Kimberly had been quiet since their meeting with the geologist. Her visor was down, casting a shadow across the top half of her face and making it difficult to read her expression. Mac was worried about her. She'd shown up bright and early this morning with the gaunt cheeks and feverish eyes of a woman who'd had little sleep. She wore linen trousers, topped with a white dress shirt and matching linen jacket. The outfit looked sharp and professional, but he suspected she'd chosen the long pants to hide her knife and the jacket to cover the discreet bulge of the Glock strapped to her waist. In other words, she was a woman going to war. He suspected she went to war a lot. He suspected that since the deaths of her mother and sister, life for her had essentially been one long battle. The thought pained him in a way he hadn't expected. "It's beautiful," he said at last. She finally shifted in her seat, giving him a brief glance before stretching out her legs. "Yes, you like the mountains? Or are you a city gal?" She shook her head. "City gal? Technically speaking, I grew up in Alexandria, close to these mountains, but Alexandria functions more as a suburb of D.C. than Richmond, and let's just say my mother's interests ran more to the Smithsonian Institution than the Shenandoah Mountains. Then I went off to school in New York. I love mountains. Hell, I love rivers, fields, orchards, streams, woods, you name it. I was lucky growing up. My grandparents, my mother's parents, own a 100-acre peach orchard. As their kids married, they gifted each one with 3 acres of land to build a home. That way, all the siblings could live close by. Basically, my sister and I grew up in Booneyville, surrounded by a dozen cousins and a ton of open space. Each day, my mom would kick us out of the house, tell us not to die and come home in time for dinner. So we did. You must have liked your cousins. Nah, we annoyed the snot out of each other. But that was half the fun. We made up games, we got into trouble, we basically ran around like heathens, and then at night, he slanted her a look, we played board games. Your whole family? Every night? Her voice was skeptical. Yep, we'd rotate around each aunt and uncle's house and off we'd go. My mom started it. She hates TV, thinks it rots the brain, the boob tube, she calls it. When I turned 12, she threw ours out. I'm not sure my father's ever recovered from the loss, but after that we had to do something to pass the time. So you played games? All the good ones, Monopoly, Scrabble, Yahtzee, Boggle, Life, and my personal favorite, Risk. Kimberly raised a brow. And who won? I did, of course. I believe that, she said, seriously. You attempt this whole laid-back Southern routine, but deep down inside, you're a natural-born competitor. I can see it every time you talk about this case. You don't like to lose. The person who said there are no winners or losers obviously lost. I'm not disagreeing, his lips curved. I didn't think you would. My family didn't play board games, she volunteered finally. We read books, serious stuff or fun stuff. Serious, of course, at least when my mother was watching. After lights out, however, Mandy used to sneak in copies of Sweet Valley High. We'd read them under the covers using a flashlight. Oh, we giggled ourselves sick. Sweet Valley High? And here I figured you for a Nancy Drew kind of gal. I liked Nancy, but Mandy was better at smuggling contraband, and she preferred Sweet Valley High, and booze for that matter, but that's another story. You rebel. We all have our moments, so, she turned toward him. Big, charming Southern man.
You ever been in love?
Uh-oh. She stared at him intently, and he finally relented with a sigh. Yeah, once, one of my sister's friends. She set us up, we hit it off, and things went pretty well for a while. What happened? I don't know. That's no kind of answer. Honey, coming from a man, That's the only kind of answer. She resumed staring, and he caved again. I was probably an idiot. Rachel was a nice girl. Funny, athletic, sweet. She taught second grade and was really good with kids. I certainly could have done worse. So you ended it? Broke your sister's best friend's heart? He shrugged. More like I let it trickle out. Rachel was the kind of girl a guy should marry, then settle down and raise 2.2 kids. I wasn't there yet. You know how this job is. You get a call, you have to go. And God knows when you're coming home. I had visions of her waiting more and smiling less and less. It didn't seem the thing to do. Do you miss her? Honestly, I hadn't thought of her in years. Why? She sounds perfect. Mac shot her an impatient glance. Nobody's perfect, Kimberly, and if you must know, we did have a problem. A significant problem in my mind. We never fought. You never fought. Never. And a man and woman should fight. Frankly, they should have a good head-to-head battle about every 6 months, then make love until they break the box springs. At least, that's my opinion. Your turn. What was his name? I don't have a name. Honey, everyone's got a name. The boy you sat behind in math class, the college quarterback who got away, your sister's boyfriend who you secretly wished was your own. Come on, confession's good for the soul, and I still don't have a name. Honest, I've never been in love. I don't think I'm the type, he frowned at her. Everyone falls in love. That's not true, she countered immediately. Love's not for everyone. There are people who live their whole lives alone and are very happy that way to fall in love. It involves giving. It involves weakening. I'm not very good at that. Mac gave her a slow, lingering look. Ah, honey, you obviously haven't met the right man yet? Kimberly's cheeks grew red. She turned away from him and resumed staring out the window. The road was steep now. They'd officially hit the Blue Ridge Mountains and were now making the grinding climb through Swift Run Gap. They zigzagged around sharp corners, getting teasing glimpses of million-dollar views. Then they were up the side, cresting at 2,400 feet, and watching the world open up like a deep green blanket. Before them, green valleys plunged, gray granite soared, and blue skies stretched for as far as the eye could see.
Wow,
Kimberly said simply, and Mac couldn't think of a better response. He took the entrance into the Shenandoah National Park. He paid the fee, and in turn they got a map of all the various lookout points. They headed north, toward Big Meadows on Skyline Drive. The going was slower here, the speed limit a steady 35 miles per hour, which was just as well because suddenly there were a million things to see and not nearly enough time to look. Wild grass bordered the winding road, thickly dotted with yellow and white flowers, while deeper in the woods a vast array of ferns spread out like a thick green carpet. Towering oak trees and majestic beeches wove their branches overhead, breaking the sun into a dozen pieces of gold. A yellow butterfly darted in front of them. Kimberly gasped, and Mac turned just in time to see a mother and fawn cross the road behind them. He spotted 2 yellow finches playing tag in a grove of pine trees. Then they were already upon the first viewing platform, where the trees gave way and half of Virginia once again opened up before them. Mac pulled over. He was no neophyte to the great outdoors, but sometimes a man just had to sit and stare. He and Kimberly absorbed the panorama of emerald forest mixing with gray stone outcrops and brightly colored wildflowers. The Blue Ridge Mountains really knew how to put on a show. Do you think he's really an environmentalist? Kimberly murmured quietly. Mac didn't need to ask to know whom she meant. I'm not sure. He certainly picks some great places. The planet is dying, she said softly. Look over to the right. You can see patches of dead hemlocks, probably killed by the woolly adelgid which is infesting so many of our forests. And while this range is protected as a national park, how long will the valley before us remain untouched? Someday those fields will become subdivisions, while all of those distant trees will be turned into yet more strip malls to feed hungry consumers. Once upon a time, most of the U.S. looked like this. Now you have to drive hundreds of miles just to find this kind of beauty. Progress happens. That's nothing but an excuse. No, Mac said abruptly. And yes, everything changes. Things die. We probably should fear for our kids. But I still don't know what that has to do with why one man kills a bunch of innocent women. Maybe this guy wants to think he's different. Hell, maybe he does have some sort of conscience and it bothers him to kill for killing's sake. But the letters, the environmental talk, personally, I think it's nothing but a bunch of bullshit designed to give the eco-killer permission to do what he really wants to do, kidnap and kill women. In psychology, Kimberly said, we learn that there are many different reasons for why people behave certain ways. This applies to killers as well. Some killers are driven by ego, by their own overdeveloped id, which puts their needs first and refuses to accept limits on their behavior. It's the serial killer who kills because he likes to feel powerful. It's the stockbroker who murders his mistress after she threatens to tell his wife because he honestly believes his own desire for security is more important than another person's life. It's the kid who pulls the trigger just because he wants to. There's another kind of killer, though, the morality killer. That's the fanatic who walks into a synagogue and opens fire because he believes it is his duty, or the person who shoots abortion doctors because she believes they are committing a sin. These people don't kill to satisfy their inner child, but because they believe such an act is right. Perhaps the eco-killer falls into the morality category. Mac arched a brow. So these are our choices. Immature wackos on the one hand and righteous wackos on the other, technically speaking. All right, you want psychobabble? I can play this game. I believe it was Freud who said everything we do communicates something about ourselves. You know Freud? Hey, don't let the good looks fool you, honey. I have a brain in my head, so all right, according to Freud, the tie you pick, the ring you wear, the shirt you buy, all say something about you. Nothing is random. Everything you do has intent. Fine. Now let's look at what this guy does. He kidnaps women traveling in pairs. Always young females leaving a bar. Now why does he do that? Seems to me that the terrorist type of killer goes after people of a certain faith, but then will equally target man, woman, or child. The moral killer goes after the abortion doctor for his occupation, not for his sex, and yet then we got our guy again. 8 victims in Georgia, 10 if you think he struck here, and always a young, college-aged girl leaving a bar. Now, what does that communicate about him? He doesn't like women, Kimberly answered softly, particularly women who drink. He hates them, Max said flatly. Loose women, fast women. I don't know how he categorizes them in his mind, but he hates women. I don't know why. Maybe he doesn't know why. Maybe he honestly believes this is about the environment. But if our guy was really about saving the world, then we should see some variety in his targets. We don't. He only goes after women, period. And in my mind, that makes him just another garden variety, very dangerous wacko. You don't believe in profiling? Kimberly, we've had a profile for 4 years. Ask that poor girl in the morgue if it's done a thing to help us yet. Bitter, realistic, he countered. This case isn't going to be solved in the back room by some guy in a suit. It's going to be solved out here roaming these mountains, sweating buckets and dodging rattlesnakes. Because that's what Eco-Killer wants. He hates women, but every time he sticks one in a dangerous location, he's also targeting us. Law enforcement officers, search and rescue workers, we're the ones who have to walk these hills and sweat this terrain. Don't think he doesn't know it. Have any search and rescue workers been hurt? Hell yes, in the Tallulah Gorge we had several falls and broken limbs. The cotton field caused 2 volunteers to succumb to heat stroke. Then we had a wonderful search along the Savannah River where one guy tangled with a gator and 2 people were bitten by cottonmouth snakes. Fatalities? She asked sharply. Mac looked back out at the vast, plunging terrain. He murmured, "Well, honey, not yet." Chapter 22, Shenandoah National Park, Virginia, 1:44 p.m. Temperature, 97 degrees. Kathy Levine was a petite, no-nonsense woman with short-cropped red hair and a dash of freckles across her nose. She greeted Mac and Kimberly briskly as they entered the glass and beam expanse of Big Meadows Lodge and beckoned them immediately toward a back office. Ray said you had a picture of a leaf. Not a real leaf, mind you, but a picture. Yes, ma'am. Mac dutifully provided the scanned image. Kathy plopped it down on the desk in front of her and snapped on a bright overhead light. It barely made a dent in a room already lit by an entire wall of sunshine. It could be a gray birch, the botanist said at last. It would be better if you had the real leaf. Are you a dendrologist? Kimberly asked curiously. No, but I know what's in my park. The woman snapped off the light and regarded them both frankly. Are you two familiar with refugia? Refugee? What? Mac said. That's what I thought. Refugia is a term for plants that exist as glacial relics in a climate where they no longer belong. Essentially, millions of years ago, this whole area was ice, but then the ice melted and certain plants got left behind. In most cases, those plants moved high up in the mountains, seeking the cool conditions they need to survive. Balsam fir and red cedar are both examples of refugia found in this park, and so is gray birch. Ray said it was only found in one area. Mac spoke up intently. Yes, right outside the door. Let me get a map. The botanist climbed out of her chair and rifled the bookshelf along the wall. Then she proceeded to unfold the largest map Kimberly had ever seen. It was labeled Geologic Map of Shenandoah County, and it was filled with enough streaks of bright purple, deep fuchsia, and neon orange to hurt a person's eyes. This is the geologic map which includes this section of the park. We are here. Levine plopped the massive spread of paper on the jumbled surface of the desk and promptly tapped a lime-green spot near the bottom of the page. Now, gray birch grows thickest in the swampy plateau across from the Big Meadows camp, but can also be found here and there in this whole 1-mile area. So basically, if you're looking for the only gray birch in Virginia, you're standing in the middle of it. Wonderful, Mac murmured. Now, if only we were sure we were looking for gray birch. How populated is this area this time of year? You mean campers? We have 30 or so people signed in at the moment? Generally, it would be more, but the heat has chased a lot away also. We get a fair number of day hikers and the like. Of course, in this weather, we're probably getting mostly drive-thrus, people coming to the park, but never leaving the air-conditioned comfort of their cars. Do guests have to sign in? No. Do you have park rangers or any kind of monitors working the area? We have enough personnel if trouble should come up, but we don't go looking for it, if that's what you mean. So a person could come and go and you'd never know he'd been here. I would imagine most people come and go and we never know they were here. Damn. You want to tell me what this is about? Levine nodded toward Kimberly. I can already tell she's armed. You might as well fill in the rest. Max seemed to consider it. He looked at Kimberly, but she didn't know what to tell him. He might be out of his jurisdiction, but at least he was still a special agent as of 6 a.m. This morning, she had become no one at all. We're working a case, Mac told Levine tersely. We have reason to believe this leaf may tie into the disappearance of a local girl. Find where the leaf came from, and we'll find her. You're saying this girl may be somewhere in my park lost in this kind of heat? It's a possibility. Levine crossed her arms over her chest while regarding both of them intently. You know, she said at last, right about now, I think I'd like to see some ID. Mac reached into his back pocket and pulled out his credentials. Kimberly just stood there. She had nothing to show, nothing to say. For the first time, the enormity of what she had done struck her for all of her life. She'd wanted to be one thing. And now? She turned away from both of them. Through the windows, the bright sunlight burned her eyes. She closed them tightly, trying to focus on the feel of heat on her face. A girl was out there. A girl needed her. And her mother was still dead, and her sister was still dead. And Mac was right after all. Nothing she did would change anything. So what was she really trying to prove, that she could self-destruct as completely as Mandy? Or that just once she wanted to get something right? Just once, she wanted to find the girl, save the day, because anything had to be better than this 6-year ache. This says, Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Levine was saying to Mac. Yes, ma'am. If my memory serves, we're still in Virginia. Yes, ma'am. Ray didn't ask you nearly enough questions now, did he? Ray was very helpful in our investigation. We appreciate his efforts and are happy you were able to talk to us. Levine wasn't fooled. She drew a bead on Kimberly. I'm guessing you have no ID at all. Kimberly turned back around. She kept her voice even. No, I don't. Look, it's got to be a good 100 degrees in the shade right now, and while I'm not a big fan of doing field work in this kind of heat, That's my lot in life, so you both had better start talking fast, because I'm not amused to be yanked from my federally required duties to talk to two wannabe cops who seem to be way out of their jurisdiction. I'm pursuing a case, Max said crisply. The killer started in Georgia, where he attacked 8 girls. You want to see photos? I can give you all your stomach can take. I have reason to believe he's now operating in Virginia. The FBI is involved, but by the time they figure out who did what to whom, this girl will probably have fed 10 bears for a week. I, on the other hand, have been working this case for years. I know this man, and I have legitimate reason to believe that he has kidnapped a young woman and abandoned her all alone in the middle of your park. Yes, it's hot outside. Yes, she is lost. And no, I don't plan on standing idly by and waiting for a bunch of feds to complete all the required paperwork. I plan on finding this girl Ms. Levine and Ms. Quincy has agreed to assist, so that's why we're here, and that's what we're doing. And if that offends you, well, too bad, because this girl probably is in your park, and boy oh boy does she need some help. Kathy Levine appeared troubled. Do you have references? She asked at last. I can give you the name of my supervisor in Georgia. He knows about this case. He sent me here to pursue it. If I cooperate with you, what does that mean? I have no jurisdiction, ma'am, officially speaking. I can't ask you to do anything. But you think the girl might be here? For how long? He would have abandoned her yesterday. It was nearly 100 degrees yesterday, Levine said curtly. I know. Does she have gear? He kidnaps women from bars. The best she has is her purse and her party clothes. Levine blinked twice. Sweet Jesus, and he's done this before. 8 girls so far. Only 1 has survived today. I'd like to make that 2. We have a search and rescue team for the park, Levine said briskly. If you had strong reason to believe there was, say, a lost hiker in the Big Meadows area, and if you reported that lost hiker, I would have authority to call the team. Mac stilled. The offer was both unexpected and desperately needed. A search and rescue team, multiple people trained experts. In other words, the first genuine chance at success they'd had all day. Are you sure? Mac asked sharply. It could be a wild goose chase. I could be wrong. Are you wrong often? Not about this. Well, then, I'd like to report a lost hiker, Max said immediately, and Kathy Levine said, let me make a call, Chapter 23, Quantico, Virginia, 2:03 p.m. Temperature, 99 degrees. Kaplan had scheduled a 2:30 meeting with Dr. Annunzio to follow up on Mac's conversations with the forensic linguist. Rainey didn't think Kaplan believed Dr. Annunzio was a link to Georgia's eco-killer as much as he wanted to grill a new person about the various doings of Special Agent McCormack. Still, she and Quincy followed gamely along. Kaplan had his questions. They would have theirs. Besides, the BSU offices would probably be only 80 degrees, and that sure as hell beat the places they'd been thus far. The offices of the Behavioral Science Unit were located in the basement of the Indoor Firing Ranges building. Rainey had only been there once before, but she always thought it was a little funny. Not just because people were literally firing weapons 2 floors above you, which should give anyone pause, but because the elevators going down to the highly esteemed BSU offices were tucked in an isolated corner next to the laundry room, walk by bins of dirty linens and used flak vests, go to work for the day. In the basement, the elevator door opened to a wood-paneled lobby area with corridors going off every which way. Here, visitors could sit on the leather sofa while admiring various posters, advertising BSU projects. Domestic violence by police officers declared one, promoting an upcoming seminar. Suicide in Law Enforcement said another. Futuristics in Law Enforcement, the Millennium Conference, advertised a third. When Rainey had first met Quincy 7 years ago, he'd been conducting research for the BSU. His project of choice developing a schema for the effective profiling of juvenile mass murderers. Never let it be said that the BSU researchers were a bunch of lightweights. And just in case someone thought the group was without a sense of humor, a new addition had been included in the lineup of agent photographs adorning the wall. Last photo in the middle row, a lovingly framed headshot of an extraterrestrial, complete with a cone-shaped head and big black eyes. Really, it was the best-looking photo of the bunch. Kaplan took off down the middle corridor, and Rainey and Quincy followed in his wake. Miss it? Rainey whispered in Quincy's ear. Not in the least. It's never as dreary as I expect. Wait until you've spent an entire week working without any natural light. Whiner. Be nice, or I'll lock you in the bomb shelter. Promises, promises, Rainey murmured. Quincy squeezed her hand, the first contact he'd made with her all day. From what Rainey could determine, the space down here was basically a large square bisected by 3 rows of hallways sprouting narrow offices. Kaplan came to the last door of the middle row, knocked twice, and a man promptly opened it as if he were expecting them. "Special Agent Kaplan?" he asked. Rainey bit her lower lip just in time. Wow, she thought. A Quincy clone, Dr. Annunzio wore a trim-fitting navy blue suit with proper Republican red tie. In his mid-40s, he had the lean build of an avid runner and the intense gaze of an academic who always took work home at night. His short-cropped hair was dark but beginning to gray at the temples. His manner was direct, his expression slightly impatient, and Rainey already had a feeling he considered this meeting a waste of his very valuable time. Kaplan made the introductions. Annunzio shook Rainey's hand briefly, but paused with genuine sincerity in front of Quincy. Apparently, he was familiar with the former agent's work. Rainey simply kept gazing from the linguist to Quincy. Back to the linguist? Maybe it was an FBI hiring requirement, she thought. You must wear these suits and have eyes this intense to ride this ride. That could be. Annunzio gestured to his cramped office, much too small to hold 4 grown adults, then ushered them back down the hallway to an unused conference room. This used to be the director's office, he explained, his attention returning to Quincy. Back in your day, now it's a conference room while the bigwigs are across the way. It's not so hard to find their new offices. Just follow all the posters for the Silence of the Lambs. Everyone loves Hollywood, Quincy murmured. Now then, Annunzio said, taking a seat and placing a manila folder in front of him. You had questions about Special Agent McCormack from the GBI. Yes, Kaplan spoke up. We understand you were supposed to meet with him. Tuesday afternoon. It didn't happen. I got held up at a conference in D.C. sponsored by the Forensic Linguistics Institute. A conference for linguists, Rainey muttered. That had to be a blast. Actually, it was quite fascinating, Annunzio told her. We had a special presentation on the anthrax envelopes sent to Senator Tom Daschle and Tom Brokaw, were the envelopes sent by someone whose first language was English or Arabic. It's an extremely interesting analysis. Rainey startled, intrigued in spite of herself. Which one was it? Almost certainly a native English speaker trying to impersonate an Arabic speaker. We call that trick mail when the sender attempts certain devices to mislead the receiver. In this case, the definitive evidence is the seemingly random mix of uppercase and lowercase letters throughout the text on the envelope, as well as a mixing of large and small caps. While this is meant to appear sloppy and childlike, someone uncomfortable with proper English syntax, in fact, it indicates someone so comfortable with the Roman alphabet he can manipulate it at will. Otherwise, it would be difficult to construct such a varied combination of letter styles, and while the messages in the 2 envelopes are short and filled with misspellings, this is again an attempt to deceive. Short missives actually involve a very concise use of the English language and are consistent with someone of higher, not lower, education. All in all, it was a first-rate presentation. Okay, Rainey said. She looked at Kaplan helplessly. So you didn't actually see Special Agent McCormack on Tuesday? Kaplan asked. No. But you had spoken to him before. When Special Agent McCormack arrived at the National Academy, he stopped by my office asking if I would have time to consult on an old homicide case. He had copies of some letters that had been sent to the editor, and he wanted any information on them I could provide. Did he give you copies of the letters? Quincy spoke up. He gave me what he had. Unfortunately, the GBI was only able to recover the original document for the last letter, and frankly, there's not much I can do with published versions. The newspapers sanitize too much. You wanted to see if the guy also mixed small and large caps? Rainey asked. Something like that. Look, I'll tell you the same thing I told Special Agent McCormack. Forensic linguistics is a broad field as an expert. I'm trained to study language, syntax, spelling, grammar. I don't analyze penmanship per se, you need a handwriting expert for that, but how a document is prepared and presented provides context for my own analysis, so it is relevant now. Within the field, we all have our own domains. Some linguists pride themselves on a sort of forensic profiling. You give them a document, and they can tell you the probable race, gender, age, education, and street address of who wrote it. I can do that to a certain degree, but my own subspecialty is authorship. You give me 2 samples of text, and I can tell you if the person who wrote the threatening letter is the same person who wrote that second note to his mom. How do you do that? Rainey quizzed him. In part, I look at format. Mostly, however, I'm looking at word choice, sentence structure, and repeated errors or phrases. Everyone has certain expressions they favor, and these phrases have a tendency to appear over and over again in their writings. Are you familiar with the cartoon sitcom? The Simpsons? Rainey nodded. All right, if you were the chief of police in Springfield and you received a ransom note including repeated uses of the expression dough, you'd probably want to start your investigation with Homer Simpson. If, on the other hand, the letter contained the phrase, "Eat my shorts," you'd be better off looking at the younger Simpson Bart. All people have phrases they like to use. When writing text, they are even more likely to repeat these catchphrases. The same goes for grammatical mistakes and spelling errors. And in the case of the eco-killer, Quincy spoke up again. Not enough data points. Special Agent McCormack presented me with 3 copies and 1 original. With only 1 original, I can't compare penmanship, ink, or paper choice. In terms of content, all 4 letters contain the exact same message. Clock ticking, planet dying, animals weeping, rivers screaming. Can't you hear it? Heat kills. Frankly, to compare authorship, I need additional material, say another letter you believe may have been written by the suspect or a longer document. Are you familiar with Ted Kaczynski? The Unabomber? Of course. That case was largely broken on the writings of Mr. Kaczynski. Not only did we have the writing on the packages he used to mail out his bombs, but we also had several notes he included in the packages, many letters he wrote to the press, and finally the manifesto he demanded be run in the papers. Even then, it wasn't a forensic linguist who made the connections, but Kaczynski's own brother. He recognized parts of the manifesto from his brother's letters to him. Without such an extensive amount of material to analyze, who knows if we ever would have identified the Unabomber. But this guy hasn't given the police much to work with, Rainey said. Isn't that unusual? I mean, according to your own example, once these guys get talking, they have a lot to say. But this guy is implying he's earnest about the environment, while on the other hand, he's pretty quiet on the subject. That is actually the one thing that jumped out at me, Annunzio said, his gaze going to Quincy. This is getting more into your domain than mine, but 4 short, identical messages are unusual. Once a killer makes contact with the press or someone in authority, generally the communication becomes more expansive. I was a little surprised that by the last letter to the editor, at least the message didn't include more. Quincy nodded. Communication by a killer with either the press or an officer in charge of the investigation is almost always about power. Sending letters and watching those messages be retold by the media gives certain subjects the same kind of vicarious thrill other killers experience when revisiting the scene of the crime or handling a souvenir from one of their victims. Killers will generally start small, an initial note or phone call, but once they know they have everyone's attention, the communication becomes about boasting, bragging, and constantly reasserting their sense of control. It's all part of their ego trip. This message, Quincy frowned. It's different. He distances himself from the act, Annunzio said. Notice the phrase, heat kills. Not that he kills, that heat kills. It's as if he has nothing to do with it. Yet the message is filled with short phrases, which you said earlier indicates a higher level of intelligence. He's smart, but guilty, Annunzio told them. He doesn't want to kill, but feels driven to do it, and thus seeks to lay the blame elsewhere. Maybe that's why he hasn't written more. For him, the letters aren't about establishing power, but seeking absolution. There's another possibility, Quincy said shortly. Berkowitz also wrote extensively to the press in an attempt to explain his crimes. Berkowitz, however, suffered from mental illness. He falls into a different category from the organized killer. Now, people suffering from some kind of mental incapacity, such as delusions or schizophrenia, often repeat a phrase, Nunzio filled in. You also see that in stroke victims or people with brain tumors, they'll have anything from a word to a mantra they repeat over and over again.
You're saying this guy is insane?
Rainey spoke up sharply. It's one possibility. But if he's nuts, how has he successfully eluded the police while kidnapping and killing 8 women? I didn't say he was stupid, Quincy countered mildly. It's possible that he's still functional in many ways. People close to him, however, would know there was something not right about him. He's probably a loner and ill at ease with others. It could help explain why he has spent so much time outdoors, and also why he employs an ambush style of attack. A Ted Bundy-style killer would rely on his social skills to smooth-talk his way inside a prey's defenses. This man knows he can't. This man builds elaborate riddles, Rainey said flatly. He targets strangers, communicates with the press, and plays games with the police. That sounds like a good old-fashioned organized psychopath to me. Kaplan held up a hand. Okay. We're getting a little off track here. This so-called eco-killer is Georgia's problem. We're here about Special Agent McCormack. What about him? Dr. Annunzio asked with a frown. Do you think McCormack could have written these notes? I don't know. You'd have to give me something else he's written. Why are you looking at Special Agent McCormack? You haven't heard? Heard what? I've been out of town at the conference. I haven't even had time to clear all my voicemail yet. A body was found yesterday, Kaplan said curtly, of a young girl on the Marine PT course. We have reason to believe McCormack might be involved. There are elements of the case similar to the eco-killer, Rainey added, ignoring Kaplan's dark look. Special Agent McCormack thinks the murder is the work of the eco-killer. Starting over here in Virginia, Special Agent Kaplan thinks maybe McCormack is our guy and merely staged the scene to match an old case. A body was found here?
At Quantico yesterday?
Annunzio appeared dazed. You should leave the bomb shelter every once in a while, Rainey told him. This is horrible. I don't think the young girl enjoyed it much either. No, you don't understand. Annunzio was looking down at his notes wildly. I did have a theory, one thing I was going to suggest to Special Agent McCormack, if I ever got a chance. It was a long shot, but...
What?
Quincy asked intently. Tell us. Special Agent McCormack mentioned in passing that he'd started getting phone calls about the case. Some anonymous tipster trying to help them out. He believed it might be someone close to the killer, a family member or spouse. I had another idea given that the letters to the editor were so brief and that most killers expand their communication over time. Oh no, Quincy said, closing his eyes and obviously tracking the thought. If the ONSUB feels guilty, if he's dissociating himself from the act, I wanted Special Agent McCormack to either tape those calls or write down the conversations verbatim the minute he hangs up the phone, Annunzio said grimly. That way I could compare language from the caller with wording from the letters. You see, I don't think he's hearing from a family member. It's possible. Special Agent McCormack may be hearing from the killer himself. Chapter 24, Virginia, 3:13 p.m. Temperature, 98 degrees. Tina dreamt of fire. She was tied to a stake in the middle of a pile of kindling, feeling the flames wick up her legs while the gathered crowd cheered. My baby, she screamed at them. Don't hurt my baby, but no one cared. The people laughed. The fire lapped her flesh. Now it seared her fingers, starting at the tips and racing up to her elbows. Then her hair was ablaze, the flames licking her ears and singeing her eyelashes. The heat gathered and built, forcing its way into her mouth and searing her lungs. Her eyeballs melted. She felt them run down her face, then the fire was inside her eye sockets, greedily devouring her flesh, while her brains began to boil and her face peeled back from her skull. Tina awakened with a jolt. Her head flew up from the rock, and she became aware of 2 things at once. Her eyes were swollen shut, and her skin felt as if it were burning. The mosquitoes still swarmed her head. Yellow flies, too. She batted at them feebly. She had no blood left. They should leave her alone and seek fresher prey, not some exhausted girl on the verge of dehydration. The bugs didn't seem to care. She was bathed from head to toe in sweat, which apparently in the insect world made her a feast fit for kings. Hot, so hot, the sun was directly overhead now. She could feel it beating down on her, burning her bite-sensitive skin and parching her lips. Her throat was swollen and dry. She could feel the skin on her arms and legs shrinking beneath the harsh glare and pulling uncomfortably at her joints. She was a piece of meat left too long in the sun. She was quite literally being cured into a piece of human jerky. You have to move. You have to do something. Tina had heard the voice before in the back of her mind. In the beginning, it had given her hope. Now it just filled her with despair. She couldn't move. She couldn't do anything. She was nothing but mosquito fodder, and if she moved off this rock, then she'd be snake fodder, too. She was sure of it. Before her eyes had swollen shut from mosquito bites, she'd taken inventory as best she could. She was in some kind of open pit with sides that stretched out 10 to 15 feet, while the broad mouth yawned 20 feet overhead at least. She had a rock. She had her purse. She had a own-gallon jug of water the son of a bitch had probably thrown in just to toy with her. That was it. Pit, rock, water. Only other thing around was the foul-smelling muck that oozed out from under her rocky perch, and no way was she stepping off her boulder into that slime. She'd seen things move in the marsh around her, dark, slimy things she was certain would love to feast on human flesh, things that genuinely frightened her. Drink. Can't. I won't have water, and then I'll die. You are dying. Drink. She groped around for the bottle of water. It, too, felt hot to the touch. She'd had a little when she'd first woken up, but then quickly recapped the precious supply. Her resources were limited. In her purse, she had a pack of gum and a package of 6 peanut butter crackers. She also had a little baggie filled with 12 saltines, the perks of being a pregnant woman. Pregnant woman. She was supposed to be drinking at least 8 glasses of water a day to help support the whole new infrastructure being built in her body. She should also be eating an extra 300 calories a day, as well as getting plenty of rest. Nowhere in the Preparing for Parenthood book had it talked about surviving on 3 sips of water and a couple of crackers. How long could she go on like this? How long could her baby? The thought both discouraged her and brought her strength. Her inner voice was right. She wasn't going to make it on this God-forsaken rock in this God-forsaken pit. She was already dying. She might as well put up a fight. Tina worked grimly with her swollen fingers at the plastic cap of the water jug. At the last minute, it popped off wildly and went soaring somewhere in the muck. No matter. She brought the jug to her lips and drank greedily. The water was hot and tasted of cooked plastic. She downed it gratefully, each giant gulp soothing her rusty throat. Second turned into wonderful, indulgent second. At the last minute, she tore the jug from her lips, gasping for breath and already desperate for more. Her thirst felt like a separate beast, freshly awakened and now ravenous crackers, she told herself firmly. Salt is good. She set the jug down carefully, feeling along the rock for a stable spot. Then she found her purse and after painful minutes fumbling with the zipper, got it open. The mosquitoes had returned, attracted by the smell of fresh water. Yellow flies buzzed her lips, settling on the corners, as if they'd sip the moisture straight from her mouth. She slapped savagely and had the brief satisfaction of feeling plump insect bodies burst against her fingers. Then more flies were back, crawling on her lips, her eyes, the soft tissue of her inner ear, and she knew she had to let them go. Ignore the constant pricking bites, the awful, dreadful hum. Give up this battle or most certainly lose the war. Grimly, she set about searching her purse. Her fingers found the baggie of saltines and drew them out. She counted out 6. A dozen bites later, they were gone. The salty, dry texture immediately intensified her thirst. Just 1 sip, she thought, to chase down the saltines to soothe her pain, because, oh God, the flies, the flies, the flies. They were everywhere, buzzing and biting, and the more she tried to ignore them, the more they skittered across her skin and sank little teeth deep into her flesh. She wasn't going to make it after all. She was going to go insane, and the least a crazy person could do was drink. She reached for the bottle, then snatched back her hand. No, she'd had water. Not much, but enough. After all, she didn't know how long she'd been down here earlier. She'd screamed for a full hour without any luck. Best she could tell, the rat bastard had dropped her somewhere remote and isolated. If that was true, it was up to her. She had to be smart, stay calm, she had to think of a plan. She rubbed her eyes. Bad idea. They immediately burned. Some of that water would feel so nice on her face. She could rinse out her eyes, maybe get them to crack open so she could see rinse off the sweat. Then maybe the mosquitoes would finally leave her alone. Stupid. Pipe dream. She was sweating down to her toes, her green sundress plastered to her skin, and her underwear soaked straight through. She hadn't been this hot since she'd sat naked in a Swedish sauna. Rinsing her face would buy her respite for about 2 seconds, and then she'd be sweat-soaked and miserable again. The key was to marshal her resources and use them sparingly. She also had to get out of the sun, find someplace shady and relatively cool for the day. Then she could make her escape at night. She remembered the weather forecast, now hot, working toward even hotter, probably breaking triple digits by the end of the week. Not much time, especially if she was already feeling this exhausted. She had to get moving, get out of this pit or die here. Tina wasn't ready to die yet. She used her fingers on her puffy eyelids, prying open the painful, swollen flesh. Some kind of thick liquid drained down her face. She held her eyelids open resolutely, permitting only a few short blinks. In the beginning, nothing. And then the goo cleared from her eyes and the world slowly came into focus, bright, harsh, punishing. Tina inspected her surroundings. Below her was some kind of thick, wet muck. Above her, 15 to 20 feet overhead, was the mouth of the pit. And beyond that, she had no idea. She could see no signs of bushes, trees, or shrubs, whatever was up there. However, it surely had to be better than what was down here. She turned her inspection to the walls. Standing carefully on the edge of the boulder, she counted to 3, then let her upper body fall forward. Her red, inflamed hands hit the surface hard. She felt a moment of stunning, cracking pain. Then she was there, feet on the boulder, the rest of her leaning against the side of the pit. The side was cooler than she would have thought, wet with something she didn't understand. Slippery, like a rock covered with algae or mold. Tina wanted to yank back her hand in revulsion. Instead, she forced her fingers to spread, feeling around for handholds. Not rock, she determined after a moment. The rough texture was too consistent without any protruding knobs or zigzagging crevices. It was gravelly, lightly scraping her palms. Concrete, she realized abruptly. Oh my God, she was in a man-made pit. The son of a bitch had dropped her into his own homemade hell. Did that mean she was in a backyard? Her thoughts raced. Maybe some kind of residential area? If she could just climb up, then find some way to the surface. But if she was in a populated area, why hadn't someone responded to her screams? And what about the muck, that oozy, swampy mud teeming with things she didn't want to know? He probably had a place out in the country, or deep in the woods, someplace far from civilization, where no one would ever be the wiser. That would make more sense, given his penchant for kidnapping young women. But still, if she could climb out, once on the surface, she could run, hide, find a road, follow a stream, even if she was deep in the middle of nowhere. Up top, she had a chance. It was more than she could say down here. She resumed scouring the bumpy walls with her hands, faster now, more determined. A moment later, she found it a vine, then another and another, some kind of invasive species, either seeking the mud or trying to escape. It didn't matter to her. Tina wrapped 3 vines around her hand and gave them an experimental tug. They seemed strong and resilient. Maybe she could use them, balance her feet against the wall, and use the vines to pull her way up. Why not? She'd seen it dozens of times on TV. Fired with purpose now, she got serious. She pushed herself back onto her rocky perch and examined her worldly goods. She needed her purse. It had food and who knows what else. Might come in handy. Easy enough. She slung it over her shoulder and tried not to wince as the leather rubbed against her sunburned flesh. The water was trickier. It didn't fit in her purse, and she didn't think she could grip a gallon jug and the vines in the same hand. Briefly, she considered drinking all of it. Why not? It would feel so good going down her throat, wonderful and wet, and she was making a break for it. escaping from this hell. If she got on top, she wouldn't need supplies anymore, would she? Of course, she had no way of knowing that. She didn't even know what was up there. No more drinking. The water needed to go with her. Even if it was heavy and hot to the touch, it was the only supply she had. Her dress, the material was thin and wispy. She could tear it into strips and use them to tie the jug to her purse. She reached down with both hands and yanked at her hem. The material immediately slid undamaged from her grip. Her fingers were swollen and refused to cooperate. She tried again and again, panting hard, working herself into a frenzy. The damn material refused to tear. She needed scissors of all the things not to have in her purse. She bit back a sob. Feeling defeated again as the mosquitoes welcomed her stillness by once more resuming to feed, she had to move, she had to do something. Her bra, she could take that off and loop it through the gallon jug with the shoulder straps serving as a handle. Or better yet, she could wrap the bra around her purse strap and let the water hang from her purse. Then her hands would be free for climbing. Perfect. She lifted the hem of her sundress and peeled it from her skin. The flies and mosquitoes instantly got excited. Fresh, white flesh, new unbloodied areas. She tried not to think about it as she worked on removing her sweat-soaked bra. The nylon fabric was sticky to the touch. She grimaced and finally got it off with a sigh. It seemed pure cruelty to yank on her dripping, stinky dress. It felt so much better to be naked in this heat. No uncomfortable fabric rubbing her raw, salty skin. The faintest of breezes wafting against her breasts, her back. She gritted her teeth and forced her dress back on, the fabric rolling and twisting uncooperatively as she wiggled for one moment. Her foot slipped on the rock. She teetered precariously, looking down at the oozing mud. She dropped down on the rock and held on tight. Her heart hammered against her ribs. Oh, she wanted done with this. She wanted to go home. She wanted to see her mother. She wanted a wonderful Minnesotan winter when she could run outside and fling herself into the deep white snow. She remembered how the flakes tasted on the tip of her tongue, the sensation of fresh ice crystals melting in her mouth, the delicate tickle of more flakes feathering across her eyelashes. Was she crying now? It was so hard to know with all the sweat on her face and the flies encrusting the corners of her eyes. "I love you, Ma," Tina whispered, and then she had to break off the thought before she definitely wept. She looped her bra around the jug handle, fastened it around her purse, and pushed it behind herself. The dragging weight of it was awkward, and the water sloshed up dangerously close to the uncapped top, but it was the best she could do. She had her supplies next. She balanced on the rock, then grimly fell forward against the wall. Her hands scraped against the surface, catching her weight. Then she searched for vines. She found 6. She wrapped 3 around each hand, feeling them bite into her sunburned hands. Time to grin and bear it. Tina stepped out of her highly impractical shoes one last deep breath, the sun beating down on her head, the sweat rolling down her cheeks, the bugs buzzing, buzzing, buzzing. Tina pulled on the vines with both arms while simultaneously throwing her right foot at the wall. Her toes scrabbled for traction against the algae-slick surface, found a drier patch and dug in. On the count of 3, she heaved up with her arms and simultaneously felt the vines give way. She was falling back, her leg already kicking back, trying to find her rocky perch. The water-gallon jug swung wildly, further upsetting her balance. She wasn't going to make it. She was going to fall into the stinking muck. Tina pushed desperately with her hands, releasing her panicked grip on the vines. She went careening back onto her rock, windmilling, twisting, then suddenly gratefully collapsing down onto the stable surface. The water, water, water! Her hands frantically found the jug, still magically upright and holding the last of her precious supply. She was back on her rock. She had some water. She was safe. The vines collapsed into the muck below. As they did so, she noticed their edges, cut clean halfway through, and then came the fluttering piece of white paper, as if loosened by the turbulence above. Tina reached up a tired hand and felt the paper fall into her palm. She drew it toward her. "It red heat kills, you son of a bitch." Tina tried to scream, but her throat was too dry, the words coming out as a mere whisper. She licked her lips. It did no good. She hung her head tiredly and felt the last of her strength leach from her body. She needed more food. She needed more water. She needed a break from this desperate heat if she was ever going to survive, and now the bugs were back. The mosquitoes, the yellow flies, feasting, feasting, feasting. I'm not going to die here, she muttered resolutely, trying to summon some force of will. Damn it, I won't do it. But if she couldn't make it up out of the pit? Very slowly, Tina's gaze went to the thick, slithering muck. Chapter 25. Shenandoah National Park, Virginia, 4:25 p.m. Temperature, 99 degrees. The search area has been divided into 10 different sections. Each team of 2 should analyze their section on the map, then work it in the standard grid pattern. In the good news department, since the hiker has been missing for only 24 hours, she shouldn't have wandered beyond a 30-mile radius, giving us a fairly contained target for search. In the bad news department, this 30-mile radius contains some of the harshest, steepest terrain in the entire park. Here's what you need to know. 1 lost hikers inevitably head down. They're tired, they're fatigued, and once they lose their sense of direction, they'll head down the mountain even when help lies just 20 feet away over the next hill. 2 hikers will also gravitate toward the sound of running water. Everyone knows how important water is, especially someone who is disoriented. If there is water in your section of the grid, check the areas around the streams carefully and follow them for as long as you can. 3. Once off the groomed hiking trails, this is rough country. The underbrush is thick, the footing treacherous. Be on the lookout for upturned rocks, broken branches, and trampled underbrush. If this woman is still on the trails, chances are someone would have seen her by now, so most likely she's in the wild and we're going to have to do this the hard way. Kathy Levine paused for a moment, gazing out somberly over the group of 20 search and rescue volunteers now gathered at Big Meadows Lodge. It's hot out, people. Yeah, no kidding, you're thinking. But I mean it. In this kind of heat index, dehydration is a constant threat. The rule of thumb is that 2 quarts of water a day keeps dehydration away. Unfortunately, in these conditions, your body can easily lose a quart of water per hour through your lungs and pores. So 2 quarts isn't going to cut it. Frankly, each person should carry 2 gallons of water. But since that weight would be prohibitive, we're requiring each rescue team to carry either water tablets or a water purification system. Then you can refill your water supply at the various streams you encounter along the way. Don't drink untreated stream water. Sure, the water looks clear and pretty up here, but most of it is contaminated by Giardia lamblia, a parasite which is guaranteed to give you a bad case of the 7-day trots. Drink often, but drink smart. Now, assuming that you stay properly hydrated, don't slip down a steep hillside or stumble upon a sleeping bear, there are a few final things to keep in mind. For example, rattlesnakes. We have plenty. Every now and then, you'll come to a clear meadow with a pile of rocks from an old landslide. Looks like a terrific place to sit down. Don't the snakes think so, too? And most of those rocks are their homes. Let's not argue with them. Second, we have hornets. They like to build nests in old hollows in the ground or in rotten logs. If you leave them alone, they'll leave you alone. If you step into a nest, however, might I recommend not running back to your partner? You'll only drag him into the mess, and one of you will need to be able to hike back for help. Finally, we have stinging nettles. If you haven't ever seen one, they are about thigh-high with broad green leaves. If you boil them, they actually make a pretty good green to go with dinner. Walk into them, however, and welcome to nature's version of fiberglass. The prickers get immediately under the skin and emit a poison that remains long after the thistles are gone. It takes a good 30 to 60 minutes for the inflammation to subside, and by then, you'll have renounced everything you once held dear. This park is beautiful. I've walked almost every inch of it in the last 5 years, and I can't think of a more beautiful spot on Earth, but nature also commands respect. We need to be focused, we need to move fast, but in these conditions, I also need each and every one of you to always be using your head. Our goal is to find one person, not lose any more. Any questions? Levine paused. There were none. Good, she said crisply. Let's move. We have only 4.5 hours of daylight left. The group broke up. people finding their search partners and heading out of the lodge. Everyone had received their assignment, and most seemed to understand the drill. Mac and Kimberly were probably the biggest rookies of the bunch, and Mac had done his fair share of search and rescue work by now. Kimberly, he could tell, was more uncomfortable. She had the gear, she had the fitness. But by her own admission, she'd never spent much time in the woods. If what Kathy Levine had said was correct, this was going to be quite an adventure. "What do you think she meant by the hornets?" Kimberly said now, as they trudged out of the wonderfully air-conditioned lodge into the searing heat. "If the hornets build their nests in the ground and we're walking on the ground, how are we supposed to avoid them?" "Look where you step," Mac said. He stopped, held up the map they'd been given, and worked on orienting it to their surroundings. They were officially Search Team D, assigned to search the 3 square miles of, logically enough, Search Area D. But if I'm looking at the ground, how am I supposed to look for a lost woman or broken branches or whatever? It's just like driving. You look ahead 10 feet to know what's coming, then gaze around all you want, then scope out the next 10 feet. "Look, glance, look, glance, look, glance. Okay, according to the map, we enter the trailhead there." "I thought we weren't on a trail," Levine said. "We were in the rough country, whatever the hell that means." "We are," Max said patiently, "but the first quarter of a mile is on a trail. Then we veer off into the wild underbelly of the beast. How will we know which way to go? We chart and map using compass points. It'll be slow but thorough." Kimberly barely nodded. She was gazing nervously at the dark forest before them, carpeted in 9 shades of green. Mac saw beauty. Kimberly, however, obviously saw something worse. "Tell me again how often you've done this," she whispered. "I assisted with 2 of the search operations in Georgia. You said people got hurt." "Yep." "You said he sets up scenarios like this just to torture us." "Yep." "He's a real son of a bitch, isn't he?" "Oh, yeah." Kimberly nodded. She squared her shoulders, her chin coming up in that set he already knew so well. "All right," she said stiffly. "We're going to find this girl, we're going to save the day, and then we're going to walk out of this park so we can nail the bastard, deal?" "You're a woman after my own heart," Mac said soberly. They pushed ahead into the thick, dark woods. Footing was easy on the dirt trail, steep but manageable with rocky ledges and worn tree roots forming a natural cascade of stairs. Shady with the dense canopy of trees blocking out the sun. The heat and humidity, however, were harder to escape. Mac was already short of breath, his lungs laboring as they headed down the path. Within minutes, his face was drenched in sweat, and he could feel moisture beating uncomfortably between his shoulder blades where his backpack pressed against his shirt. The sun was bad, but the humidity was their true enemy. It turned the high mountain woods from a shady reprieve to a steaming jungle, where each footstep required hard physical effort, and 4 hours of intense hiking would be about 3 hours too much. Both Mac and Kimberly had changed clothes for the operation. Kimberly now wore khaki shorts and a short-sleeved cotton t-shirt, the casual outfit of an amateur day hiker. More experienced, Mac had donned nylon shorts and a quick-drying nylon top. As he began to sweat, the synthetic material wickeded the moisture away from his body, allowing him a small degree of comfort. Kimberly's cotton t-shirt, on the other hand, was already plastered against her body. Soon the shirt, as well as her shorts, would start to chafe her skin painfully. He wondered if she would complain, but already figured she wouldn't. "Do you think she's still alive?" Kimberly asked tersely. Her breath also came out in short pants, but she was matching stride with stride. When called upon to perform, the lady didn't disappoint. "I read a study once of search and rescue operations," Mac replied. "Of the fatalities, 75% died in the first 48 hours, assuming this girl was abandoned yesterday. That gives us another 24 hours to find her." "What, pant? Pant generally kills pant lost people, hypothermia. Or on a day like this, heat stroke. Basically, it's exposure that does a person in. Here's a fact for you. Did you know that children under the age of 6 have the highest survival rate when lost in the woods?" Kimberly shook her head. "Kids are better at listening to their instincts," Mac explained. "When they're tired, they sleep. When they're frightened, they seek shelter. Adults, on the other hand, are always convinced they can regain control." So rather than get out of the rain or the cold or the sun, they keep walking, determined that safety is just around the corner. It's exactly the wrong thing to do. Your odds are much better if you remain calm and stay in one place. After all, the average person can last up to 5 days with no water and up to a month without food. Wear yourself out, walking, however, and you'll succumb to exposure, fall off a cliff, stumble into a bear's den, etc., etc. Next thing you know, the lost hiker's dead in 48 hours when any old schmuck should be able to last a week. Mac stopped abruptly. He looked at the map again, then his compass. Hang on. Yep, we head off here. Kimberly came to a halt beside him, and he could feel her uneasiness immediately increase tenfold. There was no clearly marked trail in front of them. Instead, the earth opened up, then plummeted down, a tumbling mass of boulders, bushes, and grass. Fallen trees lay directly in their way, overgrown with shaggy moss and brilliant ferns. Jagged branches stuck out dangerously low, while some kind of thick green vine covered half the trees in sight. The woods were dense, dark. Kathy Levine was right. They held secrets that were both beautiful and deadly. If we get separated, Max said quietly, just stay in one place and blow your whistle. I'll find you. All the search and rescue operatives had been given shrill plastic whistles. One blow was to communicate between partners. 2 blows meant a team had found the girl. 3 shrills was the international call for distress. Kimberly's gaze had gone to the ground. Mac could practically see her eyes scouring each rock and thicket for signs of rattlesnakes or hornets. Her hand now rested on the top of her left thigh, where she had the knife strapped, he guessed, and immediately felt his gut tighten with a shot of good, old-fashioned male lust. He did not know why an armed woman should be so arousing, but man, oh man, this one was... "We're going to be fine," he said. Kimberly finally looked at him. "Don't make promises you can't keep," she said. Then she stepped off the path into the wild underbrush. Footing quickly grew rough. Twice, Kimberly slipped and tumbled halfway down a steep slope. Long, thick grass offered little traction, even for her hiking boots, and rocks and tree roots stuck up in the damnedest places. If she looked down for obstacles, then a stray tree limb would catch her up high. If she looked up high, she risked taking a fallen log in the shin. If she tried looking everywhere at once, she fell a lot, regularly, and with generally painful, bloody results. Within 2 hours, her legs wore a crisscross of scratches to match the ones still healing on her face. She avoided hornets, but blundered into a patch of poison ivy. She stopped running into dead logs, but twice twisted her ankles on slippery rocks. All in all, she wasn't enjoying the woods much. She supposed it should be beautiful, but to her it wasn't. She felt the loneliness of this place, where the sound of your companion's footsteps was swallowed up by moss-covered rocks, and even knowing there was another search party within 3 miles, she didn't hear a peep. She felt the disorientation of the towering trees that blocked out the sun and made it difficult to get a sense of direction. The rough, undulating landscape meant they were often walking down to go up, or walking up to go down. Which way was north, south, east, west? Kimberly didn't know anymore, and that left her feeling anxious in a way she couldn't fully explain. The immense size of the woods swallowed her up as effectively as any ocean. Now she was drowning in greenness, not sure how to get her head up or which way to head for shore. She was a city girl who was way out of her league, and in a place like this, so much could go wrong without anyone ever finding your body. She tried to focus on the missing woman to distract herself. If the girl had started the night at a bar, then she was probably wearing sandals. Had she gotten smart and ditched them right away? Kimberly had already slipped several times in hiking boots. Sandals would be impossible. Bare feet, not great, but at least more manageable. Where would she strike out for first? Head down is what Kathy Levine had said. Lost hikers seek the easier path. In Kimberly's mind, this path wasn't that easy. Having to pick and choose for footing required slow, laborious work. Maybe it wasn't as aerobic as hiking up, but the muscles in her legs and butt were already screaming while her heart beat furiously. Would the girl try to seek shelter? Someplace she could stay cool and not wear herself out. Mac had implied that staying put was the key. Be calm, in control, don't just wander around in a daze. Kimberly looked around her at the arching trees, the looming shadows, and the deep crevices with all their unknown inhabitants. She bet the girl had started out at a dead run. She bet she'd torn through these bushes and trees, desperately seeking some sign of civilization. She'd probably screamed for hours, wearing herself hoarse with the need for human contact, and when night had fallen, when the woods had filled with the louder sounds of bigger beasts and buzzing insects, the girl had probably run again, tripped, fallen, maybe gone headfirst into a poison ivy patch or into a hornet's nest, and what would have happened to her then? Stung, terrorized, half-dressed, and lost in the dark. She'd seek water, anything to cool her wounds. And because whatever lurked in the streams had to be less dangerous than the creatures that stalked the woods, Kimberly halted abruptly, holding up a hand. "Do you hear it?" she asked Mac, sharply. "Water," Mac agreed. From his backpack, he retrieved his map. "There's a stream directly to the west. We should follow it. That's what Levine said, right? Hikers are drawn to water. Sounds like a plan to me?" Kimberly stepped left, and her foot went totally out from under her. One moment, she was on solid ground. The next, her legs shot out, and she went careening butt first down the slippery slope of grass, her hip bounded over a rock, her thigh scraped by a fallen log. Desperately, she tried to get her hands beneath her, while vaguely she was aware of Mac shouting her name behind her. "Kimberly! Ah, thump, thunk!" Another dead log reared up ahead, and she slammed into it with all the grace of a rhino. Stars burst in front of her eyes. A buzzing roared through her ears. She was acutely aware of the rusty taste of blood in her mouth where she had bitten her tongue, and then all at once her body caught fire. "Shit! Damn! Oh, what the hell?" She was on her feet, slapping at her arms and legs. It hurt. It hurt. It hurt, like a million little fire ants biting her skin again and again and again. She bolted out of the weeds and went scrambling back up the hillside, grabbing at tree limbs with her hands while churning up the grass with her feet. She made it 15 feet back up, and not a single inch of it helped her skin burned. Her blood roared. She watched helplessly as her body suddenly bloomed with a bright red rash. Mac finally came crashing to a halt in front of her. "Don't scratch! Don't scratch! Don't scratch! What the hell is it?" she cried frantically. "Congratulations, honey. I think you just found the stinging nettles."